The story begins with Zitan Chu coming out of school and noticing Qin Li. She asks if he's there to pick her up and urges him to stop standing around and get in the car. She tosses her bag to him and remarks that despite living with their Chu family for over a year, he still hasn't found a job. She insists he should pick her up from a distance so her classmates won't see him, and she can't understand why her sister would marry someone like him. In the car, he starts driving towards the Chu household. Qingyin Chu's childhood friend, Liu Minghao, comments that it's clear Auntie didn't make a mistake choosing him, and his talents are unmatched. He might be in Qin Li's place now if he hadn't gone abroad for higher education. Qin Li's mother-in-law, Han Ying-chu, mentions that Qingyin Chu hasn't returned from the company yet. Liu Minghao inquires about their situation and wonders why he can't see her now. He asks about Qingyin Chu's partner and mentions hearing that he stays at home because he's slow-witted and unable to speak. He expresses his interest in meeting the son-in-law who could win over Qingyin Chu in such a state. Han Ying-chu explains that the simple-minded Qin Li he's referring to just came back with Zitan Chu. She doesn't know what he's doing at home all day long, and frankly, she's just waiting for Qingyin Chu to divorce him. Meanwhile, Zitan Chu and Qin Li enter the house and head to their rooms. Han Ying-chu spots them and calls out to Qin Li, asking him to come downstairs and greet the guests. After coming home, he usually isolates himself in his room and avoids interacting with people. Zitan Chu enters Qin Li's room and expresses her frustration, asking if he's become deaf. She mentions that her mother has been calling him and telling him to behave appropriately since he's now part of the family. She covers her eyes, annoyed that he's not dressed correctly while performing magic in his room. Qin Li slowly opens his eyes and reflects on his 10 years of practicing silence. He takes a deep breath and mentions that it's been long since he last spoke. Han Ying-chu once again shouts for Qin Li to come downstairs. Annoyed, he finally puts on his clothes, and she repeats her question, asking how often she has to tell him. He complies and goes downstairs, with Zitan Chu commenting on his apparent deafness. Liu Minghao observes Qin Li curiously and asks if he's Qin Li. He also introduces himself and extends his hand for a handshake. Coming closer, Liu mentions that he heard Qin Li is mute and depends on Qingyin since he doesn't have a job, which he considers a waste. Liu adds that Qin Li shouldn't be underestimated, implying that he might have ulterior motives. He offers Qin Li 100,000 right now if he agrees to leave the Chu family forever and questions how he would feel about that proposal. Qin Li firmly presses Liu Minghao's hand, causing him to scream in pain. Qin Li responds by stating his name is Qin Li. Han Ying-chu and Zitan Chu, his mother-in-law and wife, respectively, look at him in shock. Han Ying-chu questions whether he has just spoken. Liu Minghao remarks that Qin Li can speak and calls him an absolute idiot for pretending to be mute all these years, accusing him of lying to Qingyin Chu. Qin Li's mother-in-law scolds him, shouting, "Knock it off, Qin Li." Meanwhile, Zitan Chu receives a phone call and expresses shock upon hearing the news that the police are on their way to arrest her sister. Concerned, Qin Li approaches her and asks about Qingyin Chu's situation. Zitan Chu explains that something happened in the company, leading to her sister's imminent arrest. Qin Li immediately leaves the room, prompting his mother-in-law to question his actions and urge him to return and do some housework, chastising him for running off like that. Liu Minghao inquires about Qingyin Chu's situation. Han Ying-chu explains that there seems to be a problem with her company, and the police have surrounded the building and intend to take Qingyin into custody. Liu Minghao reassures her, saying that his family still has connections in Yongcheng and they can resolve the situation this time. He suggests going over to assess the problem first. She expresses gratitude for his consideration. After a while, the scene shifts to Skyhawk Corporation, where Liu Wan demands that Qingyin Chu be arrested today or pay 1 million in damages. Han Ying-chu arrives and questions the demand for 1 million, calling it an exorbitant sum. In response, he advises them to listen to Qingyin Chu's side of the story, pointing out that many people use the cosmetic product. Since her condition is unique, it's unlikely that her products are the cause. Liu Wan addresses the director and introduces herself as Liu Wan, revealing that Mayor Liu of Yongcheng is her cousin. He is shocked and asks if it's the mayor. Han Ying-chu questions whether the mayor's position is higher than anyone else's in Yongcheng. He realizes the implications and acknowledges that Ms. Liu Wan is a consumer, so the company is at least somewhat responsible. Qin Li arrives and asks Ms. Liu Wan for just 10 minutes. He wants to treat the pimples on her face during that time and asks if she'd be willing to drop this matter. Qingyin Chu inquires if he can speak now. Liu Minghao questions how he dares to appear here, considering him a disgrace to the Chu family. She directs her question to Qin Li, asking what he's doing, expressing her weariness, and urging him not to cause any more trouble. Qin Li assures her that he has changed and that he'll fulfill his duties as her husband from time to time. Liu Minghao dismisses him, stating that he can only speak and remains a loser, trying to show off in front of Qingyin. Random onlookers also join the conversation about Qin Li. One person identifies him as the son-in-law who married into the Chu family and questions if he still can't talk. Another individual criticizes him for relying on his wife for his livelihood and dares to claim he can cure diseases, finding it ridiculous. A girl wonders why the young lady would want such a man. Qin Li tells Liu Wan that he has a remedy for the pimples on her face. She questions why she should believe him. He assures her that he will accept all the consequences if it doesn't work. She agrees, allowing him to proceed, with a condition that if he can't cure her, she won't hold it against her. Qingyin Chu questions his actions and warns him not to get her into trouble by speaking. Qin Li explains that the pimples on her face result from the fever, and if she doesn't mind, he asks her to fetch some Chinese herbs. She inquires if it's going to work, and he responds with a tentative guess that it might. Liu Minghao tells Qin Li that they'll see how things turn out and that he won't spare him if he gets Chu Qingyin involved. After a while, Qingyin Chu hands him a packet and tells him to take what he needs, making it clear that the Chu family won't take responsibility if anything goes wrong. He realizes that the Chu family won't assist him, but he is no longer the mute Qin Li, who couldn't speak and was at the mercy of the Chu family. He proceeds to prepare the face pack for Liu Wan and, upon completing it, asks her to try it on her face. She begins to apply it and warns him not to lie, threatening consequences if he does. He assures her that it will work and uses the face pack on her face. After the application, she goes to the washroom. Onlookers comment on his audacity, while Qingyin Chu questions whether it will be effective. After a while, Liu Wan exclaims with happiness and emerges from the washroom, asking how he performed this miracle. Everyone is astonished by the transformation, and Liu Minghao questions how it could be possible. A bystander expresses amazement that he cured her, while a man in a white shirt wonders if this apparent loser can genuinely cure diseases. Qingyin Chu inquires about what happened and how he managed to fix her. He explains that he had studied medicine in school. Liu Wan approaches him and asks if he can treat other illnesses. He replies that he can't give a definitive answer right now because he needs to examine the sick person. She explains that her uncle's condition is highly complex, and she's willing to pay him 500,000 yuan for his treatment. He agrees to the offer. Qingyin Chu questions his sanity, positioning herself in front of him and urging him not to proceed, as he's not a doctor, and treating a serious illness is vastly different from dealing with a pimple. He reassures her, expressing confidence in his abilities. She further asks him who he thinks he is, warning of potential consequences and emphasizing that the Chu family won't assist him if things go wrong. He departs, asserting that he'll handle the situation independently and not burden the Chu family if complications arise. After a while, at Yangcheng Hospital, Mayor Yangcheng, Liu Zheng, consults the doctor, inquiring about available treatment options. The doctor informs him that the condition has deteriorated beyond their expectations, and at this point, the operation carries significant risks. Suddenly, Liu Wan arrives and asks Liu Zheng about her uncle's health. He conveys that his father's condition worsened this morning, and Dr. Mike is attending to him. She points to Qin Li and introduces him as the Chinese doctor she met earlier, describing him as highly skilled and capable of curing her uncle's illness. Liu Zheng questions Qin Li's credentials, remarking that he appears to be in his early 20s, and requests to see his medical license. Qin Li apologizes and admits that he does not possess a license. Liu Zheng reassures Liu Wan that he would never allow someone like Qin Li to treat his father. Liu Wan apologizes to Qin Li and suggests that he leave. Just then, the nurse rushes out of the room, urgently informing them that the patient's condition has significantly worsened and that they need to transfer him to the emergency room immediately. Both Liu Zheng and Liu Wan are shocked by this news. After a while, Liu Zheng stands by his father, who is in critical condition. He inquires with Dr. Mike about his father's status. Dr. Mike expresses regret, stating that they have done their utmost. Liu Wan approaches Liu Zheng and suggests allowing Qin Li to assess her uncle's condition, as there is a possibility he can cure him. Liu Zheng dismisses the idea, asserting that he wouldn't entrust his father's life to someone who lacks a medical license, even if Dr. Mike, the city's top doctor, declared the situation near hopeless. Qin Li insists that there is still time to save the older man, otherwise it will be a lost cause. Liu Zheng sternly orders him to leave. Qin Li challenges him, asking if he dares to make a bet, and Liu Zheng inquires whether he can afford the stakes. Qin Li says that if he saves this older man's life, she must apologize. She can put him in jail for fraud if he can't save him. Liu Zheng shouts at him, demanding to know who he is, and orders him to leave. Liu Wen apologizes to Qin Li and asks him to leave. He replies that he will go, but he assures her that she'll regret it. Qingyin Chu stands outside the room, listening to the entire conversation. She tells Qin Li he had to make a fool of himself and asks if he's happy now. He agrees to leave, and they both exit the hospital. Inside the room, Liu Zheng's father's condition worsens. Liu Zheng shouts at the doctor, asking what's wrong with his father and why he keeps twitching. The doctor instructs the nurse to bring the defibrillator quickly, but Liu Zheng's father passes away. The doctor expressed his condolences, stating there was nothing more they could do. Liu Zheng is devastated and cries, feeling guilty for not having time to repay his father. Qin Li rushes into the room and tells everyone to get out of the way, as he can save him. He uses his magical abilities and starts the treatment, recalling the medical knowledge he learned from an immortal 10 years ago. Liu Zheng begins to wonder if he was wrong, as this young man seems to be radiating significant energy. Qin Li performs needle treatment, and Liu Zheng's father coughs up blood but regains consciousness. He takes a deep breath and exclaims that he made it in time. The doctor is astonished by this development. Liu Zheng approaches his father, overjoyed that he has finally awakened, and Liu Wen also expresses her relief. Liu Zheng's father touches her face and apologizes for making her worry. Meanwhile, Qin Li exits the room, but Liu Zheng remains on his knees and calls out to him. He regrets doubting Qin Li, who saved his father's life. Qin Li returns and reassures him that he had a bet to keep the older man's life, so there's no need to mind. He adds that the older man's condition is now stable, and he will soon recover his health. Liu Wen apologizes for the day's events and requests Qin Li's account number to send him the promised $500,000. Qin Li graciously accepts her apology and says he'll send her his account number later. He leaves the room as everyone praises him. Qingyin Chu warns him not to retake such risks, dismissing the event as a mere coincidence, while Qin Li contemplates how poorly he left an impression on her. Liu Minghao observes the incident and becomes angry with him. After a while, they both arrive home, and Han Yingchu asks her daughter if she is scared by what happened today, expressing her concern for her well-being. Her daughter reassures her, saying it's okay and that it's all over now. Meanwhile, Qin Li heads towards his room, and Han Yingchu calls out, asking why he's just standing there, and tells him to clean up the house. He acknowledges her request. Qingyin says she's a little tired and is going to bed. Qin Li proceeds to take care of all the household chores. When he eventually enters his room, he announces he's finished with the chores. However, he's surprised to find her sitting on the bed in lingerie. Initially, he assumes she's practicing yoga. As he searches the cupboard for something, she suddenly mentions overhearing Zitin Chu calling him a pervert. Taken aback, he takes a deep breath and confesses that after he had picked her up and undressed in his room this morning, he had forgotten to lock the door. As a result, the girl pushed the door open and saw him in a compromising situation. She exhales deeply and asks if that's all. He nods in agreement. She then adds that she knows about Zitin's temperament, so he wouldn't dare to bully her and advises him not to be too aggressive from now on. She mentions that he's just lucky to be safe today. He agrees, and she informs him that there's a family dinner tomorrow and that he should also come. He responds with surprise, saying a family dinner, and then agrees, saying he'll attend. As she finishes her yoga, she expresses her fatigue and thanks him for everything today. At the family dinner, everyone exchanges greetings with each other. Qingyin Chu's father mentions that it's the first party hosted by the Chu family this year, and everyone takes their seats. Qin Lin gazes at Chu Qingyin and privately suspects she might attempt some underhanded tricks again. Chu Qingyin inquires about Qingyin Chu's plans for having a child. She responds by stating they are not prepared for it yet and have no urgency to start a family. Chu Qingyin advises her to consider having a child while young. She acknowledges the suggestion. She points to her son-in-law, Cheng Wen, and expresses her relief that Cheng Wen is a source of peace for her. She contrasts him with those who rely on their wives for support. Cheng Wen modestly acknowledges her praise. Han Yingchu further praises her son-in-law, highlighting that he holds an official job, unlike others. Standing up and holding a red box, Cheng Wen presents a gift to Qingyin Chu's father during their first party. He accepts it and assures him there's no need for excessive politeness. Qingyin Chu's father opens the box and is pleasantly surprised to find blue and white porcelain. Cheng Wen explains that he knew his uncle had a penchant for porcelain, so he spent $30,000 on this gift, hoping he would appreciate it. The gift's extravagance takes aback Qingyin Chu's father. Qin Li examines the bowl and senses an overwhelming aura of evil. He is convinced that this bowl is not a mere replica but has been buried in a tomb, absorbing yin energy. and carries a curse. Chang Wen suggests that Qin Li should have brought a gift and expresses curiosity about what it might have been. He teases Qin Li, insinuating that he's financially dependent on his wife and might not have much money to spend. He suggests that Qin Li could consider a job as a garbage collector in one of the departments, acknowledging that it doesn't pay much but offers a monthly salary of $1,000. Qingyin Chu becomes upset and asserts that regardless of his financial situation, Qin Li remains a member of their family, and Chang Wen should refrain from making such comments. Chang Wen chuckles and comments on how he pities her husband, who couldn't even afford a gift. In response, Qin Li stands up and explains that he was in a hurry today and didn't have a chance to bring a gift. This revelation surprises Chang Wen, questioning Qin Li's sudden speaking ability. Chang Wen's wife adds her criticism, remarking that Qin Li is incapable of presenting a gift and is still a loser, even with the ability to speak. Qin Li counters by stating that whatever he receives as a gift is much more valuable than the fake bowl her husband gave. Chang Wen questions Qin Li's claim and asserts that he spent $30,000 on this gift. Chu Qingyin mentions that Qin Li couldn't even afford a present, but she won't falsely accuse her daughter's husband. Qin Li maintains that it's still a fake regardless of the cost. Chang Wen, feeling offended, calls Qin Li a liar and ridicules him for doubting the authenticity of the gift, believing that nobody would be able to identify its true nature. He decides to prove its authenticity. Qingyin Chu's father intervenes, instructing Qin Li to remain silent. Chu Qingyin criticizes Qin Li for his lack of manners and suggests that he's simply envious of Chang Wen, accusing him of baseless accusations. Qingyin Chu intervenes, telling Qin Li not to be rude, as Chang Wen is their brother-in-law. Qin Li maintains that the bowl gifted by his brother-in-law is genuinely a forgery. However, she insists that even if it's fake, it symbolizes their brother-in-law's appreciation and emphasizes that today is the Chu family's banquet. Just then, Mayor Liu Zheng arrives with Hao Fengmao and inquires about the potential fake item, expressing his interest in seeing it. Chang Wen, delighted to see Mayor Liu, greets him and is surprised by his visit. Chang Wen moves towards the mayor to shake his hand and mentions that he doesn't anticipate Mayor Liu's familiarity with him. He proceeds to introduce the others to Mayor Liu. However, Mayor Liu Zheng bypasses shaking hands with Chang Wen and approaches Qin Li instead. He comments on the coincidence of their meeting and expresses gratitude for the previous day's events. Qin Li downplays the appreciation and suggests no need for such thanks. Chang Wen interjects by referring to Qin Li as a mute individual, and implies that Mayor Liu has confused him with someone else. Mayor Liu Zheng became upset and demanded to know who he was to make such comments. Chang Wen identifies himself as Chang Wen, the newly appointed chief of the section. Mayor Liu Zheng then turns to Qin Li and questions whether he has any issues with Chang Wen. Qin Li denies any problems and mentions that Chang Wen is his brother-in-law. He clarified that they were discussing the authenticity of the antique item. He examines the bowl and inquires whether it's a blue and white bowl. He turns to Hao Fengmao, an antique expert, and asks if he can take a look. Hao Fengmao observes the bowl and mentions that he hasn't appraised antiques lately. However, blue and white bowls used to be his specialty, and judging by the color, it appears to be a genuine Yuan dynasty piece. Chang Wen asserts his certainty, noting that he invested a substantial amount in it, and it seems Qin Li's doubts were unfounded. Qin Li, seeking further confirmation, asks Hao Fengmao if he also thinks it's an original piece. Hao Fengmao responds by questioning if Qin Li is doubting him and if he believes it's a fake. Qin Li asks if it's not the case. Hao Fengmao then explains why Mayor Liu praised Qin Li, stating that, indeed, it's a fake. While the blue and white bowl may appear genuine from a distance, upon closer inspection, it exhibits signs of forgery. He adds that although the design is intricate, it lacks an elegant touch, categorizing it as a high-quality fake. Moreover, he believes that this fake bowl had been placed in a grave alongside a deceased person and may even be cursed. Chu Qingyin questions Chang Wen about how he could give such a gift. Chang Wen responds that he genuinely had no knowledge about it. Hao Fengmao compliments Qin Li on the quality of the imitation and notes his discerning eye. He suggests having a drink together later. Mayor Liu Zheng agrees and invites Qin Li to be his guest. He also mentions that he was just about to request a meeting with Qin Li to discuss something. Qin Li conveys that his family should continue with their meal, and he will return shortly after concluding his meeting. Chu Qingyin comments to Hanning Chu that her son-in-law is in close contact with the mayor, and is much better than Chang Wen. She concurs, adding that they refrained from discussing this matter to avoid spoiling their relationship. However, Mayor Liu has visited them now. On the other side, Qin Li inquires about what Mayor Liu Zheng wants from him. Mayor Liu Zheng discloses that his father, whom Qin Li had previously cured, recently fell ill after visiting his house. Over the past few months, his wife, children, and he also started experiencing health issues, but when they went to the hospital, no medical cause could be identified. Mayor Liu Zheng requests Qin Li to check his pulse, to which Qin Li agrees. Qin Li examines Mayor Liu Zheng's pulse and realizes that his suspicions are correct. After assessing the pulse, he departs from the location. Mayor Liu Zheng calls him and inquires about the findings. Qin Li assures him not to worry, stating that he knows how to handle the situation. He promises to visit Mayor Liu Zheng's house after dinner to resolve the matter conclusively. He expresses his gratitude and agrees to wait for him at home. After a while, Qin Li helps Qingyin Chu's heavily intoxicated father into the car, enduring his abusive language. He instructs the others to proceed ahead while he steps out of the car. Once they depart, he checks his phone, realizing that Mayor Liu's house has been marked on the map, and he starts following the designated route. After some time, Liu Minghao and a group of thugs obstruct his path, and Liu Minghao declares that they have crossed paths once more, vowing to send him to hell today. Liu Minghao says to Qin Li that he's trash and suggests that if he cuts off both his hands today, he'll let him go. Qin Li responds calmly while looking at him and acknowledges that it's him. Liu Minghao assures Qin Li that he doesn't have to do anything and they will handle the rest. He then orders a group of thugs and promises to give them $50,000 for bringing one of Qin Li's hands. However, Qin Li defeats them all quickly, leaving Liu Minghao shocked. Liu Minghao wonders what's going on and why Qin Li is suddenly so strong. Qin Li then calls him to come closer and points a finger towards him. Liu Minghao refuses and runs away, declaring he won't come to Qin Li. Qin Li takes a deep breath and says, well, Mayor Liu Zheng's house should be in this direction. Qin Li walks toward Mayor Liu Zheng's house, and upon reaching there, he rings the bell. Mayor Liu Zheng opens the door and mentions that he has been waiting for Qin Li for a long time, inviting him inside. As he enters the house, Mayor Liu Zheng guides him to the room. Qin Li thinks the situation seems more serious than he anticipated but goes along with him. They arrive in a dark room, and Mayor Liu Zheng, looking worried, inquires about what's happening, mentioning that Xiao Jai is sick again. A woman in the room says Xiao Jai is floating in the air. Qin Li is shocked as he sees Xiao Jai floating, and Mayor Liu Zheng pleads with him to save his son. Qin Li assures them not to worry and says that he will save him, all the while noticing a shadow behind Xiao Jai. Qin Li uses his magic, and Xiao Jai falls back onto the bed. His parents rush to his side, and Qin Li warns them that it's not over yet, instructing them to stay away. He realizes that the source of the problem is inside his body, and the next step is to force it out and neutralize it. Liu Zheng's wife grabs his coat in anger, calling Qin Li trash and threatening him that if anything happens to Xiao Jai, she'll kill him. Qin Li tells her to be quiet. Qin Li is concerned that they have also been affected, and he needs to act quickly. He uses his needle magic again, and he regains consciousness, calling out to his mother. His mother rushes to him. Qin Li reassures them that he is fine now, but they need to find the source of this evil. Liu Zheng asks about the source of evil, and Qin Li sits down to check under the bed. He inquires if anything unpleasant has happened to their family recently or if they have received any unusual gifts. Qin Li answers that nothing unpleasant has happened recently, but he did receive a pair of stone lions, one of which is placed near the entrance. He quickly runs to the entrance, and Liu Zheng calls him from behind. He reaches the stone lion and believes he has found the source of all their problems. He takes out a stone from the lion's mouth. Liu Zheng asks if it's just this small rock, and Qin Li explains that this stone contains a very strong evil attachment. People come into contact with it every day when they enter or leave the house, and over time, they become affected. They become irritable and feel weak under the influence of the evil aura. Qin Li expresses his concern about the situation. Liu Zheng's wife also comes out and thanks him for saving her son today. She apologizes for what she said earlier. He responds it's okay as long as the kid is safe. Liu Zheng also expresses his gratitude and offers to have a driver take him back. But before he leaves, Liu Zheng has an idea and asks if he would like to open a medical clinic. He seems surprised and clarifies if it's a medical clinic. Liu Zheng explains that since he saved his family's life, he would like to set up a clinic as a token of his gratitude. He thanks Liu Zheng, thinking that if opening a medical clinic can help more people, it's not a waste of time. Moreover, he believes that if he ever finds his parents in the future, they'll be very happy for him. On his way home, he tells the driver to stop the car. The driver stops and asks if they have arrived already. He notices Qingyin on the roadside and wonders what she's doing here at this late hour. The driver also notices her and comments that he has a good eye, mentioning that she's a pretty young lady. Meanwhile, a girl in a black dress arrives, dressed seductively, and everyone on the road looks at her while she apologizes for keeping Qingyin waiting. He thinks that she must be meeting her best friend and wonders if he's overreacting. They both girls hug and kiss each other, leaving him surprised and thinking, what the hell is this? Has she replaced him with a woman? The two girls enter the bar, and the driver comments that Qin Li once again has a good eye for looking at girls. Qin Li responds that it's not what he thinks. The girl in the black dress asks Xiao to bring out a bottle of good wine and mentions missing Qingyin, saying she thought she had forgotten about her. They both take a seat at a table. She responds that she has been very busy lately and has had some work-related problems. The girl in the black dress mentions that work is never ending and suggests they forget about all the unpleasant things for the night and have fun. She agrees and proposes they get drunk. They raise their glasses for a toast. The black dress girl adds that she still remembers her situation and acknowledges that it was because of her trying to avoid a marriage that she ended up under so much pressure. She apologizes for that and suggests trying another drink. Qingyin drinks too much wine and loses her senses. The girl in the black dress takes her to a room where Liu Minghao is already waiting for them. He leads her to the bed, tells her not to blame him, locks the door, and moves closer to her while the black dress girl leaves. He says he can't help it because she doesn't want to divorce that piece of trash. He attempts to undress her while recording it, and suddenly there's a knock on the door. He asks who it is, and Qin Li responds that it's the security guard. He rushes to the door, saying it's not a bad job for a girl to get paid, and opens the door. He is shocked when he sees Qin Li and the black dress girl in an unconscious state. He questions how Qin Li got there and says not to misunderstand him, that Qingyin was drunk and he was just taking care of her. Qin Li punches him and throws him away. He approaches him while he is bleeding and asks how he wants to die. He bows down in front of him, begging for forgiveness this time, promising he will never show his face in front of both of them again. He says he won't do it again and points out that he has made him vomit blood. He replies all right, then get out and don't show up again, while he thanks him. As he runs out, he attempts to attack Qin Li from behind, saying go to hell. Qin Li grabs his hand and tells him that he let him go twice, but he never changed, so he shouldn't blame anyone but himself. He uses his needle power to knock him out and kicks him out of the room. He closes the door and looks at Qingyin, saying he's glad he ran into her today. He uses his needle treatment on her hand to wake her up, and she opens her eyes. He tells her that she's awake and asks how she feels. She replies that she feels like it and quickly gets up and slaps him. He protests, saying he just saved her life, and questions why she hit him. She accuses him of wanting to do something shameful to her and criticizes him for talking about saving her afterward, all the while looking at her torn dress. She declares that she won't believe his nonsense. He gets up and leaves, saying he didn't do anything to her, whether she believes it or not, and closes the door. She continues to abuse him while looking at the camera verbally. After a while, Qin Li is sitting in a park when his phone rings. He picks up the phone, and Liu Wan asks if it is this Qin Li. He recognizes her and confirms that he is indeed Qin Li. Liu Wan inquires why she is calling him at this late hour. She asks if he has more of the ointment he gave her last time and if he can make another batch with added skin whitening effects. Qin Li asks how many she wants, and he will need to return and prepare it. She suggests starting with 200 of them and assures him that 2 million will be deposited into his account. Qin Li agrees, saying there's no problem, but he mentions that his medicine doesn't cost that much. Liu Wan explains that she heard from his cousin that he'll need a lot of money to open a medical clinic, so she's willing to sponsor him. He smiles and expresses his gratitude for her generosity. Meanwhile, Qingyin arrives home and waits for Qin Li. The clock rings, indicating that it's 1 o'clock. She notices the time and thinks it's too late, and he's still not back. She wonders if he's angry because she misunderstood him today. Just as she ponders this, he enters the home. He discreetly attempts to sneak towards his room, but she inquires about what took him so long. He responds that he has work to do. She then tells him to pretend she didn't ask and tries to say something else. He questions what's wrong with her today, sensing that something isn't right as he walks toward his room. She laments that she's probably going to get fired from the company. Qingyin mentions that some colleagues often comment about Liu Wan in front of their managers. The management has talked to her several times and wants her to resign. Qin Li reassures her, saying it's okay if she leaves, she'll be fine. She expresses her concern, asking who will care for the family if she gets fired. Furthermore, it's not easy to find a new job these days. Qin Li steps in front of her, sits on the couch, and sips tea. He asks if she remembers when he was in the hospital before, treating Mayor Liu's father. She confirms that she remembers. He goes on to explain that he helped Mayor Liu's family once again, and they offered him a clinic. He adds that he has made some money by healing people, so if she's willing, she can help him run the clinic. He tells her not to worry too much. She contemplates the idea of a medical clinic and appreciates his comforting words as he heads upstairs. He informs her that it will be a while before the clinic opens and that he's going to sleep. He suggests she think about it and let him know when she's ready. She considers that she should thank him for his comfort and acknowledges that she has misunderstood him quite a bit. In fact, she wanted to apologize to him. The next morning, there's a knock at the Chu family house door and Qin Li wakes up. He goes downstairs, thinking that if meeting someone makes Qingyin Chu feel bad, it must be her. He opens the door and finds Tan Zijin, a college friend of both Qin Li and Qingyin Chu, standing there. She asks what he's waiting for and lets her in. Tan Zijin goes on to express her disapproval of Qingyin Chu marrying him, describing her as a flower in the dirt and suggesting that toads want to eat swan meat. Qin Li reflects that it can't be good for Tan Zijin to be here, considering she was a real pain in the past back at school. She then calls Qingyin Chu, urging her to hurry up as they are going out. They all head out with Qin Li behind the wheel and Tan Zijin and Qingyin Chu in the backseat. Qingyin Chu inquires about their destination for the day, and Tan Zijin responds that she'll see when they get there. She points out the location, and Qin Li stops the car in front of a massive building. She explains that it's a high-class auction where only the rich and famous are invited, and it's also the tallest building in the city. She hands the entry pass to the security guard and mentions that the driver in the back is also with them before going inside. She further explains that the most exciting thing at the auction is the stone auction, where he either makes twice as much as he bet or earns nothing, as she points toward the stones. She approaches Qin Li and whispers to him to buy a stone for Qingyin Chu as well. He responds that if she likes it, he'll buy it for her. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announces that the next auction item is a lapis lazuli stone, and the audience begins bidding. She tells Qingyin Chu to take a look at the stone while Qin Li is drawn to another stone that seems to interact with the aura in his body. He moves closer to touch it. On the other side, she tells her that Qin Li said he would buy the stone for her, and they should see if he's lying to her. She adds that if he lies to her again, she's going to kill him. Qingyin Chu tries to calm her down and asks where Qin Li is. He holds the stones in his hands and asks the salesgirl about the cost of this particular stone. She replies that these are just small pieces of old materials, and the price is 100 yuan just for him. He states that he has some coins and money for her, taking it out of his pocket and giving it to her. He tells her to use it to help cut the stone. Tan Zijin expresses disbelief that he went to the scrapyard, and she thinks he's just the same as always, finding his actions humiliating. She questions why he mentioned opening a medical clinic and raises her voice at Qin Li, asking how he could deceive her with just a few hundred. As the salesgirl cuts the stone, she is surprised by what she sees and exclaims it's done, and it's full green. The entire audience gathers to see it, and they comment on its remarkable green color, acknowledging it as the best one from the scrapyard and a stroke of luck. People try to buy it, but Qin Li insists he paid for it first, so they shouldn't take his stone. One person suggests selling it to him for 300,000 with a special gift, while another offers 500,000 and something in return. Tan Lao, Tan Zijin's father, who is the president of Tan Qi Jewelry in Yangcheng, states that this stone is worth at least 500,000. He asks Qin Li who he is and introduces himself as the king of jade in the city, known as Tan Lao. He proposes a 5 million offer for the stone. Qin Li responds by saying he bought the stone for his wife, so he should ask her. Tan Zijin is taken aback and exclaims, "Wow, that's the first time she has ever seen one like that, Dad. He's really spending so much money, isn't he?" Qingyin Chu gazes at the stone and remarks good jade should be given to those who know its true value. She adds that Uncle Tan Lao is the king of jade in Yangcheng, and it's an honor for her to meet him. Uncle Tan Lao chuckles and says that Qingyin Chu is quite eloquent. He mentions that his assistant will send her a check later and asks if he could take a look at the stone he just bought. Qin Li hands the stone to him and casually states, "Well, it's just an ordinary stone, nothing special." Qingyin Chu interjects, asserting that the item was selected by experts, and furthermore, it's Mr. Tan Lao, so there's no way that stone could be ordinary. Tan Lao laughs and remarks that jade is a stone, whether it's genuine or not, and one must examine it from the inside to be sure. His daughter, Tan Zijin, tells Qin Li that it's his first time there, and he's merely gambling, relying on luck. She adds that the stone is her father's favorite, and he wouldn't dare to tell lies. She threatens to see what he can say later. A person from inside comes and announces that it's been checked, and it's just a worthless stone. Tan Zijin questions how that's possible and insists that her father has never been wrong about anything. However, Tan Lao acknowledges that Qin Li was right in this case. He tells Qin Li that they still lack experts in jade at Tan Ki Jewelry and suggests that if he's interested, he can come and give it a try. Qin Li attempts to respond, but Tan Lao stops him, advising him not to answer too quickly and to think about it. He suggests that Qin Li can let him know his decision later as he exits. Tan Zijin inquires if the father is genuinely sure about this, to which he responds with a question, asking her what she thinks. Later, Qin Li is in the car with Qingyin Chu, driving toward their home. She questions when he learned to bet on stones. He replies that it's not difficult to learn from books, and he offers to teach her later if she wants. He hands her a check, but she throws it away and asks if he has been lying to her all this time. She questions why he pretends to be mute and act like a loser. She also asks when he is going to take her out for a ride again. He responds that it will be next Saturday. She thinks to herself that he's an idiot who can't even understand that she needs attention and love. Qin Li recalls what the older man told him, that as long as he practices with this book, he'll become famous after 10 years. The older man gave him a book and explained that it would take 100 years of blocking his Kai to build up an aura inside him. The older man called it his destiny, and the rest would be up to him. He mentioned they would meet again in the future. Qin Li returns to the present and assures her that he's not lying to her, and he's not dumb. She responds by saying that he doesn't have to explain, but she asks why he agreed to marry her in the first place. He counters with a question, asking if she doesn't remember what happened before. The story delves into a flashback where a punk bullies Qin Li by pouring soup on his head and taunting him about his special dish, which he can't respond to. Qingyin Chu intervenes, kicking the punk away and reprimanding him for bullying a weak person. Returning to the present, she recalls the past incident and says she remembers it now. Qin Li acknowledges this and reveals that when she asked him to marry her after graduation, he was actually quite happy, even though he knew he was just a shield for her. She asks if he has never resented her, to which he responds. He responds by asking how he could ever resent her. He mentions that the Chu family has never wronged him, and neither has she. In his heart, he has always regarded her as his wife. She thinks to herself, damn, why did he say that? He changes the subject, mentioning that he's opening his clinic tomorrow and suggests she should come and see it. She questions if he is joking, but he reassures her that he's serious and that saving lives isn't as easy as he might think. He adds that he's just treating people with normal diseases, so she shouldn't worry. She turns her face away and remarks that if something were to happen, no one would go to jail for him. He wonders why he can't understand that she's worried about him. The scene shifts to the opening ceremony of Qin Li's medical clinic. Chu Qingyin remarks that the Chu family has a good son-in-law, and she admits that she doesn't even know when Qin Li became a doctor. Her husband chuckles and agrees, mentioning that even if Qin Li suddenly opened a medical clinic, he shouldn't try to cheat people. Qingyin Chu's father intervenes, urging everyone not to worry. He explains that his son-in-law is a man of many secrets and mentions that he heard Qin Li helped Mayor Liu's family not long ago. Mayor Liu insisted on assisting Qin Li in opening a medical clinic so that they couldn't refuse. He suggests they have some tea and snacks. Cheng Wen, however, questions Qin Li, asking if he thinks he'll be fine just because he knows Mayor Liu. He criticizes Qin Li for daring to open a medical clinic, calling him crazy. Qin Li responds by saying that he doesn't understand how a medical clinic can be so dangerous to people. Cheng Wen reiterates that Qin Li should not forget that his place is under his men's inspection, reminding him of the embarrassment he caused in front of Mayor Liu during their last encounter. Meanwhile, Mayor Liu arrives and greets Qin Li, congratulating him on opening a clinic. Liu Wen also extends her congratulations, and Qin Li thanks them both. His family members are all surprised to see Mayor Liu. Cheng Wen recalls toasting with Qin Li at the banquet and finds it remarkable that Mayor Liu came to congratulate him. He questions the relationship between them. Liu Wen comments on how great the place looks, and Qin Li warmly welcomes them. Qingyin Chu points out that he was sarcastic just a moment ago, and is now not saying anything. After a while, they hear a voice from outside, someone pleading for help to save his son. Mayor Liu inquires about the situation, and they all go outside to investigate. They find a person holding his son in his arms and desperately calling for assistance. Qin Li steps forward and instructs people to make way because he's a doctor. He assesses the condition of the severely ill child, Hu Lang. Han Ying-chu expresses concern about the child's health and urges Hu Lang to take him to the hospital. His father-in-law agrees, suggesting that Qin Li might be unable to cure him. Chu Qingyin remarks that it appears they're about to close the place, while Cheng Wen suggests they wait to see how it will turn out. Hu Lang's father cries and pleads with Qin Li to save his son. Qin Li assures him that he will save his son and instructs them to bring him into the clinic. They transport Hu Lang to the hospital, and Qin Li examines him using his magical abilities. He observes that his son's stomach is in a worse condition and concludes that he is poisoned. Qin Li asks what the child was fed. Hu Lang's father insists that it's impossible and states that their neighbors always take good care of his child. Han Ying-chu, however, criticizes him, calling him an irresponsible father for relying on the neighbors to look after his child. Overcome with grief, he explains that his wife passed away at a young age, and he had to earn money for his son's education. Qin Li notices that the boy's face is turning black, and his breathing is faint, symptoms that resemble poisoning. Hu Lang starts coughing. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers outside the clinic, and Dr. Tang Bohui inquires if they've heard that this doctor recently obtained his medical license and had the audacity to open a clinic to treat patients. Another person questions if he's just received his medical license and is trying to deceive people. The crowd demands the clinic be closed and Hu Lang be taken to the hospital immediately, while Chu Qingyin and Cheng Wen laugh. King Yin-chu thinks about Qin Li, and Hu Lang's father accuses Qin Li of trying to harm his son. Qin Li shouts that Hu Lang's condition is critical and there's no time to waste. He attempts to carry the child, who begins vomiting blood. He urges the father to step aside and assures him not to scare Hu Lang because his father is with him. Qin Li employs his needle magic, concentrating all his power, and throws a needle at Hu Lang. He recites a spell, and Hu Lang regains consciousness, vomits out the poisonous food, and recovers his senses. Hu Lang's father becomes overjoyed and hugs his son, apologizing to him. Hu Lang expresses his hunger and desire to eat roasted pork. His father agrees and suggests they buy it. Qin Li reassures them that Hu Lang is fine now, but if they have any doubts, they can go to the hospital for a checkup. Hu Lang's father becomes emotional and calls him a real doctor, expressing his gratitude. Someone in the crowd remarks that they initially thought Qin Li was a rookie but didn't expect him to be this skilled. A woman comments on how he genuinely saved the boy's life. Liu Minghao stands nearby and observes the situation. He curses, unable to believe that Qin Li saved the boy's life, which has garnered him an undeserved reputation. He realizes that he had mixed a significant amount of pesticide in the drink he gave to the boy. Dr. Tang Bohui approaches him and advises him to take it easy and let the boy live a little longer. A person joyfully leaves the clinic and calls his wife, telling her he has encountered a great doctor and they'll conceive tonight. Qin Li stands at the backyard gate and mentions that he's exhausted. He locks the door and prepares to leave. However, he notices someone in the backyard and asks if she's there to see a doctor because she appears to be seriously injured. Yan King attempts to attack, but Qin Li quickly intervenes, explaining that he's a doctor. She collapses unconscious. Qin Li acknowledges that it seems he'll have to work overnight, and he lifts her and carries her inside. He contacts King Yin-chu and explains that he has a patient who is somewhat challenging to treat. She inquires whether he won't be returning home tonight. He apologizes and informs her that he'll be spending the night at the clinic. She responds with frustration, exclaiming that he might as well live at the clinic for the rest of his life. He contemplates buying her a gift the next time. He proceeds to treat the injured girl, removing bullets from her body, including her necklace. Upon seeing the necklace, he recognizes it as MI-19, the 19th Division, and ponders its significance. Liang King reflects on the various units within MI-16, specializing in tasks such as information theft, weapons, technology security breaches, and shaping public opinion. MI-19, however, is the most unique division. She issues orders for her team to move and leaps from the building. As she falls, a person warns her that she's now marked for extermination by the 19th Division. She yells out no and regains consciousness, realizing she's not dead. Qin Li informs her that he saved her, but had he been just 2 minutes late, there would have been nothing he could do. She gets up and attempts to leave, and he questions her destination. She explains that she doesn't have a home, so she doesn't know where she's going. He mentions that he requires an assistant and offers her the opportunity to stay at the clinic. He promises to pay her each month, though the amount won't be substantial, starting with 5 grand. She expresses her dedication, stating that her life is now dedicated to helping him, and she's willing to do anything for him. He suggests that she should stay at the clinic to recover. Just then, Tan Zijin knocks on the door and loudly calls out for Qin Li to open up. He attempts to open the door, but she beats him to it and accidentally hits the door against his face. She asks him where he is and tells him to come with her. He places his hand on his face, surprised that she came to see him so early in the morning, and inquires if she's feeling unwell. She inspects him and comments on his appearance, suggesting that he's the one who appears unwell. She reveals her purpose for visiting, which is to request his representation of Tan Ki jewelry in the jade contest. She takes hold of his tie and doesn't let him protest, instructing him to accompany her. The scene transitions to Jiangcheng's gambling palace, where Tan Zijin, along with Qin Li, arrives. She contacts her father, who warmly welcomes Qin Li and shakes his hand, expressing his delight at his presence. He apologizes for any wait they experienced, and Tan Lao, her father, chuckles and assures him that there's no need to apologize. He then explains that he'll need Qin Li's assistance for the jade contest, which involves stone gambling, and he wants Qin Li to serve as his advisor. Qin Li responds, affirming that he has personally witnessed Qin Li's abilities and expressing his confidence that Qin Li can assist him in the contest. He proceeds to explain the two sections of the jade competition, which involve gambling and carving. In this competition, the highest bidder emerges as the victor, and he points out a stone labeled as number 12, described as a full green stone. He then introduces 3 team members, emphasizing that he has carefully selected each member and he relies on all 4 of them to aid him in the stone gambling event. Tan Zijin mentions to Qin Li that her father has invested a substantial amount of money in this competition, and if they manage to secure a place in the top 3, Qin Li will also receive payment. Tan Lao responds that it's a good deal, and if Qin Li assists him in winning the competition, he's willing to offer an additional 10% share of Tan Ki's total shares. Tan Zijin emphasizes that she's Qingyin Chu's best friend and implies that she could speak highly of Qin Li to her. Qin Li agrees to do his best. They all enter the stone gambling plaza, where Zhao Lin inquires if Qin Li genuinely wants to select that particular stone. Qin Li confirms that now that he's present, he'd like to test his luck. Lao Zhu says that since he's in a good mood, Mr. Qin Li, here's the rest of their $1,000, so take it and hand over the credit card to him. Qin Li takes it and expresses his surprise, mentioning that he thought it was millions. Zhao Lin asks if he has ever seen that much money, reminding him that they already gave him $1,000 and there's no need to insist on more. Qin Li states that he's not qualified to choose the stone as they move away. Qin Li looks around at the stones, realizing they are all too costly, and he thinks this stone is too precious. Qin Li is taken aback by the situation. The lady at the counter inquires whether he would like to purchase the stone. Just then, Lao Zhu passes by with his friend and affirms that, indeed, the stone is valued at nearly $5 million. She asks Qin Li once more. He confirms, stating that the card is also made of solid gold and is worth at least $50,000, which should cover the cost of the stone. She agrees to the transaction. Lao Zhu and his friends approach Qin Li, asking about the stone he bought and whether he expects to win first place. Wang Kao advises against buying a pebble. Lao Zhu suggests that Qin Li should return home, as not everyone can work for Mr. Tan. Qin Li responds, expressing uncertainty about whether the stone he purchased will be highly rated, but he wouldn't have done it if it weren't for Mr. Tan. Just then, Mr. Tan Lao arrives and inquires whether they have all completed their stone selections. Lao Zhu proudly states that this time, they have acquired the 2 best stones for the competition, ensuring their place in the top 3 and establishing their reputation. Mr. Tan Lao examines the stones in their possession and reflects that these 2 stones indeed appear to be of excellent quality, with a promising surface and likely fine internal quality. Qianzong appears and confronts Mr. Tan Lao, expressing surprise at his return to gambling after having lost to him in their previous encounter. He questions whether Mr. Tan Lao still doesn't consider the previous loss sufficient. Mr. Tan Lao dismisses the concerns, asserting that how he spends his money is not a matter of worry for others. He remarks that he never expected to reach a point where he would have to rely on new individuals for assistance, and it appears that there are truly no longer any remaining staff at Tan Ki Jewelry. He advises Tao Lao to pack his bags and depart, as it would spare him from embarrassment. He believes that in the capital of Jiangcheng, there is no place for Tao Lao, and he should return to Yangcheng. Lao Zhu reassures Tao Lao, stating that he should not be concerned and leave the matter to him. He is confident that they will defeat the other individual. After some time, the stone gambling commences, and Xin Ran announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, for those of them participating in this jade contest, please pay attention. Let's now commence the stone gambling segment of the competition. She, the host of the competition, instructs all the participants to come to the stage and prepare themselves. Mr. Tan Lao inquires Qin Li about the location of the stones he brought. Lao Zhu dismissively comments on the $20,000 piece of garbage he has, expressing his incredulity. Zhao Lin deems his actions as crazy. Tan Lao reflects on how what he possesses is deemed scrap at this price point, concluding that Qin Li is still too young and he had made a mistake in his judgment of him. Xin Ran announces that the first contestant has unveiled 2 pieces of old glass green, and there's another piece that turns out to be glass royal green, which is stunningly beautiful. Spectators begin to place bets, with one offering 38 million while another goes as high as 42 million, expressing their certainty of acquiring this stone. Lao Zhu reflects on the high price fetched by the first contestant's cut stone and notes that the competition has only just begun. Xin Ran remarks that today's competition is exceptionally fierce, with the current top prices being 63 million, 52 million, and 42 million. The last contestant, Mr. Tan, has brought his own stones for the competition. Lao Zhu selects a stone from his collection, anticipating it must be green. Qin Li believes that millions of dollars have been futilely spent. When they cut Lao Zhu's stone, everyone is taken aback by what they see and declares it to be nothing more than a piece of worthless trash. Lao Zhu is shocked and inquires, how is that possible, and 5 million in stones, all gone? People in the crowd begin to gossip, with one person remarking, what kind of scrap stones are these? Another adds, with a vision like that, it's a miracle he's still alive today. Xin Ran declares that she never anticipated the 2 most expensive stones purchased would turn out to be of no value, deeming the contestant from Tan Ki Jewelry a major letdown. Mr. Tan acknowledges that it's all over. Qin Li stands up, and Xin Ran intervenes, stating, wait, there's a stone that hasn't been cut yet. Mr. Tan interjects, advising Qin Li not to approach the stage and embarrass himself. Nonetheless, they proceed to cut Qin Li's stones, and Xin Ran makes the announcement. She reveals that it's imperial green, describing it as an ordinary stone that has transformed into imperial green. She thought the competition was already decided. Lao Zhu exclaims that it only costs $20,000, yet it's a full green stone, and they are extremely fortunate. Mr. Tan speculates that if the 5 million had been in Qin Li's possession, he might have secured victory for Tan Ki Jewelry. She lets out a scream and questions what Qin Li is doing as he begins cutting the jade. Mr. Tan rushes to intervene, and he is taken aback to find another jade inside. Xin Ran expresses her disbelief, wondering aloud about what she is witnessing. It's a jade encased within the previous one, and there's even a piece of blood jade inside the green jade. The last piece of blood jade sold for $1 billion. Everyone is left stunned upon hearing this. Qin Li removes it and proclaims that it's Mr. Tan's final jade. Xin Ran announces this is a rare jade among all jades, and it's a natural blood jade that takes thousands of years to form, and it's worth more than his life to see this piece of jade come into being. Everyone starts betting, and one says he will give him 90 million, and the other says he will give him 100 million, and the other one says he will take this jade and he will give him 120 million. Jiang Jun says this man has unearthed a rare blood jade. His grandfather coughs, and he says he seems to be getting worse and worse. He says he does not know if he will still be able to. The jade sold for $2 billion. Xin Ran offers congratulations to Tan Ki Jewelry for emerging as the competition's victor with an auction price of $2 billion. She remarks that this competition has truly been eye-opening, and the $2 billion sale price will become a legendary achievement that will never be surpassed. Mr. Tan expresses his gratitude to Qin Li, emphasizing that without him, Tan Ki Jewelry's reputation would have been tarnished. He apologizes for doubting Qin Li. Qin Li responds with humility, assuring Mr. Tan that he didn't take it personally. As a gesture of apology, he announces that he will give all the money from the jade sale to him. Tan Zijin intervenes, insisting he is their honored guest and that they are now making a name for themselves in this competition. He believes that they will establish a strong presence in Jiang province. Just then, a bald person approaches, hands him an invitation, and informs him that Jiang Jun from the contest organizer has invited him to the Jiang family, and he must attend. He takes a seat in the car and contemplates about Jiang Jun. The driver lets him know they have arrived. At the Jiang family residence, a guard informs Jiang Jun that Mr. Qin has arrived. The bald man directs Qin Li, saying, "This way, please," then knocks at the door and announces, "Mr. Qin is here." Jiang Jun opens the door and expresses his delight at Qin Li's arrival, inviting him inside. Qin Li apologizes for the late hour invitation and inquires about the occasion. Jiang Jun downplays the importance of the meeting, stating that he's merely curious about one thing. He mentions that Qin Li continued cutting after the first jade appeared and asks if he was aware of the presence of blood jade hidden inside. Qin Li explains that as he handled the jade, he felt warmth in his hand and noticed something unusual. His curiosity led him to attempt to cut it open. Jiang Jun comprehends and requests that Qin Li find him another jade. Jiang Jun's grandfather, Jiang Guozhang, continuously coughs. Qin Li observes him. He asks if there is anything peculiar about his condition. Qin Li responds honestly, expressing concern that his condition is quite severe and requires treatment. He expresses surprise at his medical expertise. Qin Li explains that he has opened a medical clinic in Yangcheng and, with Jiang Guozhang's permission, offers to check his pulse. Jiang Jun inquires if he is a traditional doctor. Jiang Guozhang reveals their unsuccessful search for a cure and, given his medical background, sees no harm in allowing him to examine the patient. Qin Li proceeds to check his pulse, all the while realizing that the malevolent aura is on the brink of consuming his essence. He initiates the treatment. After 1 hour, Jiang Guozhang reports feeling significantly more comfortable. Qin Li clarifies that he has only temporarily alleviated his condition, and to eliminate it completely, they need to search for the cause within Mr. Jiang himself. Jiang Jun explains that he has always taken care of his grandfather, and he rarely ventures outside. Qin Li inquires if they have recently acquired any treasures, to which he mentions a jade pillow. Qin Li deduces that the jade pillow was likely taken from a tomb and could lead to illness due to prolonged physical contact. Jiang Guozhang realizes that this explains why he feels so cold when sleeping on it. Jiang Jun expresses his gratitude for Qin Li's medical expertise and states that regardless of whether he can locate the blood jade, the Jiang family is willing to grant one of his requests. Qin Li responds with appreciation, stating that saving lives is his duty, and he can also assist in locating the blood jade. However, he has one request of his own. Jiang Jun assures Qin Li that the Jiang family will not delay in helping. He presents a picture of his parents, mentioning that they have been missing for 10 years, and he has received no news about them. Jiang Jun acknowledges that it may take some time but assures him that he will do his utmost to assist. Qin Li expresses his reliance on his help. He explains that he is actively searching for the blood jade. Qin Li reassures him, saying that he will send it to him as soon as he finds it. He expresses his gratitude and hands over a card with 200 million, considering it an advance payment for the jade, and expresses his appreciation if it is found. Qin Lin promises to contact him once he locates the blood jade. He thanks him and reflects on whether the Jiang family can restore its former glory, believing it to be the only path forward. The scene shifts to the next day. Qin Li awakens and reflects that he is pleased to be back, as it appears that the doctor's office requires someone to oversee it. An older man arrives and informs Qin Li that he has been experiencing headaches lately. He requests Qin Li to examine him. Qin Li invites him inside to begin the examination. At that moment, an individual dressed in green announces the arrival of Mr. Tang himself, emphasizing that this is an unmissable opportunity with guaranteed quality. The older man inquires if Mr. Tang is the best traditional Chinese doctor in the city. A person dressed in green confirms that he is indeed the best, given their century-old medical school's reputation, which cannot be compared to some other medical clinics. The older man approaches Mr. Tang and expresses his intention to sign up. He mentions the rumor about Dr. Qin selling fake medicines and disappearing 2 days ago, only to return today. The older man seeks confirmation of this information. Qin Li, visibly irritated, questions the consequences of spreading false information about him to his face. He claims to have only heard about it. Just then, the owner of Tang's Chinese medicine arrives and advises against arguing with an apprentice. He expresses his impatience, asserting that he has been practicing medicine for decades, and now even young individuals dare to call themselves traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He inquires about the situation and approaches the older man, offering his assistance. Removing his cap, he acknowledges the challenge and admits that he is unfamiliar with this particular disease. He asks if he can cure it. Mr. Tang contemplates the situation, realizing that this is the first time he has encountered this disease in his decades of practice. He suggests a simple and straightforward treatment, cleaning the pustules and draining them. However, Qin Li intervenes, cautioning that the older man's condition requires treatment with a hot needle, and mishandling it could jeopardize his life. Mr. Tang dismisses his input, asserting that he doesn't need someone like him to teach him how to treat a disease. Qin Li insists that puncturing the pustules is not a viable solution, revealing the condition to be a variant of viral herpes. He proceeds to pinch the pustules, causing the older man to scream in pain. Mr. Tang becomes bewildered by the situation. Qin Li instructs him to step aside, but he asserts that the patient is under his care, and Qin Li has no right to interfere. In response, Qin Li slaps him, rebuking him for treating patients as tools and asserting that individuals like him don't deserve to be called doctors. He retrieves his needles, reflecting that older man Tang's prior actions may have punctured the vital energy, and he is uncertain if it's too late. He carefully pinches the needle between the old man's head. He realizes that the situation is not ideal, as treating the poison in the body, compounded by old man Tang's needle misuse, has caused the patient's internal cold to affect his heart, depleting his vital energy. And this treatment approach is the only way to attempt to address the issue. The old man regains consciousness. Qin Li admonishes Mr. Tang, branding him as a disgrace to traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Tang becomes angry and challenges him, questioning his audacity to challenge him in a matter as crucial as saving lives. He declares that the first one to make a mistake will have to leave traditional Chinese medicine forever. Qin Li accepts the challenge. After a while, a crowd gathers around the clinic, and a passerby inquires if something is happening. Another person informs them that Qin Li's clinic is going to compete with the renowned Yangcheng Dr. Tang Bohuai in treating diseases. A lady comments that it will be entertaining. People began to form groups, some around Tang Bohuai and others around Qin Li, seeking treatment. One of Qin Li's patients praises his skill, stating that he felt much better after the treatment. Another person agrees, expressing surprise at the young Dr. Qin's medical proficiency. Mr. Tang Bohuai reflects on his over 30 years of medical practice, believing that he hasn't made a single mistake. He calls the next patient and examines him, identifying the disease. Meanwhile, a woman with green hair approaches Qin Li, complaining of dizziness and chest swelling. She expresses her inability to endure it any longer and grasps Qin Li's hand. Qin Li gently moves his hand and assures her not to worry, as he will first check her pulse. He examines her pulse and finds it to be steady and strong, with all 5 organs in their proper places, indicating no signs of disease. Suddenly, a peculiar noise captures his attention. Mr. Tang Bohuai's patient experiences intense pain, causing concern among those nearby. A doctor inquires about his condition, and he informs them that the patient is in critical condition and needs immediate hospitalization. A girl promptly calls the urgent care center for assistance. Mr. Tang Bohuai's patient suggests going to Qingyin Clinic to consult a doctor, expressing his distrust in Tang, the Chinese medicine doctor. Another woman agrees, labeling Dr. Tang as unreliable and stating that they should have visited Qingyin Clinic if they had known. Just then, Qin Li's patient, the green-haired woman, complains of dizziness and collapses unconscious. A passerby remarks that someone needs to attend to her. Mr. Tang warns Qin Li not to become overconfident, as he believes he won't be able to cure her, resulting in a draw between them. Qin Li examines the situation and concludes that there is only one way to treat her, by using a large needle. He emphasizes the need for extreme care, as pricking the wrong place could potentially lead to her becoming crippled. Preparing to proceed, he counts down, but the woman suddenly gets up, revealing that she is not actually ill and was sent there by Dr. Tang. She requests to be allowed to leave. Qin Li questions Mr. Tang if he has lost. Mr. Tang Bohuai assures Qin Li not to worry, as he is a renowned doctor in Yangcheng, and even Liu Zheng had to make concessions to him. Qin Li questions whether this famous doctor resorted to dirty tricks to sabotage the competition, asserting that he doesn't deserve to be called a doctor. He also vows to remember this and seek revenge in the future. After a while, Qin Li enters his clinic, and his assistant Liang King offers to deal with the situation involving Mr. Tang. He inquires if she has fully recovered. She expresses her gratitude for his concern, confirming that she is fine. She assures him that if there is anything he needs her to do, he should just let her know. Qin Li informs her that she can recover from her injuries at his clinic and mentions that there is something he will need her to do in a few days. Just then, Qin Li's phone rings. He answers the call, and the person on the other side explains that she was tasked by Mr. Jiang to provide him with information about the source of raw stones. She mentions that the goods are expected to arrive in Yangcheng within a week and that there's another matter she would like to discuss with Mr. Qin, which could be mutually beneficial. He agrees to meet and talk, and she confirms that she will send the exact time and place to his cell phone before ending the call. Meanwhile, at Tang Bohuai's house, Tang Bohuai watches the news on TV. The news broadcast reports that the previous day, 2 herbalists in Yangcheng had engaged in a medical sparring match, and Tang Bohuai, the owner of Tang's Chinese medicine, had publicly declared defeat and announced his withdrawal from the medicine profession. As a result, the entire Tang family faced unprecedented criticism. In anger, Tang Bohuai smashes a cup and orders the TV to be turned off. Just then, Liu Minhao knocks at the door and inquires if Dr. Tang is present. Initially, he claims he is not there and tells him to leave. Liu Minhao responds by suggesting that he can offer a way to seek revenge and destroy Qin Li. This prompts Tang Bohuai to open the door. Liu Minhao hands him a piece of paper and explains that it contains something only he can do. He inquires about its contents, asking if it's a prescription. Qin Li suggests going for a walk together, mentioning that it would be beneficial for her recovery. He also hopes that she can complete the small task he has assigned to her. Liang King expresses her gratitude for his concern and assures him that she will fulfill the task. Qin Li tells her not to take it too seriously, as it's just about buying an apartment. After a while, he inquires about Liang King's age when she began her training and asks about her parents. She explains that she grew up in a training camp from the age of 3 and has no recollection of her parents. Qin Li empathizes with the hardships she must have faced entering the army at such a young age and suggests that she shouldn't sleep on the floor anymore. She responds with an okay. They approach a stall, and Qin Li notices a dagger. Liang King inquires if he intends to buy the dagger, to which the shopkeeper mentions that he stumbled upon it and offers to sell it for $500. Qin Li decides to purchase the dagger. Later, Liang King questions if the dagger is a valuable treasure, and Qin Li tells her she will find out soon. He takes out a lighter and begins to burn the dagger, surprising her. She comments that it doesn't seem like an ordinary dagger. Qin Li asks if she likes it and tells her it's for her. Grateful, she thanks him. His phone rings, and he answers the call, inquiring about the situation from Qingyin Chu. She informs him that Zitan has been captured. He hands the card to Liang King, explaining that something has occurred at home, and instructs her to find a house on her own, providing the card's password is 628. She questions whether she is to choose the house, and he confirms, expressing his trust in her judgment. Qin Li then departs from the scene. He reassures Qingyin Chu, saying, "Don't be afraid," and asks if she can provide him with the details. Meanwhile, at the suburban racing circuits, Fang Xiao defeats Zitan Chu and tells her it's her own fault. He warned her to behave and not annoy him by pretending to be innocent there. He adds that he now wants not only her but also the Chu family's property. She calls him shameless. One of Fang Xiao's men alerts him to someone's arrival. Qin Li arrives in his car and announces that he's there to pay the ransom. Fang Xiao's man comments that it seems he's the one. She wonders why her underachiever brother-in-law is here and what he plans to do against them all alone. Fang Xiao remarks that Qin Li had to come all this way to place the money on the ground and can leave now. Qin Li drops the bag and expresses his belief that paying the ransom should result in Zitan's release. He questions why they lack honor when it comes to kidnapping people. Their reaction is laughter as they mock him, calling him a laughingstock. Fang Xiao mentions that the Chu family is quite daring, and he clarifies his intention to take both the money and Zitan. He instructs his man to bring the money. Fang Xiao's man picks up the bag, telling Qin Li that he's come for nothing and can now go home. He further mentions that they will take care of his sister-in-law and send her back when they are done enjoying her. Enraged, Qin Li kicks the man and throws him away. This infuriates the group, and Fang Xiao orders them to get rid of Qin Li. They move in to attack him, but Qin Li easily incapacitates them. Fang Xiao questions if he's a monster. Qin Li seizes him by the neck, throws him to the ground, and prepares to strike him. Fang Xiao pleads not to hit him in the face, but Qin Li disregards this and lands a blow. Zitan Chu watches in disbelief, wondering if this is the same useless brother-in-law she knows. Zitan Chu wonders when he becomes as powerful as he knocks out all the punks and her ex-boyfriend, Fang Xiao. He goes over to her, unties her, and urges her to leave quickly so her family won't worry. She thanks him and mentions that it hurts when he tries to undo the ropes. After untying her, he gets up and starts to leave, but she calls out to him. He asks what's wrong. She hesitates for a moment and then says that there's a sorority event at her school next month, and she asks if he would like to attend. She quickly adds that he shouldn't overthink it. She is just afraid that these people might seek revenge, so she wants him to come with her. He thinks it's a surprise, and she's inviting him to a sorority event. He replies that he'll be there on time. The scene shifts to the next day when Qin Li goes to the clinic. Liang King tells Qin Li that the task he asked her to do is completed, and he can check it out at Tianhao's office today. He is surprised and thinks that it was fast. He realizes it's time to provide Qingyin Chu with a home, and living at her family's house all the time isn't such a good idea. He goes out and asks her to come along and go right now. She agrees, follows him, and sits in the car. His phone rings, and he picks it up. Mr. Jiang Jun informs Qin Li that he has good news for him. He has bought 10 stores in Jiangcheng to give him as traditional Chinese medicine centers, and they are already in his name while he is watering plants. Qin Li starts to cough upon hearing that and asks about the 10 stores. He is told not to be surprised, and it's mentioned that they are still under renovation. Qin Li thanks him, and he is acknowledged as a great benefactor to the Jiang family. He's also reminded that they are still waiting for him to come to Jiangcheng. Then, he will buy a villa for him. Qin Li mentions that he has already bought a villa and doesn't want him to waste his money. They arrive at the Tianhao building, where the staff welcomes them. Miss Yang asks Liang Qing why she is here so suddenly and why she didn't see Mr. Qin Li with her. Liang Qing introduces Qin Li and mentions that he is her boss and the buyer of Villa Sky One. Miss Yang asks if he's the buyer of the top luxury Villa Sky One and assumes he might be pretending to be rich. She mentions that Mr. Zhao also wants to buy Villa Sky One and is willing to offer her $500,000 as a gift. She informs them that what he ordered has already been resold and asks them to leave so she can return their deposit. Liang Qing is frustrated and explains that she's the one who paid the deposit in advance, questioning why it was resold to someone else. She responds by saying that Sky One is their most luxurious villa, and it is clearly reserved for the most distinguished guests. He questions the credibility of Tianhao, to which she retorts that someone like him, pretending to be rich, is not qualified to live in their villa. Jiang Chuxu, the half-sister of Jiang Jun, the director of Tianhao Villa, arrives and inquires if it's true that Tianhao only serves noble and high-status guests. Miss Yang demands to know what she's doing there, and Jiang Chuxu approaches her and slaps her. She declares that Mr. Qin Li is the most distinguished guest at Tianhao and greets him, introducing herself as the director of Tianhao, Jiang Chuxu. She mentions that she saw his photo at Jiang Jun's place. She shakes his hand and reveals that she was the one who contacted him on the phone regarding the source of the raw stone. He is surprised to learn that it was her. She apologizes for any trouble her people may have caused him, and he assures her it's okay. Miss Yang interjects and asks if Mr. Qin Li knows Ms. Jiang. He approaches Miss Yang and emphasizes that it's not important who he is, but he requests that she not sell his villa to anyone else in the future. She apologizes and promises not to do so. He informs her that he'll return once she's completed all the necessary procedures and then exits. Jiang Chuxu contacts him to apologize for the delay and assures him that she will personally handle the arrangements for the villa. He leaves the scene, and she instructs her guards to capture Miss Yang and declares that she doesn't want to see her again from that day on. The guards comply and take Miss Yang away. A lady brings the police to Qin Li Clinic and causes a scene, claiming that this is the same clinic that sold fake drugs and disfigured her face. Another lady supports her, stating that she also had a negative experience after taking his medicine. All of the ladies present have numerous pimples on their faces. Qin Li arrives and inquires about the large gathering. The first lady spots him and exclaims that he is the fake doctor, demanding his arrest. She exclaims that he is finally here, the fake medicine seller, while he wonders about the fake medicine. She claims that her face's condition is due to the skincare products he sold, pointing to her worsened complexion. He thinks about the skincare products and how he gave 200 of them to Liu Wan, and he suspects a connection. She tells the police that he's a swindler trying to steal their money and insists on his arrest. The police ask him to come with them. Liang Qing steps in front of Qin Li and inquires about their intentions. They explain that they need to bring this kind of swindler in for questioning. Another cop orders him not to move and raises his hands. He reassures them and states that he's merely trying to find a witness regarding the skincare products, handing his phone to the police. The police officers ask for the identity of the witness and speak with the person on the phone, introducing him as a police officer from the Yangcheng Police Department. He clarifies that Qin Li doesn't sell fake skincare products. Liu Wan is shocked and questions the idea of fake skincare products. She rushes to the clinic and asks Qin Li about the new skincare product. He expresses his confusion since he had already provided her with all the ointments. She laughs and explains that she has used up all the previous ointments and admires her skin, suggesting that Qin Li might have created a new ointment. She then asks the ladies who used Qin Li's medicine if they think they can afford its price. A police officer approaches Liu Wan and inquires if what she mentioned on the phone is true. She solemnly swears as a lawyer that everything she says is accurate and hands over her business card. They accept her card and assure her that they will thoroughly investigate the matter. They emphasize that if they find anyone lying, whether it's her or someone else, that person will face legal consequences. The ladies become fearful, and the officers demand an explanation for what's happening. The lady agrees to explain and shows them a prescription. She reveals that a man named Tang provided them with this prescription and promised them $100,000 if they accuse Qin Li's clinic. Qin Li realizes that it's him. The scene shifts to Dr. Tang Baoluai and Liu Minghao's place, where they are playing chess. Liu Minghao moves his piece and declares checkmate. Dr. Tang Baoluai compliments his move and remarks that he's quite a skilled chess player. He adds that he's planning to deal with that kid, Qin Li, right away. Liu Minghao responds that he's even better and mentions how he created those ointments that caused people to develop pimples all over their faces in just half an hour, which was quite impressive. They both share a laugh. Suddenly, there's a knocking on the door. Dr. Tang Baoluai goes to check, and Qin Li keeps ringing the doorbell persistently. Annoyed, he shouts that he's coming and asks who is at the door, trying to see through the peephole. Meanwhile, Qin Li kicks the door, breaking it, and throws Dr. Tang Baoluai aside. He enters and addresses Dr. Tang, telling him that this is a serious injury and asking if he can take a look. At the same time, Liu Minghao questions whether Qin Li has been arrested by the police and tries to grab his gun. Qin Li reveals that it turns out the person behind the scenes was actually him, and he gets up, pointing his gun towards Liu Minghao. Liang King steps forward and punches Liu Minghao, thinking about who he is to play with a gun. He asks her what she is going to do now. Qin Li approaches and reassures her, saying he's just checking if he can still move, so she shouldn't be nervous. The police arrive and arrest both of them. A police officer apologizes to Qin Li, admitting he almost wronged him today, but assures him that he won't face any more trouble in the future. Qin Li accepts the apology and checks his phone, finding a message from Jiang Chuxu. She informs him that his villa is ready to move in and apologizes by reserving a place at the Merlin residence for him this afternoon. He tells Liang King that he has to go to work in the afternoon and asks her to continue the case with these two guys. She agrees, and he departs. The scene shifts to the Merlin residence, and Qin Li knocks on the door. Miss Jiang Chuxu opens the door and greets him. She invites him in, offers him a seat, and points to a French black tea that was prepared for today. She suggests that he try it. Additionally, she mentions that the paperwork for the villa has been completed and hands him a file of documents. She explains that as soon as he signs and pays the final payment, the villa will be his. Qin Li expresses his gratitude. Then, she introduces Jiang Zi, the general manager of the Yongcheng branch of the Jiang Group. Jiang Zi stands up, bows before Qin Li, and greets him. Qin Li is surprised and asks about the cooperation. Jiang Zi introduces himself, stating that he's one of Jiang Jun's subordinates, similar to Miss Jiang. He mentions that he has been recently transferred to Yongcheng to oversee Jiang's entertainment program. Jiang Zi asks Qin Li to take good care of them in the future. Qin Li expresses his gratitude but seeks clarification about the earlier mention of cooperation. Meanwhile, Miss Jiang pours tea into a cup and hands it to Qin Li. He accepts the tea while Jiang Zi explains that he heard about Qin Li's invention of an ointment that successfully treated Liu Zheng's cousin's face. The Jiang Group is interested in collaborating with him to further develop this ointment. Qin Li is informed that by leveraging the extensive resources of the Jiang Group's first-tier brands throughout Jiang Province, they aim to ensure the ointment's success as a product. He expresses his desire that when they establish a new company, he would hold the majority of shares. Qin Li inquires about the extent of these major shares. Jiang Zi clarifies that he would like to acquire the rights to produce and market the ointment created by Qin Li on behalf of the Jiang Group. In this arrangement, Qin Li would own 80% of the shares, while the Jiang family would retain only 20%. He asks for Qin Li's thoughts on this proposition. Qin Li considers the fact that Jiang Zi referred to Liu Zheng by his name and acknowledges that the Jiang family wields significant influence in the entire Jiang province. With their support as a foundation, the ointment could potentially have a more substantial impact. He contemplates his response. In the meantime, Jiang Zi observes that Qin Li appears to be contemplating the offer. He wonders if Qin Li might be concerned that his share is too small and discreetly coughs, signaling Jiang Chuxu. Jiang Chuxu seizes the opportunity to address Qin Li, expressing their desire to make amends for the previous incident. She presents a document and explains that, with the young master Jiang Jun's permission, they would like to offer him ownership of the largest casino in Yongcheng. She asks him to accept the offer. However, Qin Li politely declines, stating that Jiang Jun is already being very generous. He insists that he cannot accept such a gift, especially as she had already resolved the matter from the previous day. She is concerned about Qin Li's response and argues that if he refuses, it may suggest that he hasn't forgiven her, and Jiang Jun may also be displeased. Qin Li reiterates his decision and places the cup on the table. She acknowledges his decision, stating that she won't press him further. In response, Jiang Zi offers him a gold card, granting him free access to all of Jiang's entertainment clubs from that point onwards. Qin Li accepts the card graciously and expresses his gratitude. He then proceeds to ask Qin Li about their potential collaboration while refilling his tea. Qin Li suggests a partnership where the Jiang Group provides the production line and marketing channels, and they each own 50% of the shares, with his wife becoming a shareholder as well. Qin Li enthusiastically agrees to this proposal, assuring them that he will send the contract the following day. However, their conversation is interrupted as her phone begins to ring. She informs him that a supplier of raw stones from Jiang province will be staying at their Tianhao hotel tonight, and asks if he's interested. He decides to leave, saying he won't trouble her further. She agrees, and he departs. The scene transitions to a warehouse, where a worker tells Qin Li that all of his goods have arrived, providing him with a scan code. Qin Li expresses his gratitude for the hard work and begins to cut the raw stones, spending hours on the task. As fatigue sets in, he realizes that the workload is quite challenging, and he contemplates the rarity of blood jade as he examines the raw stones. He recalls the last time and wonders if he can still feel the jade aura as he did before. He decides to try and use his magic on all the raw stones, successfully finding the jade aura. Holding it in his hand, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Qingyin Chu, at home, grows increasingly impatient, wondering if he will return that night. Everyone in the house anxiously awaits his return. When he finally arrives, they all turn their attention to him. Confused by their expressions, he asks why they are still awake at this late hour. In response, Qingyin Chu, with anger in her voice, questions what the woman at the clinic gave him to make him forget about his family. He's perplexed by the mention of a little vixen in a medical clinic. She points to some pictures on a table and tells him to see for himself. Han Ying-chu exclaims angrily, accusing him of cheating on their daughter and urging him to leave the Chu family immediately to avoid tarnishing their reputation. He picks up the pictures and realizes they are photographs of him with Liang King. Zitan Chu raises her voice and questions him, demanding if he has anything else to say. He inquires about the source of the photos. She insists that he should not question the photos and straightforwardly asks him to tell her the truth about who the woman is. He explains that the girl was previously injured and homeless, and after he saved her, she volunteered to work in his medical clinic. He tells her to call the woman and she'll understand. Handing his phone to her, he dials Liang King's number. She answers the call and, in front of everyone, asks what she can do for her boss. After 10 minutes, Qingyin Chu explains the situation to him. He responds that the woman in the photos is Liang King, who has no parents and was trained by a special organization since childhood, leaving her with nowhere else to go. She suggests that he should have told them about her beforehand. Han Ying-chu assures him that it's not a matter of trust and they understand that the situation is complicated. He relaxes and says that it's not a problem. Qingyin Chu takes his hand and suggests they go upstairs to avoid disturbing her parents' rest. Han Ying-chu whispers to her husband to quickly hide something from Qin Li as he opens a special torture kit. Qin Li tells Qingyin Chu that the Jiang Group has established a business connection with them, and they will come to their home tomorrow to sign the contract. Qingyin Chu thinks about the significance of the Jiang Group and its position as the top family business group in the entire Jiang province. The scene shifts to the next day, and Jiang Zi arrives to have Qingyin Chu sign the contract. She signs it, and he congratulates her on her new position as CEO of the new company, expressing his hope that they will enjoy working together in the future. She responds that it's hard work, and she might need his assistance if she doesn't understand the business in the future. He replies that she is very kind, and he has heard Qin Li talk about her before. She realizes that he sees her as overly kind and whispers that Qin Li went to Jiangcheng again today. She asks if it's because of the company's opening. Jiang Zi explains that it's not the case. Qin Li had previously sold the blood jade for hundreds of millions of dollars, and Jiang Jun from the Jiang family asked him to find another piece of blood jade. The scene shifts to Jiang City Airport, where Jiang Jun arrives to receive Qin Li and calls out to him. The onlookers start whispering, wondering if the person with Jiang Jun is the reason he has personally come to the airport. Jiang Jun places his hand on Qin Li's shoulder and mentions that he didn't expect him to find the blood jade so quickly, acknowledging the considerable effort it must have taken. Qin Li modestly replies that it's not a big deal. They both head to the Jiang family's home, and upon arrival, Jiang Jun shares that when his father learned about his visit, he rescheduled some social engagements to show his gratitude in person. Qin Li comments that it's the first time he has ever seen Jiang Jun's father greet someone with such caution. He expresses his hope that the piece of blood jade will not disappoint Uncle Jiang Lim. Jiang Lim notices their arrival and inquires if Qin Li is the doctor who saved his father's life, expressing surprise at his youth. Qin Li humbly mentions that he has only gained limited knowledge from books about medicine. Jiang Jun then asks about the blood jade. Qin Li furiously confirms that he has indeed found a rare 7-colored jade for the Jiang family, a gem that hasn't been seen for decades. Jiang Lim, taken aback, inquires if it's the 7-colored jade worth $10 billion at auction. His father confirms it, stating that this jade is exceedingly rare and he never thought he would see it again in his lifetime. He goes on to explain that the last time 7-colored jade was available for sale was many years ago, and it fetched a price in the tens of billions of dollars. Jiang Lim expresses to Qin Li that he is indeed a blessing to their Jiang family and has once again done them a great favor. Qin Li humbly responds that he's glad Uncle Jiang appreciates it. They leave the room with Jiang Jun. During their conversation, Jiang Jun brings up the matter of his previous request regarding the whereabouts of his parents. He hands him an envelope and suggests he read the information contained within. As he opens the envelope, Jiang Jun adds that, as he mentioned before, most of the information appears to be mysterious and not entirely reliable. Additionally, there's an extra piece of information not recorded in the documents. In the past 2 years, Qin Li's parents have been spotted in Kamijuo. Qin Li inquires about the accuracy of the information, and Jiang Jun responds that he has only recently received the information and is still in the process of verifying it. He assures him that he will update him once the details are confirmed, to which he expresses his understanding. The scene transitions to Quanji Hotel, where both of them arrive. Jiang Jun introduces the hotel as his sister's establishment, which is renowned in the city. He mentions that he plans to treat Qin Li to some of the hotel's signature dishes. At this moment, Jiang Ran, Jiang Jun's younger sister, approaches and questions her brother about their shopping plans, wondering where he is. Jiang Jun gestures to his head, explaining to Qin Li that he had been so preoccupied with the blood jade matter the previous night that he inadvertently forgot his promise to go shopping with his sister. He then introduces Jiang Ran to Qin Li. He recalls that he might have read about Jiang Ran in a journal where she was described as a 20-year-old, intelligent woman who had founded a successful catering company, dominating the catering market in Jiangcheng. Politely, he greets her, introducing himself as Qin Li. Annoyed, she averts her face, and she sharply instructs him to proceed to a private room and place an order. She conveys her reluctance to go shopping with him but now feels compelled to accompany him. Jiang Jun leans in to whisper in Qin Li's ear, explaining that his sister has an issue and prefers not to be around men. He kindly asks him to be understanding of her situation. In the meantime, she is left wondering in irritation about their whispered conversation and whether something unfavorable was said about her. Manager Niu Busy approaches and informs Ms. Zhang about an urgent situation. She questions why he can't see that there are customers present. He steps closer to explain that a staff member is on the verge of jumping off the building, and the head of security has taken someone up to the roof. She exclaims in shock and insists that they must intervene, stating that she's going to the rooftop. She rushes toward the elevator, dialing the police and informing them that she's calling from Quanji Hotel and needs to report an incident. Jiang Jun expresses his sincere apologies, explaining that he had intended to treat Qin Li to some dishes and was unaware of the unfolding crisis. In response, he urges him not to be overly formal if he considers him a brother and suggests that they go and offer assistance to whoever might need it. The head of security informs Qin Li that if he has any requests, he can ask, and Ms. Jiang will be arriving soon to do her best to accommodate him. Another person urgently calls for Qin Li to come closer while she stands on the edge of the building, ready to jump. Jiang Ran arrives at the scene and pleads with the distraught woman not to act impulsively, assuring her that they will fulfill her wishes. The woman gazes at Jiang Ran in disbelief and asks if she's serious. Meanwhile, Qin Li reaches the scene, noticing the redness in the woman's eyes and sensing a dark aura around her. He becomes concerned and advises Jiang Ran not to approach her, as he suspects that there's something more troubling than a suicide attempt. Meanwhile, the possessed woman seizes Jiang Ran's hand and declares that she has her before attempting to jump from the building with her. In a swift response, Qin Li rushes forward and grabs both girls' hands, preventing them from falling off the roof. As he pulls them back to safety, Jiang Ran tumbles onto Qin Li and he sustains minor injuries in the process. The possessed woman, undeterred, makes a menacing advance towards them. Jiang Jun cautions them to be careful. Quickly, he employs his needle magic on the possessed woman, leaving Jiang Ran stunned by the spectacle. He inquires about her well-being while inadvertently touching her waist. She promptly gets to her feet and comments on his touch, to which he apologizes. Jiang Jun approaches Qin Li, expressing amazement at his abilities and asking how he managed to do what he did. He modestly responds that it's nothing, explaining that he noticed something was amiss earlier, prompting his rapid intervention. Jiang Ran and Jiang Jun inquire further, wanting to understand what had alerted Qin Li. He suggests that it might not be as straightforward as it seems and speculates that someone well-versed in metaphysics could have placed the building under a mystical formation, especially after noticing the red magical smoke. She dismisses the idea of metaphysics as superstition, but he insists that it's not superstition and that the building might be cursed. Playfully, she rebukes him for saving her life, only to curse her. Jiang Jun observes that the situation might involve something dark or malevolent, and notes that metaphysics is a relatively recent concept. She asks manager Niu Busy about her condition, and he reports that she appears to have only passed out, prompting her to request an ambulance. Jiang Jun suggests to Qin Li that they leave the situation to his sister, acknowledging that without Qin Li's timely intervention, she might have lost her life. He downplays the significance of this favor and mentions that Jiang Jun has also helped him substantially in the past, urging him not to worry about minor matters. He discreetly places the jade gourd in a nearby plant. After a while, Jiang Lim arrives at the hotel with Master Cheng and explains that he heard from his daughter about recent unsettling events at the hotel. He requests Master Cheng to investigate the matter. Master Cheng examines the building and reassures Jiang Lim that if there is indeed an issue at Quanji Hotel, he will be capable of resolving it. He then closely inspects the red magical smoke around the building and concludes that the person responsible for setting up this malevolent formation is no ordinary expert. He notes that within Jiangcheng province, there are only 2 individuals who can dispel such a formation. Both Master Cheng and Jiang Lim enter the hotel, and Jiang Ran makes a phone call to get test results promptly while ensuring that any related expenses will be considered work-related injuries. Her father, Jiang Lim, inquires about the reason for her visit, and she informs him that she's here because she heard that something was amiss with the hotel. Master Cheng notices the jade gourd and questions its placement. Master Cheng notices the jade gourd that Qin Li drops into a plant, and inquires about its origin. Niu Busy suggests it might have been dropped by the man who followed Master Jian. Jiang Ran questions why it's the same man again. Master Cheng explains that without this jade gourd, everyone in the room might have met a violent death. She privately thinks he's a liar, and if her father weren't present, she would have thrown him out. Jiang Lim asks for clarification, and Master Cheng states that he fears only the person who threw the jade gourd can break the deadly formation. Jiang Lim then asks where Mr. Qin Li is, to which she replies that she doesn't know. Her big brother took him away. Jiang Lim urges her to call him, and she wonders what all this is about as she dials her brother's number. After a while, Jiang Jun arrives and inquires about the urgency of their return. Jiang Lim explains that Master Cheng managed to identify the issue with the hotel, but he still had a question for Mr. Qin. Master Cheng then explains that he saw the hotel's malevolent energy leaking out, but he realized that something was amiss. He shows the jade gourd and reveals that he found it. Qin Li asks if it's not the same jade gourd he placed in the hotel's pot. Jiang Jun questions what's wrong with the jade gourd. Master Cheng chuckles and mentions that he never expected a hero to be a young man, but there are new generations like him. He adds that if it weren't for this gourd, there might have been another disaster. Jiang Lim suggests that since the jade gourd can be used to suppress the formation, there should be no more accidents in the future. Qin Li explains that the problem hasn't been completely resolved yet. He recalls the time when the fierce formation of fatal energy held the woman who had jumped from the building. He had thrown the jade gourd at the center of the formation to temporarily suppress it. After a while, they all reach the rooftop. He mentions that this is likely the formation's weakest point. He asks Master Cheng if he can borrow some coins from him. Master Cheng provides him with coins and tells him to take them. Qin Li expresses his gratitude and performs a spell on the coin, causing a surge of fatal energy. Evil spirits disperse in all directions. Master Cheng remarks that he never imagined the fierce formation would be as powerful as an evil spirit. Qin Li continues his spell. Jiang Jun expresses his confusion about what Qin Li is doing, but it seems like a whirlwind. Qin Li reassures him that he has completed the task and that the person who attempted to jump from the building should be safe now. Master Cheng expresses that today's experience has been enlightening for an old man like him. Jiang Lim acknowledges the importance of his presence, as, without it, her daughter's hotel might have been ruined. He privately conveys to Qin Li that he should not take offense if her daughter says something inappropriate, as she has a short temper. Qin Li assures her that it's not a problem. Meanwhile, in Ming Palace, Jiang Jun mentions to Qin Li that he hasn't had the chance to show him around in the past 2 days. But today, he has brought him to a nice place. Upon entering, he requests Manager Zai to help arrange a private room. However, Manager Zai apologizes and informs them that Ming Palace is fully booked for the day. Jiang Jun questions if it's genuinely full and if they're playing a trick on him. Manager Zai clarifies that the main issue is that they wouldn't dare to upset the customer. Jiang Jun retorts by reminding him that he's the one who wants to rent a restaurant for a meal, and sarcastically addresses him as young Master Zhu. He responds by contrasting his social activities, suggesting that he frequently mingles with common folks, and his only chance to display his status is within a smaller city like Jiangcheng. Jiang Jun, incensed, questions whether he truly believes his family is of such great renown in Shangjing to be considered celebrities. He points out that while they might not be on par with the Zhu family, they still hold a reputation in Shangjing. He claims it's better than the Jiang family's repeated attempts to gain entry into the capital, only to be pushed back time and again. In response, Jiang Jun warns him not to repeat those words, reminding him of the time he landed him in the hospital a year ago. Qin Li observes that this man appears quite formidable, but he was previously defeated by Jiang Jun and hospitalized, making him question his true abilities. He strikes him and rhetorically asks if he thinks he's the same person he was a year ago. Jiang Jun intervenes by blocking Zhu Sul with his arm and reflects on how much stronger he has become since their last encounter. Zhu Sul launches another attack and insists that it's too late for him to beg for mercy, even if he were to kneel and call him grandpa. He further expresses disdain for the Jiang family's expulsion from Shangjing, emphasizing that he wouldn't even want him as his grandson. He asserts his intention to help the Zhu family rid themselves of one of the Jiang family's trash. He goes as far as to label Jiang Jun as a big trash. At this point, Qin Li intervenes, stepping in between them and tossing Zhu Sul aside. Jiang Jun expresses his astonishment upon seeing Qin Li and questions when he developed such formidable fighting skills, considering that he's a doctor. Zhu Sul believes that Jiang Jun's association with such a powerful individual indicates that Qin Li may possess the same level of martial prowess as his cousin, who returned from the army. Zhu Sul acknowledges his luck in having external assistance for the day, and departs, vowing to deal with Qin Li in the future. Jiang Jun conveys his gratitude to Qin Li, recognizing that, without his intervention, he might have been seriously injured. Qin Li replies that he couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Jun get hurt, and he thought they were just sparring, not trying to kill each other. Jiang Jun invites him to come and eat first, reminding him that he has a flight to catch in the afternoon. He mentions that his sister is flying to Yangcheng to visit an old school friend, and he's booked her on the same flight as his so he can look after her. After a while, Qin Li is on the flight, and the announcement is made that they will be serving food and drinks, and passengers are welcome to choose items from their meals. Jiang Ren notices Qin Li as he tries to hide his face with a magazine. She wonders why she keeps meeting him everywhere. Qin Li greets her and asks how she is. She walks away without saying anything. Suddenly, a fellow passenger, Lao San, playfully pats her on the back. Jiang Ren screams, and an air hostess asks what happened. She accuses him of harassing her, to which he responds that it was just a touch. So what? The captain arrives and requests an apology from him for his rude behavior. He warns that if he doesn't apologize, they will report the incident to City Airlines, and they have the authority to place him on a permanent no-fly list. Suddenly, a punk with a gun appears behind the captain and comments that it seems like he is the captain. He asks what he wants. He commends Lao San for his acting. Lao San responds that he is doing well, too. They both enter the washroom. Qin Li instructs Jiang Ren to stay there and lock the door as he is going out now. She questions his intentions, asking him what he is trying to do. He replies that he is going to confront the robbers outside. She wonders why he wants to engage with those thugs and suggests giving them his phone and wallet. She expresses concern that they might get angry and harm him. He thinks to himself that this woman is so annoying. Meanwhile, Lao San removes valuable items from passengers' bags and comments that it's more challenging than he thought, as he hasn't encountered a single rich person. He points the gun at a small kid who is crying and warns him to be quiet, threatening to shoot if he cries again. Just then, Qin Li arrives and delivers a powerful punch to Lao San. The punk demands to know who he is and warns him not to make a move. Qin Li takes cover behind a seat, thinking that he's afraid to save a hostage at gunpoint from this distance. He then moves closer to the punk to strike, and the punk fires a shot. After a while, Jiang Ran applies a bandage to Qin Li's shoulder and questions why he didn't stay in the restroom with her and just comply with the robbers, wondering if he has a strong desire to be a hero. An air hostess approaches them and comments to Jiang Ran that if it weren't for her boyfriend, everyone on the plane could have been in danger. She clarifies that he is not her boyfriend. After a while, the plane lands and he disembarks. She asks him where he is heading. He replies that he is going home. After all, he has just been shot, so where else would he go? She mentions that she isn't familiar with Yang Cheng and suggests that since she's his friend's sister, he should look after her. She plans to visit him tomorrow, and he can take care of her meals for the day. He thinks it's unbelievable. It's no wonder Jiang Jun always seems so miserable. He's likely often bullied by her. After a while, in the clinic, Liang King mentions that she didn't expect him to defeat the gunman with his bare hands. He responds that the situation was exceptional, and he was unarmed. She thinks that she's afraid even a special forces team couldn't have done better than him. He changes the topic and asks if she has ever considered the possibility that her teammates might still be alive, and that he might be able to find them. She asks what he means by finding them. He says that he can help her locate their whereabouts. She asks if she will be able to see them again. He asks how she'll know if she doesn't try. She starts crying and agrees, saying she will provide him with their personal information. He thinks that this usually strong girl has a vulnerable side. She hands him a bag and says she has been saving these documents for a long time, never thinking they'd be useful again. He assures her that he will do his best to find them for her. After a while, he arrives at Qin Li's villa. Qingyin Chu is working on her laptop and notices him. She greets him, mentioning that he's back, and she can see he looks a bit tired. He replies that, fortunately, everything is settled, but she, on the other hand, is under a lot of pressure since her company has just opened and is working hard on various aspects. She shows him her laptop and mentions that she's fine, and when it comes to the company, she has some good news to share. She says they've already received a lot of attention for the trial product they recently launched. He praises her for her skills in running a cosmetics company. She expresses her gratitude, mentioning that she was able to start her own company and build a career thanks to him. Then, she changed the topic, saying that she had a meeting in Yangcheng tomorrow afternoon, and the head of her previous company invited her through the organizer, but she really didn't want to see him. He asks if she wants to go, and she responds affirmatively, stating that it's the biggest business exchange meeting in Yangcheng. She believes she can make valuable contacts that will be helpful in the future. However, she is concerned that they might give her a hard time. He reassures her, mentioning that they just want to see her make a fool of herself. He asks if she's still worried about the Zhang group not being as good as the Sky Eagle company. She emphasizes that there's a vast difference between them. He tells her not to worry and promises to accompany her to the event. After a while, Qin Li is in his room, performing magic on his wound, and he thinks the injury is almost healed. Just then, Qingyin Chu enters the room and asks if he is injured. He replies that it's just a small injury. She advises him to be more careful when he's outside and mentions that her father is still hoping for them to have a grandchild. He understands but adds that having a child is a different matter. He then asks her if she likes girls. She's uncertain about how to respond but shares her past experiences. She explains that before she met him, she loved a senior who cheated on her, and she was traumatized by the experience, making her fearful of intimate contact with men. She continues, saying she then decided to only fall in love with girls, but she was also deceived by a girl. He says so that's how it is. Don't worry, he won't allow anyone to hurt her anymore. She apologizes for all the things she has done before. He holds her and says, let's forget about those things that have happened in the past. The scene shifts to the next morning, with a sweeper cleaning the street and commenting that the wind was very strong last night, so he has to clean up again. Meanwhile, Qingyin Chu tells Qin Li to wash his hands and eat. He asks if she is okay and if she wants him to help her. She says no, she is okay. He says that they will go to the exchange meeting later. She says okay. After a while, they both find themselves in a car showroom. She asks if they are not going to the meeting and why they are going to the 4S store. He says that in the future, they will have to travel a lot for business work, so he was thinking they should buy a car for themselves and not use her father's car every time. She sees a car and asks if he likes this car. He says that when he was a kid, his favorite car was an off-road car. He moves forward to check the car and opens the door. Mr. Ma comes and asks who told him to open the door and tells him not to move. He asks if he knows how expensive this car is and that if he scratches it, he won't be able to afford to pay for it. He thinks he has seen this situation all too often. Qin Li apologizes, stating that he had only been checking the car initially. He then inquires if there is an option for a test drive. He informs that to request a test drive, a deposit must be paid in advance in case the car is damaged and not purchased, and it's important to note that this is a limited edition model. Qin Li proceeds to ask how much he needs to pay. He informs that the original deposit was $80,000, but due to his interest, the deposit has been reduced to $60,000. Qin Li clarifies if he needs to pay half of this amount, to which he clarifies that it is indeed the minimum deposit requirement. While he contemplates his financial situation, he still desires to test drive the car and contemplates how long he can maintain this pretense. Qingyin Chu remarks that if they are not welcome here, they should leave. Qin Li responds that he will follow her lead. She suggests that since this establishment doesn't seem interested in doing business, they should move on to the next place. Mr. Ma questions whether he can even afford the offerings at their current location, given their intention to visit another place. He adds that there's no need to inspect them since they appear to be wearing shabby clothes that not even beggars would wear. His colleague mentioned that just a while ago, it seemed like others from across the street were genuinely interested in visiting their store. He finds it hard to believe that those two individuals, who appear to be financially disadvantaged, actually ventured into that store. Meanwhile, in the Lamborghini showroom, Manager Wang presents a car and inquires Qin Li about their thoughts on this particular model. He mentions that the Aventador is priced at about $800,000 and asks if they would like to give it a try. Mr. Ma arrives and questions Manager Wang, asking how he could allow them to test drive such an expensive car. He asserts that these two individuals had just come from his store and could not even afford a $100,000 car, let alone one like this. Manager Wang responds, saying it's alright, catering to every customer is their fundamental responsibility. Qin Li inquires about how he can be so sure that they cannot afford it. He hands over his card and declares that there's no need to test the car. He intends to purchase it with full payment. Manager Wang accepts the card and confirms, assuring him that he will escort them to the VIP room. Mr. Ma is taken aback and thinks to himself that he didn't anticipate giving such a substantial amount to the other party for nothing. Manager Wang asks them to wait in the VIP room, where they will expedite all the necessary paperwork. He turns to Mr. Ma and expresses gratitude for sending him such a valuable customer. The scene shifts to the evening in the Huangtu building. Qin Li remarks to Qingyin Chu that the clothes she has just chosen for him are truly stylish. She responds by saying that his previous clothing is very old and that he should invest in a decent set of clothes. Just then, he receives a call from Jiang Ran. He realizes that he has forgotten about this girl. He informs Qingyin Chu that he is going to answer the call, asking her to wait for him here. He steps outside to take the call and answers by saying that he is at the Yongcheng Business Exchange meeting, inquiring about Jiang Ran's needs. Jiang Ran questions why he did not come to pick him up at the Yongcheng Business Exchange meeting. He responds that he is on the top floor of the Huangtu building. Just then, Jiang Chuxu arrives and tells him that he is also there. He apologizes and asks if she can pick up someone for him, mentioning that he's not very familiar with the area. She inquires about the person's identity, to which he replies that it's a member of his Jiang family, Miss Jiang Ran, who is currently residing on the second floor of the Huangtu building. She agrees to go immediately and wonders when Miss Jiang arrives in Yongcheng, and if their family is aware of her stay at the Huangtu building. Meanwhile, Director Liu Ziyukan approaches Qingyin Chu and mentions that she had asked her to come, and she actually showed up. She makes derogatory comments about Qingyin Chu's clothing, calling her attire provocative and questioning which millionaire she intends to seduce. Qingyin Chu requests her to mind her language, but Liu Ziyukan slaps her and orders her to leave, asserting that it's not her place to offer guidance. She adds that just because Qingyin Chu left her job doesn't mean she won't confront her. At this moment, Qin Li arrives and inquires about the situation, noticing Qingyin Chu's injured face. Liu Ziyukan asks if he isn't the husband of Qingyin, referring to him as a trash husband, and suggests that he should assist in disciplining his wife. Qin Li asks if she struck his wife, to which she admits doing so. In response, Qin Li punches her and throws her aside, demanding to know how she could dare to hit his wife. Liu Ziyukan screams and claims that Qingyin Chu and her husband have assaulted her. Manager Chen arrives and inquires about the situation. She informs him that this woman allowed her husband to assault Director Liu Ziyukan. Manager Chen questions how she could permit her husband to attack her, and why she hasn't knelt down to apologize. Qingyin Chu admits that she should apologize and acknowledges that she initiated the conflict. She also mentions that she left Sky Eagle a while ago. Manager Chen asserts that starting a new company doesn't make her a big deal. He points out that they have recently secured a significant contract with Jiang's company, making them affiliated with the Jiangs. He warns Qingyin not to offend him, as she won't be able to remain in Yongcheng if she does. Jiang Ran enters the scene and questions the trouble being caused there. Director Liu Ziyukin challenges her interference, asking who she thinks she is. Jiang Chuxu explains that she is the young miss of the Jiang family. Manager Chen is surprised and asks why she is there. Director Liu Ziyukin introduces herself to Jiang Chuxu as the director of Skyhawk Company, and also presents their manager, Chen. Jiang Chuxu questions if she is the one who scolded the young Miss Jiang. Liu Ziyukin denies this, claiming it to be a complete misunderstanding. She explains that they are present to attend a business meeting, but Qin Li is accused of hitting her. Manager Chen supports this by pointing out the injuries on Liu Ziyukin's face, asserting that they are mistreated. Jiang's business partner, and requesting her assistance in dealing with the situation. Jiang Chuxu confirms that their company is Sky Eagle. Manager Chen affirms this. She declares that the business contract is cancelled, and the Jiang Group will provide compensation for the breach of the contract. Liu Ziyukin questions whether she has confused their identities. Manager Chen argues that they should be punished, but Jiang Chuxu disagrees, asserting that she is not mistaken. She explains that they insulted Miss Jiang Ran, offended the second largest shareholder of Jiang in Yongcheng, and disrespected their young master's friend. Manager Chen expresses disbelief, stating that Qingyin is his former subordinate and can't be a shareholder of Jiang Company. He regrets not knowing about their strong background beforehand in helping her. Jiang Ran mentions that this is the first time she has been scolded by an outsider, and instructs Chuxu to handle the matter. Jiang Chuxu inquires whether they will leave on their own or if she should have the security guards escort them out. Jiang Ran greets Qin Li, expressing how timely his arrival is for the exchange meeting. Qin Li thanks her. She suggests that if he wants to thank her, he should pour her a glass of wine first. Qingyin volunteered to do it and expressed her gratitude to Ms. Jiang Ran for her assistance earlier. Jiang Ran inquires about Qingyin identity. Qin Li clarifies that she is his wife. Jiang Ran recalls her brother mentioning this and realizing that Qin Li is married. Qingyin notices that Miss Jiang is looking at Qin Li differently. Jiang Ran acknowledges that Qingyin is Miss Chu and downplays her help as a small favor, suggesting that she doesn't need to trouble herself with pouring wine. Qingyin appreciates the gesture and expresses her desire to thank Jiang Ran on behalf of her husband. Qin Li observes their interaction and senses that it's best to leave the place. He mentions that he's going downstairs, but they both insist that he cannot escape. He states that he will simply go to the restroom. He exits the hall and comments these two women are giving him a headache. Jiang Chuxu overhears him and asks if Mr. Qin also has something to be concerned about. He responds that he truly doesn't understand why both of them suddenly become so angry. She attributes it to his outstanding qualities. He then brings up a matter he wants to discuss with her and hands her a drive. He mentions that he wants to discover the whereabouts of the people on the drive and asks if she can request Jiang Zi's assistance in gathering information. He emphasizes that the identity of these individuals is confidential and of utmost importance to him. She expresses her gratitude for his trust and assures him that she will personally deliver it to Mr. Jiang. She inquires if he plans to go to the banquet hall. He states that he will return there in a few minutes. After a while, Qin Li and Qingyin are in the car, and he asks what they talked about with Jiang Ran for so long. She replies that they were discussing how he irritated her. He denies any wrongdoing and claims he didn't do anything to her. She playfully says she's just kidding and mentions that Miss Jiang is very nice. However, she adds that Miss Jiang said he owes her a meal and appears to have a crush on him. He mentions that Qingyin came to Yongcheng to meet her friend, and he promised to take care of her, but he didn't anticipate this turn of events. Qingyin informs him that she talked to him about it. She also mentions that Mr. Jiang approached her after he left and asked if she wanted to go to Yongcheng for a business trip. He asks for her opinion, and she expresses uncertainty but conveys that she doesn't want to limit herself to Yongcheng forever, as opportunities in Yongcheng could be more significant with better resources. He reveals that he has also considered it but finds it challenging to make a decision. She inquires if he intends to accompany her. He responds that if she wants to go, he will join her once he finishes some business at the clinic. Upon reaching home, Zitten is waiting for them outside and exclaims she has finally returned. Zitten asks Qingyin if Qin Li really bought this villa because it's too luxurious, and even the wealthiest person in their class doesn't have a villa like this. She taps her head and says she's being rude, then calls him brother-in-law. She repeats brother-in-law while he thinks it's the first time she's called him that, and he feels happy. She comments on the life of a rich man and asks where he earns so much money, adding that she hopes he didn't sacrifice his body for it. He replies that it's a decent job, so she shouldn't think badly of him. She hasn't mentioned why she's here today, and he offers her a drink. She replies that if he hadn't reminded her, she'd almost forgotten, and their school would hold a sorority in a couple of days. Didn't he promise to go with her before? She adds that in the past few days, she couldn't find him, and her sister always said he was busy, so she had to come here to look for him. He replies that she's talking about that and thinks he thought she was joking about this. She asks if he's trying to turn her down and what if he bullies her again. He says that if she's really afraid of revenge, she should just not go. She replies no, and she insists that if he keeps hiding like a coward, she will be ashamed of herself at school. Qingyin says since he promised Chu, he should help her. He agrees, and she asks Chu if that isn't great. Chu mentions what happened before, but he doesn't mind it, wondering what she's talking about. She gets excited and says she wants to eat pork ribs with slices. He asks her what she is muttering about and invites her to help him, saying he'll cook for her today. Qingyin smiles and suggests that she can also help them. The scene shifts to 1 month later in Qin Li's medical clinic. He enters while Qingyin remains outside. He thinks that Liang Qing is becoming more and more skilled here, and she hasn't heard from her comrades for a while, so it might not be too cruel to talk to her about this now. She inquires what will happen to the medical clinic after he leaves. He responds, "Don't worry about this. In a few days, other renowned Chinese doctors will be available to attend the clinic." He adds, by the way, he has arranged for someone to search for her teammates. Once there is any news, he will inform her. She expresses her gratitude. He hands her the keys and states here is the key, and she can reside in the villa after his departure when he's prepared, and he will also accompany her to Jiangcheng. She replies, "Boss, he doesn't need to do that. She owes him her life, and she intends to remain here to manage the clinic." In response, he affirms he considers her a friend and there's nothing she owes him. Qingyin arrives, summons him, and warns it's time to leave, otherwise they may miss the flight. He acknowledges he should depart. The scene shifts to Qin Li's villa in Jiangcheng, where guards take his belongings inside, and one of them advises him to be careful not to break anything. Jiang Chu remarks he's finally here, while Qin Li mentions it's been a long time. Qingyin expresses gratitude to Jiang Jun for taking care of everything for them in Jiangcheng and helping them settle down. He says sister-in-law, she's welcome. Qin Li is his brother, and this is a small favor that he should do. He continues that she's also a partner of the Jiang group, so she doesn't need to take this matter to heart. Qin Li responds that he'll be in his care in Jiangcheng. He laughs and says he doesn't need to be polite to him, they are brothers. By the way, he has an appointment with one of his peers today, and he would like to introduce him to him. Qin Li announces his need to depart, to which she responds she'll organize things in the home. If he has something to attend to, feel free to go. After a while, Qin Li and Jiang Jun arrive at Ming Palace. Jiang Jun mentions this man is not only a highly educated doctor, but also well known in Jiangcheng. He has also established a large medical clinic in his hometown, Xingfeng Tang, and he thought he might be interested in Chinese medicine since he's planning to open a medical clinic in Jiangcheng and says let him introduce him to him. Qin Li inquires, but Jiang Jun explains this man has been pursuing his sister, but she rejected him because of him. Surprised, Qin Li asks if it is because of him. Jiang Jun affirms that's right. She said he's her idol, so if someone wants her love, he should be on his level. He then opens the door and says they're here. Jiang Ran warmly welcomes him and says long time no see. He replies it's been a long time. Dr. Xia Wenbo inquires if he is the divine Dr. Qin Li that Miss Jiang Ran admires. He greets him and says he's Qin Li. Dr. Xia Wenbo continues he thought he was a great person, but he's just a guy from the countryside. Qin Li wonders what the hell did she say to him and notices that he appears quite angry. Dr. Xia Wenbo tells her this kind of person is not worthy to be his opponent. Qin Li wonders what on earth did Jiang Ran tell him about him. He seems to have such a strong prejudice against him. Dr. Xia Wenbo states he has a bachelor's degree in medicine from Arrowbridge University in the United States, and he has also received numerous international medical awards. And then there's just that guy. He questions her if she thinks he can compete with him. He continues to cure President Prantal of the United States of his intractable polycystic tumor, and asks what he can do. She responds how could he know that Qin Li isn't as good as him and that maybe there are still many things he needs to learn from him. He becomes increasingly aggressive, and then his phone rings. He takes the call and says he didn't know he was taking a day off. The person on the other end of the line informs him, Dr. Xia Wenbo, please return to the hospital as soon as possible. The patient he treated in room 903 doesn't seem to be doing well. He asks what is on Earth and states that he will go there immediately before leaving. He informs Jiang Jun that there's a problem with a patient at his hospital, so he won't be able to accompany them today. Jiang Jun responds it's nothing, his job is the most important thing. She suggests the great Dr. Xia Wenbo go there with him and observe his work. Maybe Qin Li here can assist him with something. He challenges, if he has the courage, he can come with him. She agrees, okay, then. This is what he just said himself. If he's able to cure that patient, maybe he can see him in a different light. If not, then from now on, don't bother her again. Qin Li thinks what a witty kid, she's using him as her shield. They all arrive at the hospital, where Dr. Xia Wenbo inquires the nurse about the patient's condition and whether he administered the prescribed medicine. She responds to Dr. Xia Wenbo that the patient doesn't seem to be doing well. Grandfather Gang steps forward and exclaims that he has finally arrived, and his associates restrain Dr. Xia Wenbo. Alarmed, he asks what these people are doing. He shouts the life of their young master, Zhu Jinran, is at stake, and what he's doing. He seizes Dr. Xia Wenbo by the collar and says he promised him that their young master, Zhu Jinran, would be cured, but he has broken his promise. Dr. Xia Wenbo urges first, let's stay calm, and his method of treating their young master, Zhu Jinran, can't be wrong and requests him to let him go in and take a look first. He adds in case he's not telling him the truth, he'll allow him to teach him a lesson. He attempts to slap him, but Qin Li grabs his hand and firmly says, stop that right now. Beating people up won't do any good for his young master, Zhu Jinran. He suggests they let him go in and take a look first. The man shouts who is he? He's a friend of that useless doctor, and he also wants to be beaten. He releases his hand and says let go of him. He's just telling him that this could be a turning point. He curiously asks about the turning point. Qin Li explains now, the patient's condition has been examined, and no one can guarantee whether the patient will get better or worse. He reflects that the young boy's words have some truth to them and lets go of Dr. Xia Wenbo. He can't believe it. He hasn't gained any advantages from Qin Li yet, and now Qin Li is doing him a great favor. Grandfather Gang grabs him again and asks why he's still hesitating. He instructs him to come in and take a good look, warning that he can't guarantee that he won't want to beat him up again. They enter the room, and Dr. Xia Wenbo checks the patient's pulse. Meanwhile, Qin Li contemplates that the poison in this person's body is quite complex, and he can no longer feel the breath of life in him. He believes he must have overlooked something and resolves to take a closer look. Dr. Xia Wenbo is aware that the man is still standing behind him, and he can't afford to make any mistakes. He secretly glances at Grandfather Gang and believes that he just needs to stay focused. He thinks he has overcome countless obstacles before and that this will be as straightforward as usual. Qin Li addresses Dr. Xia Wenbo, saying wait a minute. He questions if he wants to kill him. Dr. Xia Wenbo responds he's afraid that if he continues with the needle, he might end up killing himself. He opens the patient's shirt from the neck, revealing the wound, and says take a look at this. Qin Li asks when such a huge tumor appeared, and he doesn't expect this disease to spread so quickly. He says to save him, all of the internal organs in his body must be replaced. The patient's condition worsens. Grandfather Gang exclaims save his life and asks why he's still standing there. Dr. Xia Wenbo appears frightened and says he's afraid it's too late. Qin Li instructs to come here and help him, and they need to fix his limbs. Grandfather Gang asks what they want to do, and he's their family's young master. Dr. Xia Wenbo explains even though he can't do anything about it, he still thinks he can and asks if he does not see whose place this is. He responds by telling him to shut his mouth and watch as he uses his needle technique on his wound, curing him. He reassures the patient, saying it's okay now, and he'll wake up in a while, and he'll give him a description, and then there shouldn't be any more problems. Dr. Xia Wenbo notes that the patient's heartbeat has returned to normal as he looks at the heart rate monitor. The patient awakens, and Grandfather Gang starts crying, exclaiming young Master Zhu Jinran's finally awake, and he even thought he was about to die. The patient asks Grandfather Gang, where are they now? Grandfather Gang replies they are at Jiang City's city hospital, and this is Dr. Qin Li, who just saved his life while pointing towards Qin Li. The patient then asks Qin Li why he is there. Qin Li is surprised and inquires what he means and whether he doesn't know who he is. The young master apologizes, saying he's really sorry as he thought Qin Li was a friend of his from Beijing. Qin Li wonders if it's Beijing again and if it could be just a coincidence. Grandfather Gang inquires about whether the young master has passed the dangerous stage. Qin Li responds there is no big problem left, but please let him see his medical records because he wants to prescribe some supplements for him. He hands over the records and says he's sorry to trouble him. He takes the records and checks them, thinking that there are no memories of Beijing in his mind, and he really has to find an opportunity to go there and find out. Dr. Xia Wenbo asks Qin Li if he's interested in being the deputy chief doctor at Chengfeng Hall. Qin Li responds that Qiankun Hall is also lacking a chief master. Young Master Zhu Jinran is shocked and expresses his gratitude, saying he really helped him out big time today, and when he leaves the hospital, he'll definitely find some ways to thank him. Qin Li modestly replies he's very polite, but he was just here by chance today. Young Master Zhu Jinran instructs Grandfather Gang to book a private room for 3 days at the Heaven and Earth in Jiang City. Grandfather Gang agrees and leaves. Young Master Zhu Jinran tells Qin Li once more that he hopes he can join them when the time comes. Qin Li responds well, he should have a good rest first, and he won't bother him anymore, and he leaves the hospital. After a while, Jiang Jun and Qin Li sit in the car. Jiang Jun asks, by the way, who did he just save? Qin Li replies it seems that he is some kind of elite. He's not an ordinary person. Jiang Jun inquires further, very well, and what's the name of their bodyguard? Qin Li answers their bodyguard's name is Zhu Jinran, and they all have northern accents. That person is probably from the Zhu family in Beijing. Jiang Jun asks about Zhu's family. Qin Li clarifies that, just like his Jiang family, the Zhu family is one of the many aristocratic families in Beijing. It's just that they were toyed with and driven out by the owner of Beijing. That's why he ordered him to find a blood jade to celebrate the birthday of the house owner's grandfather next week. But he didn't expect to hear that the old lady was seriously ill. He mentions that, for the time being, their family hasn't found a solution yet, but he doesn't want to burden Qin Li with any more troubles. Qin Li asks if he doesn't remember their bond as brothers. Jiang Jun clarifies that while he remembers their brotherly relationship, he was also the one who said that she was sick and that he could handle it. Qin Li acknowledges their bond as good brothers and adds that he has already reached out to the CEO of the cosmetics company regarding his sister, reassuring Jiang Jun not to worry. In response, Jiang Jun expresses his gratitude, and Qin Li thanks him. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the Heaven and Earth Hotel, where Qin Li arrives. Young Master Zhu Shao greets him and expresses his gratitude, stating that if it weren't for Qin Li, he wouldn't be able to enjoy wine with everyone that day. He invites Qin Li to raise their glasses and pay their respects to the brilliant Dr. Qin Li, toasting with enthusiasm. Qin Li responds by complimenting young Master Zhu Jinran's politeness but mentions that he has just recovered from his illness, so it's better for him not to drink alcohol. Young Master Zhu Shao laughs and insists that with Qin Li's presence, there's no need to worry. He also asks Qin Li if he's curious or surprised about his true identity, to which Qin Li responds that, in his eyes, he's just a patient. Young Master Zhu Jinran emphasizes that he's genuinely serious and that he finds Qin Li intriguing, expressing his intention to befriend him. An individual calls out to them, urging them not to merely stand there but to come over and join in the fun. They remark that it's uncommon for Mr. Zhu Jinran to have the time to be there while members of the serious gang enter. The leader of the gang enters and shoves one of Zhu Shao's friends away, asking if the person is associated with Zhu Jinran's group, as he has accidentally spilled wine all over him. The injured friend protests, insisting that he is not the one responsible for the spill. Zhu Jinran approaches and inquires about whether there is a misunderstanding between his friends and the other group. He asserts that the man in question has violated the rules of the serious gang, and if he doesn't wish to face the consequences, he should leave immediately. One of Zhu Jinran's friends inquires about the serious gang, noting that while on the surface, Jiang City may appear to be under the control of the Jiang family, many people are unaware of the existence of underground power in the city represented by the serious gang. The gang's influence extends throughout the city, and they even rank among the top gangs in Beijing. This is due to their status as a group of formidable warriors who possess a unique martial art known as the Dark Power. As a result, they are exceptionally challenging to confront, and no one desires to provoke them. The friend informs Zhu Jinran that they will need to leave early that day. The injured friend pleads before the serious gang, explaining that he accidentally dropped his money near the wine cabinets and didn't eavesdrop intentionally. Zhu Jinran offers to settle the matter by reimbursing the man for his friend's loss, and he asks for the amount. The gang members laugh and comment that Zhu Jinran seems to think of them as beggars. However, if he wishes to resolve the issue with a specific amount, then what comes next? They propose that instead, he should take a punch from one of them, and after that, they will allow him to leave. Zhu Jinran reflects on how it seems like they have deliberately been trying to provoke him today. Qin Li questions the serious gang, asking if they agree with this proposition and how they feel about him taking the punch. Zhu Jinran is surprised that he hasn't left yet. Qin Li responds that there's no need to worry, and he instructs them to go ahead and aim at him. He assures Zhu Jinran not to be concerned about the danger, as he's only planning to engage with them playfully and won't escalate the situation. With a smile, he steps forward and politely asks the serious gang to show mercy. They laugh and dismiss the conversation as unnecessary chatter. One of the gang members taunts him, urging him to see how he handles the punch. In response, he makes a move to punch him. Qin Li effortlessly halts the punch, pondering how this young individual seems to be familiar with dark energy, just like he is. He remarks that merely evading the punch doesn't count. Qin Li channels his powers to thwart the attack while stating that if the young man indeed possesses knowledge of dark energy, there's no need for politeness. Qin Li challenges him to witness his power and launches an attack. They both make attempts to block each other's punches. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinran introduces himself as a member of the Zhu family in Beijing City and requests some respect for his family in front of the serious gang. The gang members find him arrogant and are surprised to encounter someone from the army. Zhu Jinran clarifies that he is indeed young Master Zhu Jinran, putting an end to the ongoing dispute. Zhu Jinran mentions that not everyone is familiar with him, but he hopes that his brother can keep this secret. His brother reassures him that it's a minor matter, so there's no need to worry. The serious gang member expresses his surprise at the presence of someone so powerful as the young master and asks which expert he studied under while directing his gaze at Qin Li. In response, Qin Li downplays his abilities, describing himself as a regular doctor who engages in some exercises during his free time. The gang member chuckles and suggests that if Qin Li ever decides to join the serious gang, he can approach him, and they will arrange it. Zhu Jinran expresses his surprise at Qin Li's physical strength. Qin Li modestly suggests that the people he sparred with probably didn't want to go all out, which is why it seemed that way. Zhu Jinran chuckles and compliments Qin Li, saying he's too humble. Zhu Jinran mentions that he's been away from Beijing for a while, but plans to return in about 2 days. He extends an invitation for Qin Li to visit the Zhu family in Beijing in the future so they can spend time together. Qin Li agrees with a simple "okay, sure." The scene shifts to Qin Li's home, where he is talking on the phone. Jiang Jun reminds him of their promise to go to Beijing together and mentions that there are only 3 days left until the next Monday. He emphasizes the importance of being well prepared as the Jiang family is considered one of the top families in Beijing. They agreed to meet at 8 o'clock in the morning. After ending the call, Qin Li looks at the jade gourd and reflects on their upcoming trip to Beijing. He wonders why he's feeling so nervous, even though they've met young Master Zhu Jinran before. He places the jade gourd on the floor and contemplates his lack of confidence, realizing that he hasn't practiced for a long time. He meditates and reflects on the exercises the old man taught him, realizing that despite the substantial cost, he's concerned that the old man might have only imparted common skills. He's uncertain about the identity and strength of those who took his parents. He believes that he needs to enhance his own abilities because even if he locates his parents, there's still a fear that reuniting with them may be challenging and unpleasant. The scene shifts to the next morning when Jiang Jun arrives at Qin Li's house and inquires if he has finished preparing and if he needs any assistance. Qin Li responds that he's almost finished and just needs to wait a little longer. He then emerges with several parcels. Jiang Jun asks about the contents, and Qin Li loads everything into the car, explaining that these are the clothes Qingyin Chu bought for him in Jiang City, along with some food. He realizes he forgot to bring a pair of shoes, but Jiang Jun stops him from going back inside, saying it's unnecessary because everything available at his home can also be found in Beijing. They head to the airport to catch their flight to Beijing. While driving in Beijing, Jiang Jun suggests that his good brother should take him to some famous clothing stores on the street and buy some clothes. Qin Li sees a price tag for a piece of clothing that costs 10 million RMB. They go shopping, and Qin Li examines the price tag of a dress, which is 114,000 RMB. After shopping, they head to a restaurant for lunch. Qin Li checks the menu and remarks that the prices in Beijing are quite high and not affordable for ordinary people. Jiang Jun laughs and says that this is just an ordinary place, hinting that his good brother will bring him to more expensive places later. Qin Li asks about the place, and they head to a snooker club. A girl with gray hair recognizes the young master of the Jiang family and warmly welcomes him, saying it's been a long time. She assures them that there are enough spots for 2 people and invites them to come inside to play snooker. While they play, the gray-haired girl calls someone and inquires about the presence of young Master Zhu Sul, informing him about Jiang Jun's arrival. Jiang Jun compliments Qin Li on how quickly he's learned to play snooker, and Qin Li expresses his interest in the game. After losing to Jiang Jun in the first 30 games, Jiang Jun suggests playing one more, but Qin Li suggests postponing it to another day. Jiang Jun mentions that they need to attend a birthday event tomorrow and takes a deep breath. Concerned, Qin Li asks what's wrong, and Jiang Jun explains that it's because of the birthday gifts for tomorrow. He doesn't think they can easily return them. Jiang Jun asks if there is anyone who has been blocking him. Qin Li responds affirmatively, explaining that his father was framed a long time ago, leading to a car accident that injured some family members. This incident was the reason he was expelled from the family. Qin Li mentions that although the person who framed his father was caught, he never had the chance to explain the situation to his grandfather personally. That's why he's worried about how to present himself, and he doesn't know what is wrong with his body. Qin Li agrees and says that tomorrow, he will find a chance to examine him. Meanwhile, Ju Sol enters with police officers and addresses young master Jiang Jun, expressing his surprise at their meeting. Jiang Jun shouts and recognizes Ju Sol. He informs the chief that it was Jiang Jun who created trouble and even damaged public property in this place. The chief orders his officers to take them to the police station for questioning. Qin Li attempts to move forward, but Jiang Jun stops him and suggests that he should leave. The Zhu family came here specifically for him, and he needs to find his father to come up with a solution. Qin Li inquires about the power of the Zhu family. Jiang Jun responds that while the Zhu family might not be considered a first-class family, they have significant influence in Beijing. Qin Li's question about the Zhu family surprises Jiang Jun. He confirms that he is indeed referring to the Zhu family in Beijing and emphasizes that, even though the Zhu family is powerful, they are overshadowed by the Zhu family. Qin Li wonders why Jiang Jun suddenly brought up this topic. In response, Jiang Jun reminds Qin Li of a past incident when he saved someone from the Zhu family in Jiang City. He takes out his phone and dials Zhu Jinran's number. Ju Sol finds it amusing and comments that Qin Li, as an outsider who just arrived in Beijing, shouldn't be seeking help from others. The chief and Ju Sol share a laugh, with Ju Sol expressing his surprise at Jiang Jun's apparent cowardice. He asserts that no matter what Jiang Jun does, he can't escape today, and in Beijing, there is nothing to fear. Even if someone from the Zhu family were to arrive, they would still have to show him respect to some extent. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinran arrives at the scene and inquires about the situation. Ju Sol is shocked, thinking to himself, why is this young master here? Zhu Jinran, known as the Little Leopard, has a reputation that has deterred anyone from offending him. Ju Sol wonders why he has suddenly appeared. Zhu Jinran questions if Ju Sol is implying that his Zhu family is afraid of him. Ju Sol hastily kneels down and explains that he didn't mean it that way, emphasizing that his Zhu family genuinely respects and fears the Zhu family. Zhu Jinran kicks him and accuses him of enjoying deceiving others. He adds that he doesn't care about what Ju Sol says behind his back, but trying to trap his savior is crossing the line. The chief becomes scared, realizing that helping the Zhu family is equivalent to betraying the Zhu family. He feels trapped and attempts to escape. However, Zhu Jinran calls out to Chief Zhao, who quickly responds and addresses Zhu Jinran respectfully. Zhu Jinran asks if he intends to take him back to the police station as well. Chief Zhao becomes frightened and questions if Zhu Jinran is joking. He insists that he was momentarily confused and that Ju Sol had threatened him instead. Pointing toward Jiang Jun, he angrily calls Chief Zhao a traitorous brat. In response, Zhu Jinran kicks Ju Sol again and warns him not to continue with such behavior, instructing him to leave. All of them quickly disperse. Sitting there, he ponders whether Jiang Jun is indeed the brother Qin Li's mother mentioned, and then they are now brothers. He asks when Jiang Jun arrived in Beijing and why he didn't inform him. Qin Li explains that he has just arrived and expresses his gratitude for Jiang Jun's assistance. Jiang Jun replies that he's welcome and inquires about the purpose of Qin Li's visit to Beijing. Qin Li mentions that he came to accompany Master Jiang Jun to the birthday party of the Jiang family's elderly lady, and to perform a medical examination on her. Zhu Jinran responds by saying that according to information from the Zhu family, the grandfather might not be the only one who is unwell. After a while, in the Shangjing Jiang's family, Jiang Lim asks Jiang Jun if he has brought their gifts. He says rest assured, he is holding it. He says to Qin Li let's go inside and see what they can do. Qin Li says to let's go. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyang, the eldest son of the Jiang family, warmly greets a guest, expressing that it is a great honor for their family to welcome him. He acknowledges the expensive gift the guest has brought and invites him to enter. However, he spots Jiang Jun about to place his gift on a gift counter and calls out to him. He asks what he intends to do. Jiang Zhaiyang voices his displeasure, stating that the annual birthday gifts he provides are not even worthy of the old master's attention. He further admonishes Jiang Jun, telling him not to think he can present a few pieces of inferior gifts to the old master. He instructs him to take his inadequate gifts and leave, warning him not to embarrass himself here. A man in a brown jacket observes the situation and comments that this might be the family that was estranged from the Jiang family more than 10 years ago. However, he acknowledges that at least Jiang Jun is a member of the Jiang family, granting him the right to attend the birthday banquet. Qin Li holds Jiang Jun's gift box and asks why they don't first see what Jiang Jun intends to present. He comments that there seems to be nothing to see. Jiang Zhaiyang responds by questioning whether the family's master still requires Jiang Jun's gift. Surprise ripples through the crowd as they open Jiang Jun's gift box and discover the piece of jade inside. One person remarks that it is a 7-colored blood jade. Another individual mentions that they didn't expect to find such a rare item here, and it appears that the Jiang family invested significantly in it. Someone else suggests that if the Jiangs don't want it, they can sell the blood jade to him. Jiang Zhaiyang is taken aback, thinking that this might be the legendary item known for granting longevity. He quickly reassures everyone, saying that he was just joking with Jiang Jun. He emphasizes that the blood jade is a token of Jiang Jun's appreciation, and they will gladly accept it. Jiang Jun then asks if they can proceed inside, to which Jiang Zhaiyang replies that they should leave the blood jade behind so they can enter. After a while, inside the party, Jiang Jun comments that the Jiang family of Shangjing isn't trustworthy. Jiang Lim quickly gives him a light reprimand, urging him to lower his voice in case someone overhears. Jiang Jun instructs Qin Li to find a place to sit first as they plan to go and greet the head of the family. Qin Li agrees and mentions that he'll be waiting for him over there. After a while, Qin Li observes everyone at the party and reflects on the Jiang family's intricate position in Shangjing. He notes that each member of the family holds significant influence in the military, political, and business sectors, effectively controlling the country's vital interests, and he is concerned about the challenges Jiang Jun and his family might face upon their return. Zhu Jingran spots him and waves, expressing his search for him over the past half-day. Qin Li is surprised to see him and asks why he is also present. Zhu Jingran explains that his family has some collaborations with the Jiang family, so they sent both his elder brother and him to celebrate the old master's birthday. Qin Li is pleased to meet him and agrees to accompany him to meet his brother and sister. After a while, Zhu Jingran introduces Qin Li to his sister, Zhu Shuyu, and his brother, Zhu Qiang. Zhu Shuyu inquires if he is the doctor who saved her brother's life, to which Qin Li confirms his identity and greets Miss Zhu. Zhu Jingran introduces Qin Li as his older brother, and Qin Li looks at him curiously. Zhu Qiang notices Qin Li's gaze and asks if there is something on his face. Qin Li apologizes for his rudeness and attributes it to an occupational habit. Zhu Qiang humorously questions whether Dr. Qin believes he has the same disease. Qin Li states that if his guess is accurate, he has recently returned from a mission. He acknowledges the correctness of the guess and encourages Qin Li to continue. Qin Li explains that despite his appearing to be full of vitality, the accumulated injuries over the years have caused severe internal damage to his body, resulting in a persistent ailment. Consequently, he must refrain from undertaking any further perilous missions in his current state of health. Zhu Jingran asks if he is sick, to which Qin Li responds that if he delays any longer, he will likely develop a lifelong illness. Zhu Qiang comments that he thinks Qin Li is merely a boastful liar. Qin Li responds by stating that since Zhu Qiang doesn't believe him, he won't say anything further. Zhu Jingran mentions that he has experienced Dr. Qin's skills before and wonders why he doesn't allow him to examine him. However, Zhu Qiang becomes irritated and tells Zhu Jingran to be quiet and mind his own business, asserting that it's not his place to dictate what he should do. He privately believes that other families are monitoring his Zhu family, making it difficult for him to acknowledge any health issues at this time. Qin Li mentions that he has already met Zhu Jingran's brother and sister, so he intends to take his leave. He starts to move in the direction of his departure. However, Zhu Jingran calls him back, and Qin Li asks what's the matter and if there's anything he needs. Zhu Jingran explains that his brother has a bad temper and tends to treat everyone in this manner, so he shouldn't take it personally. He reassures him, saying that it's fine and Zhu Qiang likely has some sort of difficulty. Zhu Jingran expresses his gratitude for his understanding and informs him that he has some business to attend to today, suggesting that they meet again next time. Qin Li privately wonders if Zhu Qiang might truly be concealing something, and that's why he's reluctant to receive treatment. After a while, Qin Li strolls around and reflects that Jiang Jun has been inside for quite some time, and there shouldn't be anything to worry about. However, he notices the presence of dark energy around him and ponders what this place is and why it emits such a strong evil aura. Little does he know that a malevolent force is concealed deep within the Jiang family mansion. He surmises that the Black Fury, Feng Shui evil door pillars, or acacia wood may be associated with this unsettling atmosphere. Upon peering into a room, he discovers Master Jiang lying on a bed, shrouded in an evil aura. Realizing that it's an evil spirit formation, he uses his magical needle to start dispelling the malevolent energy. As he works, he can't help but note that the aura of this evil formation bears a striking resemblance to the one at Jiang Ran's hotel. Qin Li wonders why these occurrences keep surfacing. He recalls the teachings of the old man who instructed him, emphasizing that everything follows a particular pattern. Fortunately, he learned various techniques for breaking formations from the old man. Upon detecting the presence of an evil entity, Qin Li immediately initiates an attack and successfully vanquishes it. He acknowledges that the individual who established this formation possesses significant skills, but he's well versed in formations due to his prior practice. Curious about how the man became ensnared in such a potent evil formation, he checks Master Jiang's pulse and determines that he was fortunate to have discovered it early. Employing his magical needle, he places it on his forehead, effectively dispelling the malevolent aura from his body. Master Jiang awakens and inquires about the person before him. Qin Li informs him that he's awake and that he is merely one of the doctors who attended the birthday party. Master Jiang acknowledges this, expressing his astonishment at nearly meeting his end during his own party. Qin Li asks if he is Master Jiang and mentions that it is his birthday banquet today. Master Jiang admits to feeling old and confused and never anticipated that he would be brought to this state by the hands of the individuals he had chosen. Qin Li inquires about the meaning behind his words. Master Jiang explains that if it weren't for his son, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Qin Li understands and points out that Mr. Jiang Lim and his family have also entrusted him with his treatment. He adds that not only have they not held a grudge against him, but they've also sought a way to cure him, with the hope of returning to the Jiang family. Qin Li agrees, acknowledging that he can't hide anything from him. Master Jiang mentions that he wishes to bring back Lim and Xiao Junyi's families, but he's well aware that his own physical condition may not permit it. He believes that previous evil spirits have caused nerve necrosis in his legs, and he contemplates using the third layer of Fuyi 9 needles. Qin Li suggests that if he only wants to restore basic consciousness, that should be achievable. He inquires if what he means is that he can fully recover from his condition. Qin Li clarifies that he doesn't mean just basic recovery. Master Jiang acknowledges that he initially thought the same, but it was just wishful thinking, as numerous famous doctors he consulted were unable to help. Qin Li reaffirms that he means a complete recovery to normal health and proposes a bet between them. Qin Li takes out his magical needles and suggests that if he can fully cure him, he should bring the Jiang family back. But if he fails, he can decide what he wants him to do. Master Jiang finds this proposition interesting and agrees to the bet, adding that to bring back the Lim family, an event must still be held. After a while, in the private committee of the Jiang family, everyone is seated. Jiang Chengzi wonders why the old patriarch has suddenly become so refreshed and even summoned Jiang Lim's family back. Master Jiang addresses the gathering and explains that he has called them here today to discuss a matter. He expresses his intention to bring Jiang Lim's family back to their own home. Jiang Ziyang questions his grandfather, asking if he has forgotten what happened in the past and if the illness has affected his judgment. Jiang Chengzi chimes in, questioning how he can allow someone who has done wrong to return so easily. Another member of the family agrees, saying that their Jiang clan has never encountered such a situation before. Master Jiang addresses Jiang Lim and asks him to provide some explanation regarding the incident from that year. Jiang Lim agrees and says, "Okay, big uncle, about the incident from that year, please take a look at what Xiao Jun has sent." They all read the document. Jiang Chengzi points out that despite his desire for Lim's family to return, the clan's elders still have some doubts about the authenticity of this document and request them to review it. Qin Li arrives and apologizes, explaining that he has some documents he forgot to bring. Jiang Ziyang inquires about his identity, and Qin Li clarifies that these are separate documents from young Master Jiang Jun addressed to the family head. Jiang Chengzi suggests that they should carefully review the documents. An individual questions how an outsider like Qin Li could enter their home without being stopped by the bodyguards. Master Jiang intervenes and reveals that he personally invited Dr. Qin to stay. Jiang Chengzi is surprised and remarks that his legs appear to be functioning, to which Master Jiang responds that he believes sitting in a wheelchair is unnecessary now. Jiang Chengzi expresses his joy, stating that there is no greater happiness in the world than his potential recovery. He leans closer to him, whispering in his ear, reminding him that he is aware of the deeds he has done. He advises him to carefully examine what Dr. Qin has brought. Jiang Chengzi takes the paper from Qin Li and realizes that the old hawk, Master Jiang, has been feigning ignorance. Master Jiang inquires about their thoughts after reviewing Lim's documents. Jiang Chengzi suspects that his intentions are not as innocent as they seem. He suggests that it might not be impossible for Lim's family to return, but not without certain conditions. A man in a red shirt comments that no one has been able to become a martial artist for decades. Another man with a bald head adds that if their Jiang family can produce a martial artist, they might achieve first-class family status. A lady with brown hair acknowledges that Lim's family suffered injustice in the past but emphasizes that they must still shoulder certain responsibilities. A person in a blue coat agrees, suggesting that if they could leverage a martial artist to regain their status, no one would dare to oppose them. Master Jiang explains that reaching the level of a junior martial artist is no small feat for an ordinary person, and not only must they possess natural talent, but they also need to dedicate a decade to constant training. He then turns his attention to Jiang Lim, inquiring about the level of martial arts Little Jun has achieved in recent years. Jiang Lim responds by acknowledging that while Little Jun is youthful and robust, it will still take approximately 10 more years for him to reach the status of a martial artist. At that moment, Jiang Jun arrives and questions Jiang Lim about why they should endure the difficulties here when it's clear that they are being deliberately mistreated. Jiang Chengzi chimes in, suggesting that it's because Little Jun seems to want to abandon the idea of bringing his family back. Jiang Lim acknowledges the seeming impossibility of returning to Beijing in this lifetime. Sometime later, Qin Li, Jiang Jun, and Jiang Lim are seated, enjoying a cup of tea. Jiang Lim expresses his surprise at being given the seemingly impossible task of finding a martial artist. Jiang Jun wonders if there's any alternative to locating a martial artist. Qin Li ponders the concept of a martial artist and asks if they've ever heard of the Serious Gang. Jiang Jun is curious about why he's asking, to which Qin Li responds that he had a scuffle with them at a bar. Jiang Jun wonders how he's still okay despite having encountered martial artists, and Qin Li reassures him that nothing bad has happened to him, as he's still right in front of him. He jokingly acknowledges his own lack of intelligence, and Jiang Lim inquires if this means that Qin Li is a martial artist. Qin Li admits he's not entirely certain but expresses curiosity about the strength and capabilities of martial artists when they are mentioned. Jiang Jun mentioned that he had heard a friend discuss these matters before, and his friend had stated that aside from their group, there exists another community of individuals living in parallel with them. He explains that these individuals are martial artists who are categorized into 9 stages. The lowest level martial artist is comparable to the young boy from the lion family. He adds that, according to his friend, a martial artist at stage 3 possesses the strength to smash a large rock with a single palm, and the power of advanced martial artists is beyond description. At the time, he had considered his friend's stories as exaggerations. He then inquires whether the members of Tianling are as formidable as described. Qin Li responds by saying that they are not exceptionally powerful, they are merely somewhat more skilled than regular individuals. Jiang Jun follows up by asking if he can crush a boulder with his hands, to which Qin Li replies that he hasn't attempted that, but reaching a level where he can break stones with his bare hands is not entirely impossible. Jiang Lim then inquires about potential methods that Qin Li may have to assist them, and Qin Li suggests that if they're interested in attempting this, he has something that might be worth trying. The scene shifts to the night when Jiang Jun is getting ready for sleep and detects an unusual aroma. He inquires about the source, noting that it's already midnight, and wonders who is in the kitchen at this hour. Meanwhile, Qin Lin is in the kitchen preparing something. He comments on its quality, mentioning that it matches the color and aroma of what the old man used to prepare for him. Jiang Jun enters the kitchen and questions what Qin Lin is doing there. Qin Lin presents a bowl to him and says, "Look." Jiang Jun is bewildered and asks what on earth the substance is, adding, "Don't tell him he extracted these from his body." Qin Lin dismisses the idea, saying it's not possible. He sniffs the air and comments on the pleasant smell, asking about the source. Qin Li explains that he wants to become a martial artist and that, in the years before his training, his master used to prepare these cleansing pills for him to consume. He eats and comments on how delicious the cleansing pills taste. Qin Li inquires if he only took 2 pills. He responds, wondering what the issue is, and reiterates that he indeed consumed 2 pills. He adds that he's quite strong, so there's no need to be frugal. Qin Li clarifies that he meant Jiang Jun consumed too many at once and should have taken them with medicinal food. In the morning, Jiang Lim arrives and finds it strange that Jiang Jun is not around, considering it's just morning. He asks Qin Li if he knows where Jiang Jun might be at the moment. Qin Li responds that Jiang Jun is most likely still engaged in martial arts practice. After some time, Jiang Jun remarks that he didn't anticipate that his concoctions would be so potent, almost causing him great discomfort the previous night. Qin Li defends himself, saying it's not his fault. He had to ingest it last night. Meanwhile, Jiang Lim, who stands outside the door, overhears their conversation. Jiang Jun instructs Qin Li to continue, as he is still experiencing discomfort. Jiang Lim opens the door and enters. Qin Li proceeds to give Jiang Jun a massage. Jiang Jun asks what he is doing, and Qin Li is clearing his meridians. He says it's okay and the others should go on and leave the room. Qin Li mentions that they're almost finished, and while it's more challenging to use external force to extinguish the fire, his body has been thoroughly refined. Jiang Jun inquires whether this means he's about to succeed. Qin Li clarifies that it's not that simple, as the Zisui pill only helps change his physique, and the subsequent training will demonstrate his talent. Jiang Jun urges him not to wait any longer and to head down for practice. Just then, Qin Li's phone rang. He answers the call and says, "Okay, thanks, Zhu Jingran." Jiang Jun inquires whether it is from the Zhu family and whether it has anything to do with him. Qin Li replies that Zhu Jingran has mentioned a military banquet this afternoon and invited him to attend. Jiang Jun is surprised, asking if the Zhu family had invited him to their military banquet. Qin Li confirms this and asks what is happening. He explains that it was part of the competition between the prominent families in Beijing. Qin Li then asks about the ring match. Qin Li confirms this and asks what is happening. He explains that it was part of the competition between the prominent families in Beijing. Qin Li then asks about the ring match. Jiang Jun inquires if Qin Li knows why Zhu Sul is afraid of young Master Zhu. Qin Li asks if it's not because of the Zhu family. He responds that no, the Zhu family is just a facade. Zhu Sul is actually afraid of Zhu Qiang. And he not only became a commander at a young age but also is a warrior who has won 4 consecutive military banquet championships. Jiang Jun speculates that if he goes to the military banquet, he might be able to interact with these aristocratic warriors. Qin Li acknowledges this and says he didn't know the situation was like this. Meanwhile, Zhu Qiang is engaged in a fight with someone, and he throws him away. Zhu Jingran and Zhu Shiyu rush to assist him. Zhu Shiyu asks if he's okay. A girl with brown hair questions what happened to Zhu Qiang. Another person comments that he was defeated after only a few rounds, suggesting that Zhu Qiang might not be as skilled as they thought. They also mention being level 4 martial artists, and wonder why there is such a significant difference, and they express doubt about the security of Commander Zhu's position. Just then, Qin Li arrives and notices Zhu Jingran and Zhu Shiyu providing assistance to Zhu Qiang. Zhu Jingran tells Zhu Qiang to bear with it as the military doctor will arrive soon. Qin Li inquires about what happened. Zhu Jingran explains that his older brother just competed in martial arts and accidentally got injured. He asks if Qin Li can examine him. Zhu Qiang responds that it's not necessary and that minor injuries like this are nothing. Zhu Jingran insists that this is a good opportunity for brother Qin to showcase his medical skills, as he has witnessed his remarkable medical abilities. Zhu Shiyu concurs and mentions that Dr. Qin once saved the life of the younger brother. After some time, Qin Li notices a large, red wound on Zhu Qiang's chest and informs them that this injury is an old and stubborn one. It should have been treated through meditation, but now the entire meridian has been damaged. Zhu Jingran inquires if Qin Li means his elder brother was fighting with this injury. Zhu Qiang advises them to keep their voices down and explains that he has old injuries, so there's no need to discuss it. Zhu Jingran expresses surprise, considering how capable Zhu Qiang usually is. Qin Li hands Zhu Qiang a pill and mentions that he has prepared some marrow pills, which can be helpful for Zhu Qiang's injury, so he should give it a try. Zhu Qiang is surprised that Qin Li has such a pill, and Zhu Jingran asks about the Zisui pill. Zhu Qiang mentions that he heard the Zisui pill can nourish vitality and rapidly repair meridians, making it the top-grade pill in the martial arts world. When he returned to Beijing, he tried to find this medicine but was unsuccessful. He expresses his surprise that Dr. Qin could refine the marrow pill, considering him a genius. Qin Li humbly responds and informs him that he shouldn't take this medicine directly. Instead, he will provide a prescription later. Chu Qingyin agrees and expresses his gratitude to Dr. Qin Li. In response to Qin Li's questions about how long the Zhu family expects him to wait for Qin Muse, Qin Muse is on stage and announces that if he challenges him, he will continue to come out, but if no one steps up, he will consider it a surrender. He asks if Zhu's family is not going to send even a decent warrior. Chu Qingyin looks at him and remarks that Qin Muse is deceiving people too much. Zhu Xiyu declares that she will fight him. Qin Muse comments on her size and suggests her bones can't withstand one of his cannonballs. He taunts her, saying one shot and her soul will be gone, and 2 shots will send her to heaven. Zhu Xiyu steps forward to attack him, and Qin Muse continues to mock her, calling her the flower of the army. Miss Zhu Xiyu attempts to attack Qin Muse, but he grabs her leg and advises her not to attack. He warns that he doesn't know how to show her mercy and kicks her away. He then rushes to punch her, but Qin Li quickly intervenes and blocks his punch. Qin Li inquires about where he gets the idea of being a hero and saving a beauty. He suggests that he's just curious and wonders if he's as powerful as he claims. He challenges him to win 1 or 2 fights and apologize to his sister. The other person asks if he'll apologize, to which Qin Li responds, "Let him apologize," and he thinks he's getting impatient and wants to die. Zhu Xiyu cautions Qin Li not to be reckless, as he's not Muse's opponent. Staff Wang remarks, "Mr. Zhu, what kind of master is this friend he invited? And he seems quite formidable." The other commander explains that he's a doctor friend of Zhu Jinran, and they haven't inquired much about the others. Staff Wang thinks that the challenger, Qin Muse, showed some courage to dare challenge him. He hopes that a suitable candidate can be selected for the chief executive position this time. Qin Muse says to Qin Li that he has pressed him hard enough, and it's now too late to quit. He believes that God will show him what a true warrior is and rushes towards him to attack. However, Qin Li calmly evades his attack. Qin Li taunts him, asking how he's finding it. He suggests that he can't keep up with his speed and reflects that even with his little strength, he's nothing compared to Qin Muse. Qin Muse attempts to kick him, but he narrowly escapes and forcefully plants his foot on the floor, causing it to break. Qin Li retorts this is the strength of the strong and asks if he understands. One of the soldiers remarks that Qin Muse deserves to be a level 4 powerhouse. Another soldier adds it's worthy of being a member of the Qin family. Qin Muse once again attempts to attack and boasts that a single stroke will easily take down his opponent. However, Qin Li manages to block his punch and retaliates by punching him with his other hand, throwing him out of the ring. This unexpected turn of events leaves everyone in shock. Staff Wang thinks that the performance of this young brother is quite interesting. Chu Qingyin wonders about the identity of this Qin Li, as he hasn't heard his little brother mention him before. He speculates that Qin Li must have learned from a certain expert. Qin Li downplays the praise, stating that he was praised too much. In fact, he's just an individual, not affiliated with any school or organization. The general staff of the Beijing military, Wang, expresses his surprise, saying that he didn't know Qin Li had an interest in the military. He approaches them, and Chu Qingyin and his siblings salute him. Qin Li responds well. Staff Wang inquires why. If Qin Li's brother doesn't grant him power, he's interested. Qin Li asks about attribution, and Staff Wang confirms that there is still a vacancy in his leadership position. He wonders if Qin Li is interested. Qin Li inquires about the identity of the person. Chu Qingyin reveals that he is the chief of staff of the Yangtze General Military Region. Qin Li greets him and expresses gratitude for his kindness but mentions that he just wishes to remain an ordinary doctor. Sergeant Wang points out those such opportunities are not available to everyone and encourages Qin Li to consider them carefully. He further explains that, as an outsider, Qin Li helped the Zhu family publicly defeat Qin Muse, and if the Qin family were to find out, it might pose difficulties for him. Qin Li is puzzled and asks what he means. Sergeant Wang elaborates that the military banquet is an opportunity for the Yangtze army to identify talents. Since Qin Li was able to defeat Qin Muse, he is eligible to join the army and serve as a commander. He would be named Chu Qingyin from now on, effectively becoming a part of the Zhu family. Qin Li hesitates, stating that he is just an ordinary person and he values his freedom, expressing his uncertainty about taking on such an important role. Sergeant Wang reassures him, mentioning that he has already made arrangements for him. It's not convenient for him to stay in Zhongcheng, and there are no plans to assign him a job. Qin Li contemplates that it appears this person has already made all the arrangements. Sergeant Wang inquires whether he is unwilling to serve in the military during the summer or if he considers the position too low. Qin Li ponders the idea of serving the country as a responsibility, expressing that if he doesn't think about it, he can attend the meeting. However, if he decides against it, he can revisit the matter. Chu Qingyin approaches and presents a badge to Qin Li, offering him congratulations. Sergeant Wang remarks that their task is now completed and anticipates that they will meet again soon. Qin Li wonders about the meaning behind seeing him again. Chu Qingyin suggests that he has spent a long time here and that Qin Li is quite talented. He asks if he can lend him a look at it. He reflects on the martial arts he practiced in the past and whether it aligns with the destiny he mentioned initially. He hands it over to Chu Qingyin and contemplates the resemblance between himself and Master Qin, whom he mentioned earlier. He mentions that they will become a family in the future and he can choose to stay in Jingde. He asks him for his thoughts on the matter. He replies that it's not a big deal, and he just doesn't have a favorable opinion of Qin Zu, the former leader of the Qin Jin family. He believes Qin Zu isn't a good teacher, and he wonders if Qin Li is familiar with him. Chu Qingyin responds that it doesn't appear to be the case, but he did encounter him once in the past when he was still a family member. He sought his help to treat his deceased brother's illness. Qin Li apologizes for his earlier remarks. Chu Qingyin reassures Qin Li that it's fine and the past is in the past. Qin Li inquires if he has any current information about Qin Zu. Chu Qingyin remarks that considering Qin Zu's attire and demeanor, he doesn't appear to be an ordinary person. He seems like a warrior. However, he confesses that he hasn't heard any news about him for some time. Chu Qingyin suggests that if Qin Li wants to inquire about Master Qin, the badge he holds may be useful. Qin Li is curious and asks what the badge means. Chu Qingyin explains that the badge he possesses comes in 4 levels: iron, bronze, silver, and gold within the army. Owners of a silver badge and above have the privilege to enter and exit specific places in the martial arts world freely. Qin Li inquires about the specifics of the martial arts world and the specific places it entails. Chu Qingyin explains that, for instance, there's a warrior bar located on Taiping Road in Shangjing. To gain entry and enjoy the privileges, one must meet the martial arts level requirements and adhere to the established order. He mentions that he's heard that advanced warriors occasionally gather there to exchange knowledge, but he personally hasn't visited that place. Qin Li realizes that if he wants to locate Master Qin, he may need to go to this martial arts bar to gather information. A few days later, at night, the guard approaches Qin Li and informs him that he shouldn't be in this area and should leave. Qin Li displays his badge and inquires if he can gain access to it. The guard is taken aback and exclaims that it's a commander-level military emblem. Qin Li asks if he can proceed, and the guard responds affirmatively. As Qin Li moves forward, he reflects that despite working here for many years, this is the first time he has encountered such a high-level military emblem. Qin Li arrives at the entrance to the party and enters. Inside, Xiao Ma effortlessly lifts a dumbbell with one finger, impressing those around him. A person with a pimple exclaims he's awesome. A man in a black shirt comments that lifting a dumbbell like that can be done by level 2 martial artists. Qin Li explores the area and notices a photo of Qin Muse on one of the walls. Cao Li spots him and mentions that the person looks familiar, realizing it's him. He calls out to him and asks if Brother Qin is also interested in this kind of place. Cao Li asks if he doesn't remember who he is. Qin Li tells him that he is the person from the Serious Gang. Cao Li offers him a drink and expresses his pleasure at meeting him, introducing himself as a member of the Serious Gang. Qin Li accepts the drink and thanks him, mentioning that it's his first time here and he doesn't expect to meet Cao Li. They shake hands, and Cao Li commends him for defeating Qin Muse and becoming a commander, to which Qin Li responds with politeness. Inwardly, Cao Li wonders if Qin Li is truly as formidable as the rumors suggest, considering that his dark power appears to have grown stronger since their last encounter, which should be nearly impossible. Cao Li remarks that Qin Li's grip is impressively strong, thinking that if they could recruit him into the Serious Gang, they would gain another elite member, although his hand is now hurting. Qin Li mentions that he still needs to find someone, so he intends to take his leave. Curious, Cao Li asks whom he's looking for. Qin Li explains that he only knows the person he's searching for has the surname Qin and is a martial artist, but he has been missing for a long time. He acknowledges his lack of information but is determined to find the person, no matter how challenging it may be. Cao Li acknowledges that it might be challenging with limited information, but if the person he is looking for is intentionally hiding, there won't be many leads to follow. However, he suggests that there might be someone who could assist him. He encourages him to join him if he's willing to trust him. He leads Qin Li to an elevator. Wondering about their destination, Qin Li asks where they are going. Cao Lai explains that he's taking him to meet someone skilled in collecting private information who might be able to help him. They exit the elevator on a different floor, and Qin Li inquires if this is a martial artist's bar. Cao Lai clarifies that it's not just a martial artist's bar. In fact, when he looked at it from above, he only saw a portion of it. He continues to explain that these are some of the serious gang's locations, totaling 10 floors. The lower the floor, the tighter the security, but he's heard that martial artists below the 6th floor have relocated to another place for their development. Opening a door, he welcomes Qin Li to the serious gang's central base. Qin Li realizes that his initial perception of the serious gang as a mere underground force might not be accurate. Cao Lai points out Xiaofeng and identifies him as the person he mentioned. Cao Lai tells Xiaofeng that his friend here has some questions for him. Qin Li greets Xiaofeng and explains that he's trying to locate a martial artist with the surname Qin who seems familiar to him. He admits that he has limited information and asks if Xiaofeng can assist him. Xiaofeng realizes that he also wants to find a martial artist with the surname Qin and finds it coincidental. He inquires if Qin Li can provide any locations or events where the individual might have appeared. Qin Li mentions that he was asked by the Zhu family to save the young master at the time. Xiaofeng thinks this could be a good lead and encourages him to give it a try. Pondering the situation, Qin Li wonders if he can truly find the person with so little information. He notices a badge and finds it oddly familiar. He requests that he take a look at Xiaofeng's badge. However, Xiaofeng apologizes and explains that it's a private item and he cannot allow him to touch it. He inquires if he is also one of the 19 people and whether he knows Liang King. Xiaofeng responds that it's hard not to know about the talented girl among the 19 people, but unfortunately she recently passed away. Qin Li expresses his disbelief and mentions that he had been searching for the whereabouts of these people. He asks if there's any chance she might still be alive. Qin Li then shows her picture and explains that when she was injured, she sought treatment at his private medical clinic, and currently she helps him manage the clinic. Xiaofeng is surprised to learn she survived, and he remarks that she's even tougher than he thought. He mentions he agreed to help her find these people but has been occupied with his own matters lately, and he didn't expect to encounter him. He wonders why, if she's alive, he hasn't tried to locate the other members. Xiaofeng mentions that the boss has done many favors for him, and there are things that are not easy to discuss. Cao Lai reassures him, saying it's alright, Brother Qin is their friend, and he also saved his friend, and helping him in return is the right thing to do. Xiaofeng agrees and adds that regarding this matter, it will take another 2 years to gather any information, and there may not be any surviving members of the 19 people. He continues, recalling that he nearly died back then. Fortunately, he found a very powerful boss, and now he just wants to obtain information about the traitor and set things right. However, due to the group's mysterious nature, the only lead they have is the commander in charge and a 9th-ranked martial artist with the surname Qin. He mentions that he has researched this individual before. Qin Li inquires about the situation. Xiaofeng replies that it appears the person he's looking for has an extraordinary identity, most likely the same individual that Qin Li is searching for. He explains that all the information about this person is safeguarded by a highly secure system, making it challenging to decipher quickly. Qin Li seeks clarification on what is meant by a high-level security system. He reveals it's a secret security system utilized by the Yangtze military, extremely difficult for outsiders to breach. Qin Li ponders the enigmatic nature of this individual and their military connection, wondering about their identity. However, now he has a direction for his investigation. Cao Lai agrees with him, recognizing the challenges of intrusion. He emphasizes that while it may be difficult, it's not impossible to locate a person. He questions how the serious gang established its reputation if they didn't possess the skills needed for such tasks. He operates the screen, displaying the internal intel network system of the serious gang. Qin Li realizes that the serious gang is not just an ordinary gang but rather an underground organization with significant fighting capabilities. He expresses his eagerness to help and assumes that terms have already been set. Cao Lai, upon his openness, decides to be direct and reveals that there are no specific terms. He's just happy that Qin Li is there and hopes he will join their cause. Qin Li agrees and privately thinks that while Cao Lai's motives are still unclear, his attitude towards Xiaofeng appears genuine. Qin Li offers his assistance for any future needs, as long as they are legal. They shake hands, and Cao Lai warmly welcomes Qin Li to the serious gang. Qin Li notes that it's getting late, and he doesn't want to bother them any longer today. Cao Lai insists that he be their guest and promises to keep in touch with any news from their side. Qin Li departs from the location. Xiao Feng inquires if Mr. Qin is truly worthy of their attention. Cao Li clicks the mouse button and asks how Qin Li believes he reached this position with his vision and strength. After examining Qin Li's details, he remarks that he's quite impressive, noting that even the Zhu family treats him with respect, let alone their gang. Cao Li believes that the serious gang will need a strong supporter in the future. After a while, Qin Li informs King Liang through a message that he has found one of his teammates and he will be there in a few days. He believes that King Liang will be very happy when he hears this news. Just then, suddenly Zhu Xiyu arrives and challenges him to a fight in the ring. He gets scared and drops his phone, but she catches the phone. She hands him the phone and tells him to take it. He wonders why she's here as well. She explains that she has come a long way to see him. He checks the phone and asks if something has happened. She takes his hand and suggests that it's not convenient to talk here, urging him to come with her. She leads him outside and tells him to please leave Shangjing. He asks her to explain why she's making this request because he doesn't quite understand. She explains that she doesn't want her Zhu family to face any consequences because of his conflict with Qin Mu. He reassures her that he won't allow the Zhu family to suffer due to his actions. She insists that he's still young, and it's the cunning strategies of the Qin family that have allowed them to become a major family in Shangjing. She emphasizes that she's advising him for his own benefit. He apologizes but states that he has some responsibilities that prevent him from leaving Shangjing at the moment. She acknowledges his decision and adds that she won't say anything more. Then, she discreetly takes a magical needle and suggests they return to the Zhu family. Zhu Jingran arrives with Zhu Xiyu and expresses his surprise that Qin Li actually came here since he couldn't reach him on his phone. Qin Li is equally surprised to see the two Zhu Xiyu duplicates. Zhu Jingran is bewildered by this and asks if there's another sister or if there are two of them. Zhu Jingran inquires why there are two sisters here. He steps closer to the fake Zhu Xiyu and asks her why she came alone when she said she would wait for him. The real Zhu Xiyu warns him not to approach the imposter, suspecting her to be an advanced fighter skilled in disguise. The fake Zhu Xiyu claims that the imposter is her, the real sister, and that she came to meet Qin Li and discuss the previous military banquet. She suggests that if he wishes to learn whether the military banquet is challenging, considering the skills of an advanced fighter who can assume anyone's identity in a matter of minutes, there might be no one in the world that he cannot impersonate. Qin Li considers this and realizes that the Serious Gang's intelligence network has also mentioned the existence of warriors with the ability to disguise themselves. Since she managed to infiltrate the Zhu family's military banquet, she might not be an ordinary warrior. He decides not to take any action at the moment, as he is uncertain about her true intentions in this situation. Zhu Jingran inquires if she's claiming to be his sister. She teases him about still wetting his bed until he is 7 years old, which embarrasses him. He asks why she is revealing this in front of other people. She points out that the Zhu family's history is meticulously recorded in the genealogy from birth, making it easy to obtain such information. Zhu Jingran realizes that her explanation makes sense. Both Zhu Xiyus continue to bring up anecdotes from Zhu Jingran's childhood, much to his dismay. Zhu Jingran attempts to stop them, and the first Zhu Xiyu expresses surprise at her extensive knowledge about their Zhu family. The second Zhu Xiyu says that no matter what her motive is, she will never let her get what she wants. They both start attacking each other, and Qin Li steps in between them to stop them. He clenches his magical needles in both hands and suggests that if there's no other way to find out the truth, they should use his method. He apologizes for his intervention. Zhu Jingran tells Qin Li that he encountered his sister yesterday. Zhu Xiyu finds this strange. She feels no pain, and her body seems to be enveloped in a warm sensation, making her quite comfortable. Qin Li mentions that if it weren't for Miss Zhu's meridian damage at the military banquet, it would have been challenging for him to distinguish between the real and the fake. He checks her pulse and states that only Miss Zhu's injury is something that no one else can imitate. The fake Zhu Xiyu mentions that initially she only wanted him to leave Beijing, but now that he has uncovered her secret, he can no longer leave this place. Qin Li remarks that despite not contacting her, she has been making reckless decisions. She acknowledges this and adds that it's the reason she still has some tricks up her sleeve. She then takes out a needle and moves toward Qin Li, but he stops her and pushes her away. She quickly departs, remarking that based on his current strength alone, he still has a long way to go in Beijing. Qin Li contemplates that if he intends to stay in Beijing longer to gather more information, he needs to find ways to improve his strength. He mentions that he didn't expect the girl to escape so swiftly, indicating her considerable power. Zhu Xiyu considers that perhaps only senior warriors in the gangs during the hot summer possess such strength and wonders if there's a secret connection between the Qin family and those gangs. She reassures Qin Li that their Zhu family will thoroughly investigate this matter. Qin Li agrees, acknowledging that her strength surpasses both his and Zhu Jingran's. He then asks Zhu Jingran how he knew he was here and what the matter is. Zhu Jingran explains that his big brother mentioned having an urgent matter, but they were unable to contact him, so they came here in search of him. Zhu Xiyu approaches their car and suggests that it's already late, so they should head home and visit Big Brother's house first thing in the morning. The fake Zhu Xiyu, perched on a tree, observes their departure and reflects on how she didn't anticipate the young boy's keen instincts. She notes that he not only used his own methods to expose her identity, but has also achieved the 7th level of a martial artist. Since he is determined to stay in Beijing, she decides to assist him in some way. After a while, Zhu Qiang inquires about Qin Li's progress in searching for that person. Qin Li responds that he has gathered some definite information but still requires more time. Zhu Qiang offers his assistance whenever needed. Qin Li appreciates the generosity but mentions that he heard young Master Zhu is also looking for him. Zhu Qiang confirms this and asks if Qin Li has noticed any changes in his body. Qin Li questions if he stayed up late the previous night, and Zhu Qiang suggests coming over to take a look. Zhu Jingran observes this interaction and notes that it's the first time he has seen Big Brother being this close to someone. Qin Li wonders if Zhu Qiang is referring to the effects of the Zisui pill, and speculates that the breakthrough may be imminent. He asks if Commander Zhu mentioned that he was on the verge of breaking through the 4th level. Zhu Qiang clarified that he wasn't referring to the scar on his face. Qin Li asks if that's not a good thing and questions what is concerning Commander Zhu. Zhu Qiang explains that trauma medicines have been introduced to the market, but they were all recalled by their partners. The reason behind this is that a new medicine with exceptional efficacy has emerged in Shangjing recently, and is almost monopolizing the market. He further mentions that he bought some of it himself and tested its usage, leading to the results seen on his face. He mentions that he is a Chinese doctor and expresses his interest in finding the ingredients of this medicine to enhance their own products. He hands Qin Li a cream jar and extends an open offer, stating that Qin Li is welcome to use any medicine available there, and the reward is also available. Qin Li responds by thinking that he's giving him too much credit, and wonders if using the Zhu family's precious medicine ingredients to enhance his own body and martial arts would be a substantial advantage. He opens the jar, takes a sniff, and recognizes the formula of the medicine he prescribed a long time ago. Qin Li mentions that he created the recipe for the ointment and had his wife prepare it before coming to Shangjing. Zhu Qiang inquires about what he means. Qin Li explains that, if he is not mistaken, this product should be manufactured and sold by his wife's company. Zhu Qiang acknowledges this and expresses amazement at Qin Li's ability to develop such an advanced scar medication at such a young age. He is, however, a bit puzzled. Zhu Jingran queries whether Qin Li is genuinely married, to which Zhu Xiyu responds, emphasizing his youth and marital status. Qin Li confirms that he met his wife in college, they graduated together and later got married. He adds that he is the son-in-law of the Chu family. Zhu Qiang, in light of his achievement with the ointment, proposes a favor. Qin Li encourages him to speak his mind. Zhu Qiang explains that although the Zhu family is responsible for producing all military medications, some of their medications are less effective than those available on the market. Therefore, he would like to request his services as their special medical consultant. He assures that they are open to any conditions he may have. He responds by saying that if his wife ever wishes to expand her business into the Shangjing market, the Zhu family will spare no effort to assist. He emphasizes that he can specify 3 conditions that they will uphold in compliance with the principles of moral law. Qin Li contemplates that, in order to advance his goals and continue searching for Master Qin, he may need to remain in Shangjing to expand the business. Zhu Qiang ponders the situation, a martial artist with incredible strength and exceptional medical skills. Considering these abilities, their best course of action is to make every effort to have him on their side. He fears the potential consequences if they were to make an enemy of someone like him. He concludes that accepting the incredible offer is the right decision. He remarks that Qin Li is indeed a very smart individual. After a while, Qin Li sits in Jiangjun Villa and receives a message from Xiaofeng that he has arrived. Just then, Jiangjun comes in wearing shorts and greets him with a good morning. Qin Li looks at him strangely, and Jiangjun notices his expression. He asks what's wrong and then covers his legs, mentioning that he didn't expect those pills to be so potent, making him feel so hot. Qin Li checks his pulse and remarks that it's almost time, and he plans to teach him some martial arts techniques today. Jiang Jun is eager to learn, and Qin Li shows him a selection of books, telling him to choose one. He takes a book but asks if he's sure that practicing it won't drive him insane. Qin Li reassures him and advises him to keep practicing. He decides to give it a try. Qin Li opens the door and asks Xiaofeng what he's doing here. Xiaofeng responds by asking if he's not allowed to catch up with a fellow teammate. He then instructs Qin Li to get in the car. Qin Li wonders how he knew he was staying there. After a while, they are both in the car, and Qin Li mentions that he doesn't think this is the way to the airport. He observes that local airports are typically located in relatively open and flat areas, but all he can see in this direction is a mountainous area. Xiaofeng explains that he's taking the shortest route. He persists, suggesting that this path doesn't seem right, and he also asks if he has obtained any information about the whereabouts of Master Qin. He remarks that Master Qin's trail is hidden very deeply, and there are no traces. He adds that there's always a possibility that he might have died. He responds, saying that he almost lost a clue, as he had a confrontation with a martial artist highly skilled in disguise just yesterday. He acknowledges that he has also heard about this martial artist. He mentions that he heard that this artist disappeared a long time ago, and he didn't expect to come across him. He reflects on the situation, noting that from the sound of the voices in the car, it appears that the passengers are Mr. Qin and the man who had subdued him. He also speculates that this man had disguised himself as him and is puzzled by the strength of the person who had incapacitated him. He asks if he can grab his eye drops from the glove box. Qin opens it, and smoke emanates from the glove box. Xiaofeng covers his nose, but the smoke only affects Qin Li, causing him to fall unconscious. After a while, Xiaofeng removes his eye cover and places Qin Li in an old building. He thinks to himself not to blame him, as Qin Li will eventually understand that all of this is for his own good. Qin Li regains consciousness and grabs his face to remove his face mask. The fake Xiaofeng says he didn't think Qin Li would see through his disguise. Qin Li explains that when he came to see him earlier, he noticed that the aura in his body was very similar to the person who pretended to be Miss Zhu before, and Xiaofeng isn't foolish enough to come see him without a disguise. He admits he was too careless but still attempts to attack Qin Li, who realizes the attacker is incredibly fast and doesn't have enough time to dodge. He then grabs Qin Li's neck and tells him not to blame him for not heeding his advice. In response, Qin Li secretly takes a magical needle and retorts that he never asked for his advice, so there's no reason for him to listen. He thrusts the needles into the imposter's hand, causing it to bleed. Qin Li realizes that he can't use his right hand now. He goes on the offensive again, landing a punch on Qin Li's face and throwing him away. He comments that he had a great idea that unfortunately didn't work. Qin Li wonders how strong the imposter really is, considering that his right arm's Kai is blocked, yet he can still generate such force. He decides not to talk to him anymore and begins using his magic. Qin Li observes the imposter's magic and realizes the imposter has a powerful aura, much stronger than his own. He knows this will be a difficult fight and considers his options. Surveying the surroundings, he spots an opportunity in the area full of barren graves, surrounded by hills where Yin Kai gathers. He decides to make a run for it. He questions if he intends to flee, stating that everything is within his reach. Qin Li attempts to attack him, but the imposter easily evades and mocks his lack of self-respect. He taunts Qin Li, asking if he's still struggling. Qin Li comes to a halt, conceals a magical needle in his hand, approaches him, and hurls it towards him. Simultaneously, he employs his magic to summon the gathering of the 7 deadly spirits. The deadly spirits envelop him completely. He explains that he fled only to lure him into the center of the formation, thinking he could bridge the power gap with this simple formation. He concedes that he is somewhat clever. Qin Li responds, saying it's fortunate that he didn't notice his little trick and that he only succeeded by luck. He admits that he underestimated him before, but he also underestimated him, as he grabs one of the deadly spirits and eliminates it. Meanwhile, the real Xiaofeng is tied up in the car trunk, and he believes it's been a while since the car stopped, so Mr. Qin must not have had an accident. He needs to find a way to inform the boss as soon as possible. He moves his hand to retrieve the phone from his pocket. Meanwhile, the fake Xiaofeng says he has underestimated him and kills the deadly spirit. Qin Li is shocked to see this and asks how it's possible. He moves forward to attack Qin Li, thinking that to achieve better results, he can only push this kid to his fighting limit. He avoids breaking or standing still and throws him away with a punch. He once again strikes Qin Li in the chest and says that today, he he will show him what a real warrior is. He observes that Qin Li's chest is damaged, and he shouldn't be able to catch his breath easily. Qin Li breathes heavily and questions why he didn't kill him earlier. He responds that even after being beaten like this, he can still maintain such a clear mind. He confesses that his purpose is to abolish his meridians and get him out of Shangjing. Qin Li thinks that this person wants to drive him out of Shangjing and abolish him, and he wonders if it could be someone from the Qin family. He prepares to attack Qin Li again, believing that this will be the final blow, hoping that he can survive it and not be beaten to death. Just then, Liang Qing arrives, her face covered with a mask, and throws a knife toward him. He tells her not to get in his way. Liang Qing instructs Qin Li to run quickly. He responds that if they interfere, it's his own good deeds that make him want to run, and he pushes her, causing her to fall on top of Qin Li, and his mask is removed. Qin Li asks if she is okay and expresses surprise at seeing her. He assures him that no one is bothering them now. He agrees and mentions that it just so happens that he also wants to test his strength and gather his magic. He observes Qin Li and thinks that suddenly being injured at the Tanjong point can exude such a strong ability. What a genius. They both prepare to attack each other. Fake Xiaofeng remarks that he did indeed impress him, but this time it's over. He strikes Qin Li on the neck, causing him to fall unconscious. He leaves the scene, thinking that's all he can do, and the rest is up to him. The scene shifts to Zhang Jun, who is practicing meditation. He wonders if he is practicing the martial arts set correctly, the one that Brother Qin gave him. He finds the posture a bit strange and decides to change it based on what he sees in the book. He questions whether this is the correct way or if it should be like this. He thinks he needs to ask Brother Qin Li for guidance, but realizes it's been 7 to 8 hours and wonders why he hasn't done anything yet. Meanwhile, Qin Li sits in his room, meditating and thinking that the man is clearly trying to kill him. He wonders why the man eventually passed the power to him and what he wants. If he can't refine this aura right now, he is afraid he won't get the chance to know the answer to the question. Meanwhile, outside, Qingyin Chu arrives, holding many packets, and Zhang Jun asks what these are for. She explains that the doctors didn't find anything wrong with Qin Li last night, but he is still very worried, so he bought these to have on hand. Zhang Jun expresses his relief that his sister-in-law has thought it through. She asks if anything happened to him while they were away. He responds that he has been keeping an eye on him, but there's been no sign of anything unusual. Just then, a magical burst emerges from Qin Li's room, grabbing both of their attention. Zhang Jun asks what's going on, if it's an earthquake. He replies that it seems to be coming from Brother Qin's room, and she rushes towards his room. They come to his room, and Qingyin Chu asks if he is alright. Qin Li says yes, he is fine, and asks what brings her to Shangjing all of a sudden. She explains that it was due to the phone call she received from Liang Qing last night, and their new ointment is selling very well in Shangjing. She was planning to come here in a few days to surprise him. Zhang Jun attempts to greet Qin Li, but Liang Qing grabs his shirt and leads him out of the room. He asks what she is doing. Qin Li explains that he has been too busy to go back and visit her. Qingyin Chu mentions that he did many scary things without telling her. He asks if she ever thought about him at all. Just then, he feels a pain in his chest and vomits blood. She asks what's wrong with him and if something is seriously wrong. He tells her not to panic and asks to let him see it himself first. She agrees. He reflects that it's likely because the aura from the breakthrough has not been refined yet. It seems that to truly merge that power, he still needs to find the heavenly treasures that the old man used to have. She expresses her fear, thinking she might have made him angry. He says it's okay, it's normal. He thinks he has just been practicing a bit too much lately. She mentions that, by the way, he helped Master Zhang Jun step foot into the world of martial arts so he could train, too. He asks if she wants to train, too. She responds that she is his wife, and she hopes to stand by his side one day since the last time she decided that she will be his for life. He says, well, now that he has thought about it, let's give it a try. After a while, Qin Li comes out of the room when Qingyin Chu is sleeping, and he descends the stairs. He sees Liang Qing and asks why she is still awake. She explains that she just went to Xiaofeng's place, and after exchanging information with him, she believes it's impossible for what happened in the 19th Division back then to be so simple. He advises her that in the eyes of the military, she is a glorified soldier, so she should stay away from Shangjing as much as possible. She agrees and thanks him for his concern. As he moves toward the door, she inquires if he is going out. He responds that he has to go and see about the old man from yesterday. She offers to go with him, but he declines, stating that he has plans for this and they will check if they have anything to do with him. The Qin house guard states that no one except the master of the Qin family is allowed to enter the chamber, and it is under constant surveillance. The other guard affirms this. Meanwhile, inside the Qin family's secret room, Qin Li checks the books and reflects that the highest level martial artist ever to appear in the Qin family was only a 5th level martial artist. He contemplates that it appears the old man truly has no connection to the Qin family. He notices a note inside the book, reads it, and realizes that Master Qin has arranged all of this in advance. The note states that he will divulge everything Qin Li wants to know once he advances to the upper levels of martial arts. Qin Li wonders if there is a level higher than the 9th level for martial artists. Just then, Qin Muse and his father pass by this room and greet each other. Qin Muse asks if Staff Sergeant Wang has told him about the participants in this year's martial arts tournament. He says no. Qin Muse asks what is wrong. He explains that the books in the room are not in their proper places, indicating that an outsider may have entered. Qin Li wonders if he found him, but no, he's referring to the other person in the room. Qin Muse clarified that it was him, and he entered yesterday to check if there were any books to assist in his martial arts practice. His father advises him not to enter the secret room anymore, as there are many things in there that he should not touch. Qin Muse acknowledges and says he understands. He selects a painting and states that he will send it to Staff Sergeant Wang first thing tomorrow, and he can inquire about the martial arts tournament on his own. Qin Muse responds, okay. He inquires what. Qin Muse mentions that he heard that in the past, their grandfather left behind some elixirs designed to rapidly boost martial artists' ranks. Qin Li wonders if it's a cleansing pill. Qin Muse's father confirms it and says that his grandfather did possess one of those pills. He suggests that if the pill is so potent, why not let him try one? Qin Li explains that it's a half-finished product with numerous side effects, and his grandfather destroyed it before he could use it. Qin Muse suspects that he might not know about it because it's concealed. They exit the secret room. Qin Li asks if she is searching for something as well. Chu Qingyin is also hidden in the secret room and confirms, saying yes. She states she did not think that Commander Qin could still find his, even after it was hidden so deeply. He believes this scent is Qin Muse's. He apologizes for any offense. Upon hearing a sound, he moves towards her and instructs her not to make a sound, warning that they could both be discovered. He spots Qin Muse in the room and wonders what Qin Muse is trying to accomplish by sneaking around. Qin Muse moves the books aside and mentions that he finally managed to get the old man to leave. He notices a small vase and reveals that the old man attempted to deceive him by claiming the medicine had been destroyed, but fortunately, he had been cautious. He says that as long as he can improve his strength, a minor side effect is inconsequential, and perhaps it's just a lie that Grandpa concocted to make himself stronger. He takes out the pill, consumes it, and exclaims that it's scorching hot. He undergoes a transformation into a monster. Qin Li observes all of this happening and ponders what kind of pill this is, and it appears as though other genes are attempting to merge with Qin Muse. Qin Muse reflects that he never thought he'd have the opportunity to experience the power of this pill so soon. He asks if he wants him to answer the calls for him. Qin Li grabs Chu Qingyin's hand and runs quickly, urging her to follow him. Qin Muse follows them. Qin Li thinks that now is not the time to reveal his identity. Qin Muse declares that when he catches them, he'll definitely kill them. She thinks that the old man had her place the paper in the Qin family's house, which would give her a chance to meet with him. She didn't think it was real. Qin Li instructs her to stay still and stop running. They turn into another street, and he urges her to hurry in that direction. However, suddenly her foot twists and she falls down. She thinks that it seems like they can't avoid it today, and Godfather should have mentioned that if she can successfully take over this man, then quickly improving her cultivation levels wouldn't be a problem. She addresses Qin Li, saying Commander Qin Li is too fast and she can't keep up with him. He responds that he's not the only one who's fast. Qin Muse nearly catches up to them, but they manage to escape his attack. He wonders why Qin Li came to him without him looking for him. He considers that Qin Li caught up so quickly and wonders if he might have taken one of those forbidden drugs that Godfather mentioned, which increases his power. He thinks about why she is with Qin Li and wonders if it's because of Officer Wang's orders. He reflects that everything is still under his control, so now is not the time to anger Officer Wang. He asks why the people who were clearly just there have suddenly disappeared. She replies that it seems he can't see them and wonders if this could be the side effect that the head of the Qin family mentioned. Qin Muse inquires about where they have gone and attempts to run. She slaps him, and he questions who dares to slap him. She thinks that it seems like he isn't faking it, and he runs in another direction while urging if they guys are so amazing, then don't run. They both watch him as he runs. Qin Li recalls that he was close to Officer Wang and asks why she is with him. She suggests that it's best for Commander Qin Li not to ask, and besides, she hasn't seen him tonight. He responds that since she said that, he won't pry any further. She compliments him, saying she likes smart people like him, and her phone rings. She receives a call from Godfather. She says she'll rush back right now, and he says, all right, she'll go tell him. She mentions Officer Wang's request, and she's afraid she'll have to trouble him to follow her. Qin Li thinks that one day, he'll definitely make those who angered him pay. The scene shifts to the yard of the military base, where Qin Li arrives, listens to their conversation, and thinks about whether he took some forbidden drugs and then raced off. Meanwhile, Qin Li sees him and says Commander Qin Li finally came, and they have been waiting for him for a long time. Chu Qingyin asks young Master Qin Li what happened to his face. He explains that there were too many files yesterday, so he accidentally slapped himself and requested that they don't make fun of him. Commander Wang laughs and says, all right, niece, don't make fun of him since everyone is here, and let's get down to business. He informs Qin Li that these guys are the most powerful individuals in Shangjing. The chief has decided to have the four of them represent Shangjing in the martial arts competition held in Tianhai City in the upcoming month. Qin Li asks about the martial arts competition. Commander Wang affirms that it's true, and this time, it's the most advanced and large-scale fighting competition. He believes that these individuals, with Commander Qin Li as their leader, will be able to win first place. He thinks that, according to what he's saying, Qin Li probably guessed that he wouldn't reject this offer. Commander Wang continues by stating that now, the people who will represent Shangjing have been officially decided. For the past competitions, he was satisfied enough when the guys could participate in practice. However, for this year, he hopes that they will secure first place. Zhu Qiang asks if there is something different about this year's trophy. Commander Wang explains that he heard the first place prize this time is the very rare and valuable secret herb, the Fire Saint Lotus. Qin Li inquires about the Fire Saint Lotus, thinking it's the valuable herb that can assist him in cultivating spiritual energy. Commander Wang asks what while Qin Li laughs and replies it's nothing, and he has just never heard of this type of herb, so he is a little curious. Commander Wang says he forgot that he had another identity as a godly doctor, so, of course, he's interested in these things. Qin Li asks Chu Qingyin if she has any advice. She responds to the team leader she's the weakest in the team since she's only a third-rank fighter, and inquires how he personally trains her before the competition. He agrees, saying sure, let's set up a time that everyone can meet up and discuss. Commander Wang tells Qin Li that his daughter will be in his hands, and Qin Li agrees, while she thinks he will become one of her people sooner or later. Chu Qingyin arrives at Qin Li's home, knocks on the door, and asks if it is Commander Qin Li's home. Liang King, hearing the knock, places her dagger on the table and opens the door, saying good morning, Commander. Liang King then inquires about whom she is looking for. Chu Qingyin enters and asks if Commander Qin Li does not live there. While Liang King thinks Commander, the boss, has become a member of the military too, she wonders who this woman is as she seems familiar. Liang King then asks her again if she's looking for Qin Li. From a room upstairs, they hear some voices. Qingyin Chu exclaims, Qin Li, be more gentle. Chu Qingyin becomes excited and says the team captain is so exciting, and she thinks, no wonder he's a man she's interested in. He's good at everything. On the other side, Qin Li is attempting to start with Qingyin Chu. He inquires about how she's feeling and if she's okay. She confirms this, while Chu Qingyin comments that the captain is doing an excellent job. After searching, they both head to the bathroom. Qin Li assists Qingyin Chu into the tub and suggests she soak and relax to relieve her fatigue, mentioning that he'll be leaving first. She starts to relax and mentions that it hurts quite a bit. As he descends the stairs, a long-haired girl sees him and exclaims Captain, and he's finally finished. He inquires why she is present while she makes negative gestures. He promptly clarifies that it's not what she thinks. Qingyin Chu then arrives and mentions that he forgot his belongings. Chu Qingyin glances at her and reflects that she never imagined he would be interested in someone like her. She hands him some papers, gently pinches him from behind, and whispers who she is while maintaining eye contact with Chu Qingyin. He examines the papers and acknowledges his poor memory. He suggests introducing her, explaining that she is his wife, Qingyin Chu, and his colleague, Liang King, who now works at his medical clinic. He also mentions that she is Chu Qingyin, one of the participants in the martial arts competition in Shangjing. just like him. Chu Qingyin wonders why the captain concealed such a beautiful wife from everyone and suggests that even if he's married, he could get a divorce. Qingyin replies that he's a low-key person who prefers not to openly display his affection. She thinks it wasn't enough to have just one Jiangyan, but she didn't expect to have another one. And one obstacle wasn't sufficient, another one emerged unexpectedly. He explains that he wants her to accompany him to Shangjing, but she has been preoccupied with her company, so she hasn't had the chance to join. He tells Chu Qingyin that he has devised a training schedule tailored to her individual abilities and suggests that she take a look at it to become familiar with the plan. They all head out. He mentions that there's still half a month remaining before the martial arts competition, and for Miss Chu Qingyin, the most crucial objective is to reach the 4th level of martial arts. He adds that Qingyin Chu and Liang Qing can follow his training regimen to assess their physical capabilities. However, Qingyin Chu lacks the foundation, so she will require extensive basic exercises. She questions whether he is serious about such a strenuous workout routine. Chu Qingyin also remarks that ascending 2 levels in just half a year seems impossible. He asserts that as long as they strictly adhere to his plans, it is possible. During the training session, regardless of who he is instructing, he will not show leniency. After 1 hour, all 3 girls are engaged in exercises. He instructs Liang Qing to utilize her arms to enhance the power as the air moves forcefully. He advises Chu Qingyin to gradually rise and squat, with the air flowing through her center of force. Qingyin Chu interrupts, stating that she can't continue because it hurts too much. Chu Qingyin mentions that she still can't feel the aura flow he mentioned. He expresses surprise and asks if something is wrong. She responds by asking if he's a doctor and if she can request him to check. He approaches her and takes her wrist, stating that he should take a look. Meanwhile, Qingyin Chu calls out to him, explaining that she has been following his exercises for a while, and has been feeling something strange in her body, so she suggests that he examine her as well. He agrees and reaches out to touch her hand, using his magic to examine her. He believes her training is the most straightforward, as there shouldn't be any issues. Placing his hand on her head, he finds it strange that there doesn't appear to be any illness in Qingyin Chu's body. However, he notices a green breath emanating from somewhere and touches it with his magic. He wonders where this green breath is coming from and why it feels like it's interacting with the aura in his body. He questions what this thing is and observes a magical shadow behind Qingyin Chu, asking why it has appeared in her body. He attempts to touch the green energy and wonders why this scent feels familiar, but it forcefully repels him. He reflects that it was so close, and his consciousness was nearly consumed. Qingyin Chu inquires if there is something wrong with her body, and he speculates that this entity should be the cause of her discomfort. However, he doesn't know what it is, and it seems to have been within her body for quite some time. He had never heard her complain about feeling unwell before, so it appears that her practice triggered it. He reassures her that it's not a major issue, advising her to rest for a while and she'll recover. He contemplates that his current power is insufficient to contend with the entity inside her body, and he needs more potent cultivation. He ponders whether this is the case. Jiangjun approaches and inquires about brother. He has been practicing the secret book he gave him, but he hasn't felt anything. He contemplates the lack of sensation and considers the possibility that Jiangjun has been practicing more frequently these days without noticing the changes in his body. Qingyin Chu suggests trying to run a lap around the area, which surprises him. She confirms his request and encourages him to run a lap. He sits down to prepare for the run, wondering about his own thoughts, and then begins running swiftly. Qingyin Chu asks if she can continue her practice, and Jiangjun once again crosses their path, mentioning something about his marrow elixir being very effective. He suggests that if he gives him more, it might help. However, he explains that the marrow pill's function is to transform the body, and taking more of it won't be more effective. She then asks what a marrow pill is, and Jiangjun explains that it's a bone-cleaning pill created by Qin Li that can turn someone into a martial artist. Chu Qingyin comments on the captain's high-quality elixir and requests one for herself. He hands her one and mentions that there are still some left, so they can each have one. Jiangjun discreetly whispers in his ear, remarking that they won't experience the same sensations as he did when he took it and slept naked. He explains that the elixir has strong yin and weak yang components, so women taking it won't have the same reaction as he did. Chu Qingyin privately thinks about the boss's generous gift of such an expensive elixir. Qingyin Chu consumes the pill and remarks that it tastes extremely bitter. Chu Qingyin suggests that it dissolves in her mouth and finds the captain's elixir to be quite sweet. He proceeds to his room for meditation, contemplating the additional force that has entered his body, and the increasing strength of his senses. He wonders if he can transform the gathering formations principle into a cultivating platform that aids in practice, and believes he has successfully achieved it. He contemplates that with this formation, they can not only accelerate their training but also make it easier for others in the formation to practice with less effort. He then hears a knock at the door and rises from his seat to exit the room, leaving Qingyin asleep. Upon opening the door, he is surprised to find Chu Qingyin sitting in a seductive manner. She requests the captain's assistance, claiming to feel very uncomfortable. She reclines on the floor and mentions that her body is running hot. He advises her to conduct herself properly and attempts to close the door. However, she grasps the door and suggests that she has dressed up for him, inquiring if he's not interested in seeing her in this state. He responds by saying that he's a family man, too, and expresses gratitude for her kindness. She remarks, "So what? And it's not like he can't get a divorce if he's married. Besides, she has asked around that the captain was a member of the Chu family, and they didn't give the captain any benefits." He responds, stating that Qingyin and he are husband and wife, emphasizing his affection for her. He adds that there are some things she doesn't know and instructs Miss Chu Qingyin to go back and quickly close the door. Ignoring his request, Chu Qingyin asserts that a man like the captain must need more than one woman around him. She proposes that Sister Qingyin can be the elder while she can be the younger one. The door hits her face as she speaks. He internally resolves never to betray Qingyin, who is now awake and listening to the conversation. Chu Qingyin addresses the captain, expressing her sincerity. He replies by asking her to leave, and he hopes she doesn't approach him for this purpose in the future. Chu Qingyin thinks to herself that she won't give up on him. The scene transitions to 1 month later as they all find themselves at the airport. Qingyin advises Qin Li to be cautious of the women in Tianhai City when he goes there. He acknowledges her advice. Chu Qingyin reassures Qingyin, saying she will take care of the captain on her behalf. Qingyin privately thinks that this woman is merely using her martial arts identity to taunt her, but she thanks her in advance on behalf of her husband. They board the plane, and Qingyin tells Jiang Jun to join her, urging him to return to their work. She inquires about Liang Qing's whereabouts, and he also wonders if she was here just a moment ago. Qin Mu expresses a feeling of being watched, and he notices someone reading a newspaper. As they all take their seats, Liang Qing resolves to follow the boss no matter what, prompting him to remove the newspaper from her face. Chu Qingyin purposely maneuvers herself but accidentally ends up sitting in Commander Wang's lap instead of Qin Li's. She scolds Qin Mu, telling him to watch where he's stepping and asking if he doesn't pay attention. She hugs him, apologizing and checking if she hurt him. Zhu Qiang informs Chu Qingyin that she seems to have mistaken him for someone else, leaving her shocked as she realizes her error. He politely requests her to stand up. Qin Li then adds that, according to Staff Sergeant Wang, Shang Jing has never won a martial arts tournament before. Zhu Qiang responds, mentioning that he has encountered some highly skilled martial artists in the past. Qin Li contemplates the fact that he has met advanced martial artists, and wonders how close he is to becoming a level 9 martial artist. He remains uncertain about whether he will face a level 9 or even higher level opponent. After a while, they arrive in Tianhai City. Chu Qingyin exclaims that they've finally reached their destination but expresses exhaustion. She calls the captain over and asks him to take a look, and he privately reflects that the world of martial artists appears to be much more intricate than he initially thought. Tang Yi warns Zai Wen not to bully people excessively, to which Zai Wen replies that she intends to bully her as well and kicks her away. The other girls rush to assist Tang Yi and inquire if she's alright. Zai Wen, the captain of the Tianhai team, asserts that they must remember that the event's organizer is the military of Tianhai City, and her brother is the commander there. Tang Yi points out that she is violating the competition's rules. Zai Wen laughs and dismisses the rules, asserting her authority and offering to let Tang Yi and her team go if she's willing to accompany him tonight. One of Zai Wen's team members agrees with the sentiment, while another team member comments that it ultimately depends on Zai Wen's decision as to whether a team from a small place like theirs can participate in the competition. In response, she attempts to kick him and tells him to shut his mouth, but he seizes her leg and suggests that she shouldn't be angry because he'll make her feel better at night. She retorts, telling him to go to hell, and once again tries to punch him, but he stops her and remarks that her skills are insufficient, then kicks her away. A gray-haired man chimes in, remarking that a small snake can't defeat a mighty dragon, especially considering he was the third-place winner of last year's competition. Her partner agrees, noting that this girl is only experiencing abuse. Tang Yi attempts to attack him once more, while Qin Li reflects that the old man's methods have not only improved his cultivation, but the aura has also transferred to him. He can now anticipate the moves in advance and advises her to use her left hand to block and gather her energy in her right hand. She exclaims that people who don't understand the situation should refrain from talking nonsense. Following his instructions, she moves her body accordingly, and he directs her to use her right foot to kick straight to his head. She follows his instructions and successfully kicks Zai Wen away. Zai Wen expresses disbelief, and she also wonders if she has won. She asks Qin Li to wait for a moment and thanks him for his assistance. She inquires if they are all here to watch the competition, and Chu Qingyin clarifies that they are there to compete just like her. She inquires about competing with only 3 people, but Commander Wang corrects her, stating that there are 4 participants. Qin Li wonders why he doesn't see Qin Muse. Qin Li meets someone in secret who hands him a bottle and says, "Here's the item he requested." He takes it, and the person instructs him that it's only 1 pill, and advises not to use it until it is absolutely necessary. Qin Muse reflects that it depends on the situation and considers that even if it's poison, it's acceptable if it can enhance his cultivation. He is determined to obtain the Holy Fire Lotus and promises not to disappoint their leader. Chu Qingyin questions why Qin Muse's stomach is so upset when it's only been a few hours of flying, and she doesn't anticipate it. Qin Li, who is not even close to their captain, clarifies his identity. Tang Yi is surprised to learn that Qin Li is the captain. Qin Li attempts to shake hands with her, and she reflects that not all men are as unpleasant as those they encountered earlier. Chu Qingyin tries to discourage him from doing this, but Tang Yi goes ahead, shakes hands with Qin Li, and introduces herself as Captain Tang Yi of the North Coast team. Qin Li comments that it's their first time here and suggests they laugh it off. Zai Wen also stands up and expresses curiosity about this new arrival, mentioning that she has never seen him before. Commander Wang steps forward and tells Qin Li that he has been searching for them for half a day. He hands Qin Li a card and explains that Chu Qingyin will assist them in taking care of everything while giving them the card. He expresses his gratitude and thanks Sergeant Wang for his assistance. Chu Qingyin assures him, calling him Godfather. Zai Wen notices their interaction and wonders what kind of luck this guy has to receive Wang Xiaoyi's favor. Captain Kaio Shen mentions that he knows someone named Qin Li. The scene shifts to the hotel where they are staying. Qin Li emerges from the bath and reflects on Zai Wen, who achieved 3rd place last year, leading him to ponder who the 1st place winner was. Chu Qingyin is also in the bath, contemplating her godfather and whether he arranged things this way because he already knew what she was thinking. She questions the kind of person who would disturb someone who is trying to rest at night when the doorbell rings. Qin Li goes to check the door, and he finds Zai Wen standing there, who believes that his charming personality and looks should win her heart. Zai Wen combs his hair, and as the door opens, he quickly addresses Chu Qingyin, inquiring if she remembers him. Qin Li apologizes, explaining that he has the wrong person, and privately wonders why Zai Wen is here and why he was told to open the door. Qin Li promptly closes the door in Zai Wen's face. Chu Qingyin, who has just come out of the bath, asks who is calling her from outside. Zai Wen rushes in, identifies himself as Zai Wen, and kneels, attempting to offer her a rose. She acknowledges him as brother Zai Wen, and he is surprised that she remembers him. He claims to have come here specifically to apologize, and she asks him what he is apologizing for. He apologizes for not taking care of her during the afternoon, citing the presence of many strangers. Moving closer to her, he offers to take care of her and gazes at her changed appearance. She retorts that she didn't expect him to still be the same jerk after all this time and kicks him away. She questions how a shameless guy like him could think he could hit on her unless he matures into a man like his captain. Qin Li looks at her with surprise, and Zai Wen responds by belittling Qin Li as a country bumpkin and emphasizing that he is Zai Wen. She asserts that it's not up to him to decide and that he isn't even good enough for a level 5 martial artist like her captain. Zai Wen contemplates her statement about being a level 5 martial artist and expresses gratitude for her comment. He states that they will see about that in the future and then leave. The scene transitions to a match where a commentator announces the arrival of martial artists from all over the country in Tianhai. The first person to appear is the event's host, Captain Zai Wen of the Tianhai City team, along with his teammates. Next, Captain Kaio Shen and his team from Jin City enter. The commentator introduces the only female team in the tournament, led by Captain Tang Yi, and proceeds to present the last team. The commentator apologizes for a momentary mix-up and clarifies that the captain of the Shangjing team is Qin Li, not Zhu Qiang. An audience member inquires about the identity of the unfamiliar contestant, mentioning that they've never heard of him before. People in the crowd start to comment on him, referring to him as a newbie and even making jokes about him being a doctor. They express disbelief that the Shangjing team has fallen to such a low level. The commentator provides information about the tournament, explaining that it is a one-on-one battle royale. The first contestant will be selected by drawing lots, with the shortest draw being the first contestant. The other team members will then take their turns challenging each other. There are no restrictions on the use of weapons in the tournament, and the champion will be the one who defeats all opponents. The commentator also mentions that the winner will receive 1 year of free access to the precious team and the greatest treasure in the cultivation world, the Holy Fire Lotus. The audience watches in surprise, and one of them remarks that they never expected to find a sacred fire lotus here. It's said that this lotus can cure various poisons and is essential for martial artists trying to break through the upper limits of their cultivation. The commentator instructs the captains to draw their lots, and they all choose their numbers. Tang Yi draws number 4, tosses it aside, and declares that she'll take the lead on behalf of her team. Zai Wen comments that Captain Tang Yi is truly courageous as she steps into the ring to fight. He joins her in the ring and mentions that he shared some tricks with her yesterday on how to defeat him, and today they'll see who will assist her in this battle royale. Zai Wen warns her not to think she'll be as lucky as she was yesterday, and she acknowledges that he may be tricky to deal with, but she can't lose to him. He expresses a desire to see what she's capable of and prepares for an attack, utilizing his green energy. An individual in the audience comments that she made him suffer a lot yesterday, so it appears she might experience a lot of hardship today. Another person laments the pity of such a beautiful lady facing challenges. Zai Wen swiftly runs toward her, and she marvels at his speed as he kicks her away. Zhu Qiang notes that he hasn't seen Zai Wen in a year and doesn't expect him to become so powerful. He observes Zai Wen's looming scorpion and fears that he may have already reached the spiritual energy transfiguration stage. Qin Li questions if it's possible for all martial artists to transform their aura into a specific form. He later clarifies that only martial artists of level 6 or higher can do this, and he is concerned that it won't be easy for their team to win against them. Qin Li agrees and suggests that they should do their best. Zai Wen approaches Tang Yi again and advises her to admit defeat, warning that if this continues, she'll only suffer. Tang Yi laughs in response and questions the idea of admitting defeat. She recalls her father telling her that she's good for nothing, and that everything in the house belongs to her brother. She wonders why, considering that she has earned her own achievements. In her memory, her father angrily exclaims that she should never think about returning to the house once she walks out the door, and she ultimately leaves her home. Her father dismisses her aspirations of becoming a martial artist, considering it the biggest joke he's ever heard. Tang Yi snaps back to reality and asks who he is to force her to lose, utilizing her energy to launch an attack on him. She punches him forcefully, driving him to the ground. Zhu Qiang expresses surprise, remarking that she counterattacked. An audience member questions how a 6th level martial artist like Tang Yi possesses battle skills typically associated with 7th level martial artists. Qin Li didn't anticipate her putting up such a fight. Tang Yi sits down and acknowledges her victory, but she realizes she'll need some time to recover from the level-breaking combat attack. Zai Wen rises again and suggests that it's premature to think she has won. He belittles someone with her level and states that she doesn't even have the right to help him scratch his back. Using all his energy, he charges towards her, bidding farewell. She recognizes that it's over and finds herself unable to move her body. Her teammates rush to protect her, but he quickly attacks and defeats them all. He questions their audacity in attempting a sneak attack on him and asks if they want to die. Qin Li observes his broken leg and considers that he appears to be quite formidable. Even though Zhu Qiang and his team are only 1 or 2 levels below that guy in terms of strength, it's no wonder Zhu Qiang is so concerned. He then glances at Qin Li. Zhu Qingyin approaches Qin Li and suggests that she should fight in the next round. Qin Li inquires if she wants to represent Shangjing and fight in the first match. She confirms, and he considers that with her skills, challenging Zai Wen is risky. However, if she targets his weak spot, she might have a chance of winning. She asks if it's alright, and he responds that he supposes so but advises her to be cautious and use a specific signal if she's losing. Zai Wen laughs and questions if no one dares to challenge him now. Zhu Qingyin comments that she didn't expect the captain to have already predicted everything. She steps into the ring for the fight and challenges him for the second match. She playfully suggests that he'll go easy on her. He retorts, saying he will spare her but won't be responsible if he damages her beautiful face. She retorts that it's uncertain who will end up in trouble and questions if he has forgotten the pain from yesterday. He angrily shouts that since she wants to play, He'll have some fun with her and charges toward her to attack. Chu Qingyin hopes that she can endure a bit longer, at least not lose too badly, and she quickly evades his attack. She attempts to kick him between the legs, but he catches her leg, and she pleads for him to let go. He tightens his grip and says there's no point in struggling, preparing to punch her. She requests a moment, conceding defeat, but he refuses, stating that he's not finished playing with her yet. She offers to let him go if he can be seductive. He excitedly inquires if she's serious, to which she affirms. He releases her leg, thinking that even though he wouldn't dare to offend Staff Sergeant Wang, she initiated it, and it's not his fault. However, he suddenly attacks his broken leg and screams in pain, surprising the audience, who question what's happening. Zai Wen comments on his acting skills, and she is shocked, asking if he didn't hurt his right leg. He explains that he has completed the quenching of his body and is about to reach the arts so he can easily withstand her little attack. He punches her away, saying he was just teasing her. The commentator announces that Tianhai City's Zai Wen has successfully defended the ring, and the challenge continues. Qin Li rises and places his drink on a chair, stating that he'll handle him this time. Chu Qingyin also stands and says he should let him take care of him first. Chu Qingyin expresses his desire to find a way to break through his cultivation during the competition. Qin Li agrees and advises him to be cautious. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyin returns, and as they pass each other, she reflects on the renewed rivalry between the Zhu and Zai families. Chu Qingyin enters the ring, surprising Qin Li once more. Chu Qingyin explains that in previous martial arts competitions, Chu Qingyin, as the captain, was defeated by Zai Wen. While both families, Zhu and Zai, are military families, their relationship is not very amicable. Zai Wen boasts that no matter how many times Chu Qingyin tries, he will still be defeated, prompting Chu Qingyin to tell him to shut up. Chu Qingyin attempts to attack, but Zai Wen counters and berates him for making no progress, delivering a powerful blow to his neck and sending him flying. Zai Wen wonders if Chu Qingyin thinks it's easy to break a 7th-level martial artist's immortal body. Qin Li checks his drink and finds it empty. Zai Wen starts gathering energy to attack Commander Wang, but Qin Li swiftly throws his empty drink can at Zai Wen's face. Stopping in his tracks, Zai Wen demands to know who threw it. Qin Li raises his hand and confirms that it's him. Zai Wen asks if Captain Qin Li saw that Chu Qingyin was on the verge of losing the battle and attempted to help. Qin Li responds that there are winners and losers in the ring, and there is no shame in Chu Qingyin losing to him, given his current strength. Furthermore, he adds that he was checking if Chu Qingyin is truly immortal down there. He gestures downward and laughs, stating that Commander Qin Li found his needle technique powerful as a needle touches his leg. The audience comments that Qin Li is not just here to joke around, right? They laugh and acknowledge that it seems true. Tang Yi thinks about Qin Li's strength and considers that joking around wouldn't lead to such a severe loss unless the opponent's strength completely overwhelms him. She reflects that she didn't expect to encounter someone powerful in this year's match. Tian Shen remarks what a pity, Captain Tang Yi. The taste of defeat is not good, right? No matter who challenges the Tianhai City team, they are bound to lose. She responds, advising him not to assume that his Jin City team and the Tianhai team will gain the upper hand again like last time. She predicts that this year, he is the one who will suffer defeat, and he should wait and see. Tian Shen describes her as a stubborn person. In response, Qin Li states that he will take care of the situation, while Chu Qingyin requests the captain to be careful. Zai Wen thinks to himself that Qin Li is only a 5th-level martial artist, wondering how he will deal with his opponent. Qin Li requests Captain Zai Wen to go easy on him, and Zai Wen responds that since it's the first time Captain Qin Li is leading the team, he can make the first 2 moves. He contemplates that he can't break through his defense with just 2 moves. He then proposes, asking if Qin Li will let him have 2 moves. He further inquires if Captain Qin Li doesn't like the arrangement. He can give him a few more strikes, okay. The audience shouts that before the fight even began, Qin Li's spirit had dropped to half, and another person comments that it happened because he bumped into Zai Wen. Qin Li agrees, saying okay, but for safety's sake, he'll wear these gloves first, showcasing a pair of boxing gloves. Qin Li agrees, mentioning that he will put on his gloves for safety. Chu Qingyin requests him not to hold back, and Sergeant Wang observes that she appears confident. She affirms her confidence, noting Godfather Sergeant Wang's discerning eye. A brown-haired man questions if he misheard, and he turns to a friend to inquire about the identity of the man. The friend clarifies that he doesn't know him but identifies him as Staff Sergeant Wang from Shangjing. Sergeant Wang comments on his surprise that Zai Wen managed to defeat several opponents so quickly, suggesting that his strength has significantly improved compared to last year. Chu Qingyin expresses confidence, stating that their team leader will likely defeat him within just 10 blows, aligning with their godfather's wishes. Sergeant Wang agrees. The scene shifts as a person in the audience expresses the desire to see if Qin Li can back up his words with his performance. Another person mentions that Zai Wen had beaten him before and hopes this time they can show the power of Tianhai City in Shangjing. Zai Wen challenges Qin Li to a fight, daring him to move him back half a step, and he'll consider it a victory. Qin Li accepts the challenge, saying he will take a shot. Zai Wen acknowledges that Qin Li is quite impressive. Qin Li strikes Zai Wen and sends him flying. Zai Wen is frustrated that his defense was breached, and he becomes angry, thinking this can't happen. He quickly opens a small bottle and consumes all the pills inside, determined not to lose. He realizes that his strength was too exhausted earlier, which is why he had waited for this moment. Qin Li realizes that Tianhai City's advantage in the competition may be due to having an alchemist who provides pills. Zai Wen undergoes a significant transformation after taking the pills, turning into a formidable opponent. He challenges Qin Li to come and try to face him. Qin Li moves forward and continues to land powerful blows. The audience is shocked by the sudden change in Zai Wen's strength and wonders when he becomes so weak. Zai Wen is surprised by Qin Li's abilities, as he initially thought Qin Li was only a level 5 martial artist. Qin Li prepares to attack again, but Zai Wen admits defeat. He clarifies that he misunderstood him. He wants to witness the power of these pills. Zai Wen responds by acknowledging that Qin Li can have as many of the pills as he wants, but he questions whether he will have the life or endurance to obtain them. He then ensnares Qin Li with his magic. In this situation, Qin Li ponders the unfamiliar surroundings and the strong presence of an evil aura. Through the magical trap, Qin Li is transported to his childhood. His mother instructs him to come and eat, asking why he is still standing there. He wonders what is currently happening to him. He begins to approach the food, but suddenly, blood starts spreading everywhere. He witnesses a crowd gathered around a funeral, and someone comments on how the Qin family deserves this treatment for their wrongdoings. The person mentions hearing that there was blood everywhere in the house that day and expresses pity for the little boy. Qin Li moves forward and asks people to make way, and he is shocked to see the grave. Just then, Qingyin Chu arrives. Qin Li asks why she is here. She says she is sorry for not arriving on time, but even though his mom and dad are no longer in this world, there is no need to be sad. She moves closer and hugs him, saying that he will join them down there right now. She takes out a knife to stab him in the back, but Qin Li grabs her hand and throws her away, saying that even if she becomes more and more like Qingyin, her body odor is just as unpleasant as before. Qin Li is shocked to see the fake Qingyin transform into Kailin and thinks that if he really wants to solve the problem, he has to dispel this dark mist first. But right now, they are not cooperating, and with many obstacles in his path, he has to take this opportunity to move forward. He picks up the knife from the floor and sees the evil spirits around him. He stabs the knife into the floor. Many duplicates of Kailin appear and say to kill him, let's kill him. Qin Li strikes one of the Kailin duplicates and thinks that even though this guy's martial arts skills are not on par with Zai Wen's, his illusion creating abilities are sufficient to take him further in this world. If he doesn't eliminate the old man who's behind these illusions, he's afraid he'll already be fooled. The scene shifts to the fighting stadium, where the commentator announces that Qin Li has won this round and asks if there is anyone who wants to step up and compete with him. Zai Wen thinks that even Kailin cannot defeat that man, and it seems like this is the end already. The commentator says that if there really is no one who dares to compete with him, they may announce him as the winner of this year's martial arts competition. Qin Muse arrives and says to wait, as he hasn't competed with anyone yet. The commentator mentions that Qin's team has already won, and there's no need for further fights. Qin Muse responds that even though their team, Shangjing, has defeated the other teams, he believes there's no rule in this tournament preventing them from sparring with their own team members. This statement shocks everyone, and someone from the audience comments that the game should have ended by now. Another person remarks that this implies the prize goes to the winner of this match. The commentator asks Qin Li if he's okay with this, and he responds that the grand tournament is not bound by rules, so they should follow the rules. The commentator then announces that since Captain Qin agrees, they will have the Shangjing battle team, Qin Muse, on stage and declares the match to begin. Qin Muse says that he is no match for the captain and pleads for mercy while transforming into a human monster. Qin Li thinks the scent is exactly the same as last time. Qin Li claims he's not a saint and moves to attack. Qin Li wonders why he pretended to be blind last time and stops his attack. He asks if Qin Li can see him, then why did he pretend to be blind previously? Qin Li explains that if Miss Zhu hadn't been there last time, he wouldn't have survived this long. Qin Li realizes it might be because of Sergeant Wang and doesn't expect that the pill he took before has boosted his power several times. Qin Li says he's revealing this information now because he wants Qin Li to die and goes to attack him. But Qin Li punches him, throwing him away, and the bottle of pills falls from his pocket and breaks. Qin Li sees the pill, picks it up, and wonders what kind of pill it is. He crushes the pill. Qin Li is shocked to see this and thinks that Sergeant Wang gave it to him, saying there's only one bottle of this pill left. Don't use it until it's an emergency. Qin Li moves faster toward the pill, licks it off the floor, and eats it, saying he can't waste it. The audience asks what he's doing, and Qin Li transforms into a monster. Chu Qingyin asks what's going on, while Sergeant Wang thinks the drugs are taking effect. Qin Li moves to attack Qin Li and tells him to go to hell. But Qin Li stops him, pushes him away, and thinks that Qin Li is so strong, and he crushed that medicine exactly. What is it? He wonders how a pill could turn him into such an abnormal state. Qin Li comes to attack Qin Li again, and Qin Li thinks that since that's the case, he will use his other powers, too. Qin Li undergoes a transformation into a big monster. Qin Li observes him and realizes that the Qi in his body is rapidly growing, almost breaking through to the point of denying it. He takes the magical needles and believes that the pill power has spread to the Beihui and Tianzhu points, and if they don't stop him, the consequences will be terrible. He proceeds to attack him. He thinks, considering the current situation, he can only use acupuncture to seal his acupuncture points and suppress the flow of medicine in his body for now. Chu Qingyin reflects on the last time he emerged from the Qin family chamber. He was clearly blind, and this guy is truly cunning. Qin Li is about to strike Qin Li, who thinks now is the right time, and throws magical needles toward him. Qin Li falls down. Qin Li believes it's done. He transforms into his real state and tries to stand up. The commentator announces that this guy was just about to explode, and now he's messed up. The countdown starts, but Qin Li fails to stand back up. The commentator declares that Qin Li has succeeded in defending the ring and asks if there are any other challengers. Zai Wen beats his friend and says, "Come on, don't these guys usually brag about how good they are?" They respond that they are not as good as Brother Wen, so they don't want to make a move. The commentator announces that since there is no one to challenge, he declares the winner of this year's martial arts championship as the captain of the Shangjing team, Qin Li. He congratulations to Captain Qin for winning this year's prize, the Sacred Fire Lotus. Qin Li sees the lotus and thinks about its strong aura. Just getting closer to it makes him feel the aura in his body getting stronger. Qin Li exclaims that it hurts. Qin Li looks at him and thinks that the pill power has started to backfire. Qin Li claims that the Sacred Fire Lotus is his. Once again, he asserts that the Sacred Fire Lotus belongs to him and jumps toward the lotus. Qin Li sees this and thinks that the Sacred Fire Lotus possesses enormous yang energy, and if it is combined with the pill energy in Qin Li's body, it will be a huge disaster. Qin Li punches him and throws him away. Sergeant Wang orders them to stop him. Qin Li looks at Sergeant Wang and blames him, getting ready to die as he prepares to attack him. Qin Li looks at them and thinks that it's him who gives the pill. He positions himself between them and considers that the effect of the pill has already spread to Qin Li's whole body, and the only way to stop him is to seal his veins near the heart, so Qin Li throws magical needles at him. He is about to attack Sergeant Wang, but he falls. Chu Qingyin checks him and declares that he is dead. Qin Li thinks he will not die that easily, and it seems that his trick worked very well. Sergeant Wang tells Qin not to worry about him, as this is a life and death arena, and he will inform the head of the Qin family, and Qin Li will be buried with the highest courtesy. He instructs a soldier to send Qin Li's body back to his family, and the soldier agrees. Sergeant Wang congratulates Qin Li. Qin Li thinks that before he investigates the whole thing clearly, Wang must be kept alive, and Qin Li must not die. After a while, Qin Li walks on the streets and calls out to Liang King to come out. She apologizes, saying she was afraid that he might be in danger like last time, which is why she followed him here. Qin Li thinks there are many martial artists in Tianhai City, and she is not unreasonable either. He reassures her, saying not to worry about him. He is just going to meet Staff Sergeant Wang, and there should not be any danger. He asks her to help him out with one thing since she is here. After a while, Qin Li is seated in a car with Sergeant Wang. Sergeant Wang states that he knows Qin Li must have many doubts, but if he wants answers, he must put on a mask and accompany him to meet a certain person. Qin Li responds that he is not sure about it, but he understands what is being conveyed. He says not to be offended, as this is just a normal routine, and without orders from higher-ups, information about those places is highly confidential to the public. Qin Li puts the mask on his eyes and mentions that he thinks he misunderstood. He just doesn't like the style of this blindfold. He laughs and says Commander Qin is good at joking. Qin Li reflects that it has been so long, and he does not know what's going on with Liang Qing's side. He thinks Liang Qing has been working in the clinic for so long. With her knowledge and strength, it should not be a problem for Qin Yu's to follow his method using needles. Meanwhile, Liang Qing reaches Qin Yu's body and knocks down the guard. She takes the magical needle and pins it on Qin Yu's head. He gets up and asks what this place is. He is not dead yet. She says that if it were not for his boss, he would be dead. He asks who her boss is. She says Qin Li. He is shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, Sergeant Wang asks whether Qin Li has anything to ask. Qin Li says that even if he doesn't ask, he believes that when he gets there, Staff Sergeant Wang will definitely give him an answer. He thinks it seems that the pills they eat to improve their cultivation must have a limit. Otherwise, they can't still be at the same level as Zai Wen. He says, well, this pill has a similar effect when he eats, it will enhance his physical strength. Qin Li asks, so the pill that Qin Yu took was? Yi Dinghong says yes, that pill is an advanced version of this pill in his hand, but he did not expect that to happen. He says his parents paid a great price for developing these pills. Qin Li asks what he means by that. He says at that time, the medicine his parents researched was intended to create more talent for the military. At the same time, it was also targeted by people with evil motives. He states that this pill has a similar effect when consumed. It enhances his physical strength. Qin Li inquires about the pill that Qin Yu took. Yi Dinghong confirms, yes, that pill is an advanced version of the one in his hand, but he did not anticipate that outcome. He explains that his parents paid a significant price for developing these pills. Qin Li asks for clarification, and he reveals that, at the time, the medicine his parents researched aimed to enhance military talent, but it also became a target for individuals with malicious intentions. He opens a secret door, enters, and states that if his parents were still here, the strength of people in the base would not end at this point. Qin Li enters the room, follows him, and sees photos on the wall. Dinghong gives him a file and says this is the research file his parents left behind. Qin Li reads the file. He states that at the end of the medical research, they were attacked by an external force, and a large number of researchers suffered heavy casualties. His parents' whereabouts are still unknown after they left behind the file before disappearing. Qin Li asks if he knows anything else about his parents. He responds, saying, of course. He mentions that if he wants to learn more about his parents, he must first complete a task for him, and it's not illegal. He simply needs to safely escort a person to the US within 10 days. He explains that this person has a close connection to the project his parents worked on, and following a significant incident, the institute suffered heavy casualties and substantial losses. Fortunately, after several years of effort, they eventually achieved a major breakthrough. Simultaneously, certain individuals expressed interest in the results and even dispatched a group of assassins to thwart the project once again. Qin Li deduces that the person he is escorting is an alchemist. He questions why he was chosen specifically when there are likely many strong martial artists available. He wonders if the kid easily discovered his intentions. Yi Dinghong asserts that he possesses keen eyesight, and while he has recruited all the winners of the previous tournament, most of them rely on drugs for their strength, which has a limited duration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached him. Qin Li reflects that his parents used to research pills for these martial artists, and sense something amiss with their aura. However, there is no way to gather more information about his parents. He assures Yi Dinghong that he promises to fulfill the agreement and hopes he won't forget it. Yi Dinghong responds, sure, good deal. He hands him a bottle and instructs him to take these pills along, and if he encounters half-step masters on the way, he may need them. Qin Li inquires about half-step masters, asking if he is referring to martial artists above level 9. Yi Dinghong affirms that, indeed, those above level 9 are considered half-step masters, possessing even more potent combat power. He explains that the attack on the person who provided these pills was due to their efficacy. He realizes that he needs to complete refining the remaining aura in his body. Yi Dinghong adds that the pills he has given him are more advanced, based on the formula developed by his parents at that time, and he can use them with ease. He advises not to consume too many at once. After a while, Qin Li engages in meditation while holding the sacred fire lotus. He contemplates Master Qin's statement that he would reveal everything once Qin Li breaks through level 9. He wonders if the presence of Qi Fi beside him was also arranged in advance by Master Qin. He reflects on the series of events, from receiving a military award to participating in a tournament to winning the sacred fire lotus, realizing that everything appears to be well planned. Recognizing the need to uncover the truth, he decides to concentrate on his training and begins working on magical techniques with pills. The scene transitions to the next morning. He continues with his meditation and reflects on how quickly time has passed. However, he senses that the energy in his body has been refined, and his body feels more relaxed. Suddenly, he hears music, is startled, jumps out of bed, and questions what is happening. Chu Qingyin, hearing the sound from Qin Li's room, wonders if the captain trains using some unique method. He answers the phone and inquires about the situation. Qingyin Chu informs him to come back home quickly. She reveals that there has been a car accident involving their mom, dad, and Zitten, and they are currently at Zhongcheng Hospital. The doctor has conveyed that Zitten's condition is worsening. He assures her that he will be right there. He swiftly drives the car, contemplating how they suddenly found themselves in such a serious accident. He notices a car chasing him and collides with his vehicle. He struggles to bring the car to a stop. The punks in the other car inquire why he is driving so fast, suggesting that he wants to go back and save someone, and assessing the situation. He fears he may not reach there in time. A balded punk asserts that he heard Qin Li is a tough guy and assures him that he won't feel pain after a few hits. Qin Li questions the identity of the assailants, to which the punk responds that they are the people intending to beat him up. He asks if he is ready to face their assault. Qin Li confidently states that these guys are the ones who will get beaten up. He realizes that these individuals are not weak and anticipates that it will take some time to overcome them. One of the punks mentions that there are 2 more people who are not afraid of dying. Liang King suggests to the boss that he can go and let them take care of the mess. The punk rushes to attack Qin Muse, who responds by saying that if he wants to die, he will satisfy him. Qin Muse kicks the punk away and cautions others, stating that these people are not ordinary martial artists. Both Qin Muse and Liang King come down from the car. Qin Li reflects that in a short period, he can't see a way out of this mess and needs to think of something, especially because they are outnumbered by many martial artists. Qin Muse warns that if they don't leave right now, they might not make it. The punks shout not to let anyone get away and run to attack. They suggest going up there and holding them back. Qin Muse looks at Qin Li and advises that if they can't fight them all, they should at least protect themselves and just go. Qin Li throws a bottle towards him, instructing him to take the bottle with him when the time is crucial, and use it to boost his energy. Qin Muse holds it and expresses his gratitude. The scene shifts to the hospital where Han Yingchu and Qingyin Chu sit. The doctor remarks that if the people are not afraid of dying, then he will fight with them. Qin Li arrives and asks her how things are right now. She sadly mentions Zitten Chu and the doctor expresses his regret, stating that young Master Jiang Jun called him there immediately. But the patient's wounds are far too severe. Qin Li thanks Dr. Zai Webno for his time and inquired if she is in the recovery room right now. Dr. Zai Webno confirms that she is still there but is not in a very good state, and he is afraid that she cannot hold on much longer. Qin Li reflects on the strong sense of evil in the room and observes black smoke coming out of the room. He decides that he first needs to go in and have a look, requesting others to hold the door and not let anyone else go inside for him. Han Yingchu shouts to stop right there, adding that Dr. Zai Webno was a medical student abroad who returned to treat people. She asserts that Zitten Chu has already suffered enough and won't let him just go in there and touch her like that. Qingyin Chu grabs her arm and says, "Mom, just let him take a look at her." Dr. Zai Webno suggests that right now, they don't have any other choices, so let Dr. Qin Li examine the patient, and they can discuss it later. Qingyin Chu turns to Qin Li and expresses that she only has one little sister, and if he can save her, then no matter how he does it, it is all okay. Qin Li assures her to just rest assured. He enters the room, sensing a strong, evil energy. He puts on his gloves and remarks that it's still good, she still has the breath of life, and he can still save her. While taking off her blanket, he notices a peculiar wound on her chest. He wonders aloud how a car crash could cause this kind of wound and what the hell happened back there. He contemplates that it seems like she is halfway to the coffin already, especially at the place where she has the wound on her chest. However, if he wants to treat her completely, he has to rip off her clothes, and later on, when she finds out, she's going to kill him. He acknowledges that right now, it seems like there are no other ways around it. If he delays any longer, he may not be able to save her. With a sense of urgency, he takes off her clothes, and she wakes up. Qingyin Chu and her mother hear her voice and excitedly note that it's Zitan Chu's voice. However, when she sees Qin Li, she shouts at him, questions what he is doing, and slaps him. She thinks he knows that already and uses his needle magic. Qin Li explains that he was saving her and mentions that she got involved in a car crash and had a lot of wounds. She asks about wounds, checks her injuries, and shouts at Qin Li to turn his back this instant. Qin Li replies that he turned a long time ago, and if she is okay now, she should go put on some clothes. Meanwhile, his phone rings. She thinks that the ringing tone is ancient, like an oak, and he still hasn't changed it. She finds him boring while putting on clothes and considers that this time, she let the bad man have the advantage. Qin Li answers the call, and Liang King informs him that she has examined it clearly. There is someone behind the veil, and they have fought back against all the martial artists. They are on their way back from Tianhai City. Qin Li acknowledges the information and says he understands. The scene shifts to a car in which Caiyan Shen and his team members sit. One of them mentions that he heard Qin Li's whole family has been involved in a car crash, and laughs. Caiyan Shen responds, stating that the incident this time is just a little lesson for Qin Li, and he wants him to see the consequences of angering him. Qin Li jumps into their car and challenges, asking if that is so and questioning what the consequences will be for him. Caiyan Shen becomes worried and asks what he is doing there, wondering if this brat's power is even stronger than before. He reflects on the short period of time and questions how he could become so powerful so quickly. Qin Li interrupts, asking what's next after deceiving a person and if he plans to run away. He grabs him by the collar while Caiyan Shen remarks that he can't treat him this way because he's working for Jun Feng. Ignoring Caiyan Shen's protests, Qin Li throws him out of the car, stating that when he gets his hands on his family members, he should remember that he is working for Jun Feng. Caiyan Shen, on the ground, asserts that he's just a weak little brat but dares to hit him. He gets up and questions if Qin Li knows his real identity. Qin Li runs towards him, declaring that he doesn't care about his real identity. If he dares to touch his family members, he has to pay a hard price. As Qin Li is about to punch him, he pleads for him to stop and offers to give him money. Qin Li asks how much, and he quickly replies with 10 million. He suggests that if they use his method after he is done beating him, he can use money to make amends. However, Qin Li rejects the offer, saying it's not about money and that he misunderstood what he said. He attempts to counterattack Qin Li, but Qin Li instantly strikes his chest, breaking his ribs, and delivers powerful punches to his face, driving him into the ground. He tries to get up and admits that he has been holding back before. He decides to tell Qin Li the truth about his real identity. He is the young master of the biggest, strongest killing group within the country. He claims to have destroyed Qin Li's core of martial arts, leaving him with no reason to leave. He proposes starting a big game, declaring Qin Li is officially the enemy of Caiyan Shen. Qin Li reflects on the reason for Caiyan Shen's arrogance, realizing that there is a huge group supporting him. While looking around, he spots a ring on the floor and expresses surprise, wondering what this thing is and why a martial arts breath is coming out of it. He takes it home and asks if this is Caiyan Shen's hidden treasure. He didn't expect that Caiyan Shen would have this much treasure inside that space ring. He realizes that's why he is so confident. Caiyan Shen had offered him 10 million, and it was all inside the space ring. Qin Li thinks that right now, he doesn't have any use for money, so he decides to leave these things there. When a situation comes up, he will use them. He hears the voice of Qingyin Chu calling him, saying it's time to eat, and she asks where he is. He comes out from behind her and reassures her that he's right there. She becomes scared and punches his chest, expressing that he scared her to death and asking where he vanished. He shows her the space ring, explaining that he was just in there. He suggests they go, and he will let her take a look, holding her hand. They both enter the space ring, and she looks at the treasure, asking what this place is and why there is so much gold. He replies that this is the place he just told her about, but it seems like it can only store things and has no other uses. She touches it and remarks that it seems so real and magical. However, it seems like this place does not have any doors, so others can't get inside. He thinks to himself that's right. In there, no one can interrupt them, and he believes this is the right time to inspect the weird thing that is inside her body. He tells her that he thinks this is a good opportunity for him to inspect the things inside her body, and she agrees. He uses his magic to inspect and places his 2 fingers on her forehead. As she looks at his face, she thinks it's so tense right now and thinks, could it be that the thing inside her body is not benign? He thinks to himself that he has already broken through another level, and he doesn't know whether or not he can fight with that weird thing inside her body now. He uses his magic to inspect, but that green energy again pulls him away. He wonders what's going on and who is pulling him. As he enters her body, he sees that she transforms into another lady. He asks who she is and wonders why she looks very familiar to him. He questions if he has seen her before. Realizing it's her, he has a hunch that someone is waiting for him. Regardless, he decides to follow her first and see what happens. She runs away, and he asks who she is and what she is doing inside Chu's body. He questions their connection and what is going on. As she reaches a center point, he also follows her. He asks if she brought him here because she wants his help, so at least she has to tell him the reason. She speaks in another language, and he asks what she is trying to say. She thinks that she never thought that Seal would grow so powerful, blocking her communication with the outside world. She wonders what she should do now and thinks of something. She tries to use gestures to point towards circles behind her to make him understand. He thinks if she's making gestures and asking him to guess. He asks if she means she's covered by those things, and it's a seal, right? He asks if it means that she and Chu are connected. If she can't break the seal, she will disappear in a few years, and Chu will die. He asks how she can break that seal. She holds his hands, and he feels a strong energy. He thinks about what a tremendous aura it is. She gives him a book, and he comes out of her body. She asks what's going on, and he explains that, in fact, her body is not ordinary. She says that's how it is, and she never thought that something would happen to her. He holds her hands and assures her not to worry, promising to break that seal as soon as possible. The more she practices, the more she can build a solid foundation for her body. She agrees, saying she'll do as he says. They hear Chu's voice calling them and asking where they are. She realizes it's Chu and almost forgets about her. They come out of the space ring and go to the dining table. Chu tells Qin Li to try a dish made by Chu. He agrees, saying he must try it. Chu annoyingly says no, she didn't, and she just happened to be interested in cooking recently. By the way, she wants him to try it. He thinks about how these two appeared out of nowhere, and they weren't at home a few moments ago. Chu puts her hand on Chu's head and says, well, she has worked hard to cook for them and her brother-in-law, and he will eat up all the food. She takes a bite and says, wow, this one looks delicious. She replies that it's just a dumpling. Qin Li says the pork is really good and it has a perfect texture. Chu also tastes the food, quickly spits it out, and asks if it's really delicious because it tastes very bad. He replies, well, he likes burnt food. She states that as long as he likes it, and she has been at home for the past few days, desiring to go out and get some fresh air. Chu mentions that she has just recovered and needs to take care of mom and dad again this afternoon. Therefore, she suggests asking her brother-in-law to accompany her shopping while casting a glance at Qin Li. Chu hugs her and declares that she is the best. Qin Li and Chu go shopping, with her urging him to hurry up as he carries many shopping bags, telling him to wait for her. Upon reaching Carshire, a salesgirl welcomes them, complimenting her good eye and showcasing a special watch available in their store. The salesgirl inquires if she's considering it as a gift for someone, and she confirms. The salesgirl then asks about the preferred color, and she points to a watch, expressing her interest in examining that one. The salesgirl takes out the watch, detailing its features: 12 cut solitaires with rare gemstones, 26 timekeeping functions, and handmade by the finest experts. She suggests that it's the perfect choice for her boyfriend. Blushing, she corrects the salesgirl, stating that she's mistaken. He's her brother-in-law. She acknowledges her mistake, apologizes for it, and hands over her card, stating that it's alright and asking to wrap up the purchase. Expressing gratitude, she mentions she'll upgrade her to a VIP customer, providing her with a card machine and requesting her password. After entering it, the machine issues a notification of insufficient balance. Chu apologizes, speculating that she might have depleted all the funds on the card. The salesgirl remarks that it seems she is still a student. Advising her, she suggests that if she's free, she should study and work hard. She adds that if she's usually very busy or doesn't have any money, she shouldn't come there and waste her time. She becomes sad, stating that she didn't mean that, while Qin Li steps forward, placing 2 strips of gold on the table. He asks who said they don't have money and thinks he didn't think this would be easy to use. The store manager intervenes, explaining that it's just a small misunderstanding, as her coworker recently joined and isn't familiar with the business. The manager apologizes to him, offering a discount on the watch as an apology, and returns their card. Takes the card, expressing gratitude, and assures Qin Li that she'll repay him. He warns her to watch out just as the manager attempts to attack Zitin Chu. Swiftly, Qin Li pulls her away, and she reveals her intention to hold Zitin as a hostage. She admits she didn't expect him to be one step ahead, showing them a dagger. She asserts that even if she fails this mission, she will take care of others around them. She inquires if he is from Jade Hall, to which he confirms. Despite missing her chance, she declares that it is only the beginning, warning him to wait for endless revenge from the organization as red energy waves surround her. She shouts, "Young master, this slave will accompany him," and falls down unconsciously, attracting the attention of people gathering outside the store. Qin Li instructs the onlookers to move away, checks on her, and notices something written on her arm. He contemplates the nature of the organization called Jade Hall, and reflects on their cruel methods. The police arrive and inquire about who called them. Zitin Chu raises her hand, admitting that she was the one who called, and the police address Qin Li, questioning how he could dare to kill someone in broad daylight. Upon noticing the writing on the lady's arm, the police become alarmed, mentioning an assassin from Jade Hall. They inform Qin Li that he's fortunate the lady had that mark, otherwise, he might have ended up in jail. Qin Li responds, acknowledging it was a close call. The police officer states that since he's fine, they should cooperate, make a statement, and they all exit the mall. As they leave, she contemplates how to talk to him while he wonders if she will agree when he reveals the truth. Simultaneously, they both express that they have something to tell each other. Qin Li initiates the conversation, asking if she's feeling uncomfortable. She replies that she actually wants to say no, she thinks, but then hesitates. She reflects on how strange it is to consider him her brother-in-law, finding it difficult to express these thoughts. Recalling her past, she acknowledges that she used to hate him, and now, as her brother-in-law, she feels conflicted about how to treat him. Qin Li inquires about her thoughts, stating that it's unlike her. She dismisses it, claiming it's nothing and that she has nothing to say. She then asks if he has something to tell her. He begins to share, and she interrupts, questioning if he wants to send her to study in the United States. He explains that the individuals who harmed her have substantial support from major forces, and given the current circumstances, he can't ensure the safety of everyone around him. She inquires about her parents, and he assures her that he will aid in her parents' recovery as soon as possible. He plans to join her when the timing is right, emphasizing that their current location is no longer safe. The best option, he suggests, is for her to leave the country temporarily. She agrees and then asks about her sister. He responds that her sister has her own business to attend to, emphasizing that she is his wife and he will do his utmost to protect her, so there's no need to worry about her. She responds with "really," and that's good, and privately reflects on why she feels so pathetic, convinced that fate is playing tricks on people's lives. He approaches, holding her shoulders, and reassures her not to be sad, promising to bring her back as soon as he can. She questions who needs him to pick her up, mentioning that she has wanted to leave this country for a long time to experience more freedom. However, she reminds him not to forget to send money for her monthly expenses. He agrees, saying it's not a problem, and then inquires about what she wants to say to him. She admits that she forgets and walks towards home. After a while, they arrive home, and Qingyin Chu instructs everyone to wash their hands and prepare for dinner, placing food on the dining table. Zitin Chu expresses her fatigue, stating that she wants to rest for a while, and heads upstairs to her room. Qingyin Chu questions Qin Li about what's going on and why Zitin Chu appears so sad. He reveals that he had planned to send her to study abroad. Zitin Chu is shocked and asks for confirmation, realizing that's what happened. She hugs him from behind, reassuring him not to worry, and believes that one day Zitin Chu will understand him. Qin Li reflects on how, although the safety of family members was temporarily resolved, the seal inside her body needs to be removed as soon as possible. He proceeds to his room and reads the book she gave him, questioning whether it's the Heavenly Heart Sutra. He wonders if she might be lying to him as he opens the book, only to find it empty. Puzzled, he contemplates whether it's possible that the texts appear only when certain conditions are met, questioning the usefulness of the book she gave him without any visible content. As he ponders this, his phone rings, and he answers the call, hearing the caller say he did it. Qingyin Chu states that she will meet him after taking care of mom and dad, reminding him not to forget to send Zitin to the airport later. Qin Li assures her not to worry and inquires if there is anything else she needs. She replies in the negative, stating that she has brought everything she requires. They both descend the stairs, where Zitin Cha waits, commenting that they are finally out, thinking they are going to linger until tomorrow. Qingyin Chu questions what she is saying, and Qin Li reflects that this little girl truly has the courage to say anything. Qingyin Chu instructs Zitan Chu to inform them when she reaches America and to take care of herself. She assures her that if she needs anything, she should give him a call. She reassures him not to worry about her, promising not to treat herself badly. Hugging him, she expresses reluctance to leave him. Qin Li points out that it's getting late and suggests they go. Zitan Chu acknowledges, and when Qin Li attempts to pick up her luggage, insists that he doesn't need to touch her stuff, she'll take care of it herself. She grabs her bag and departs. Qingyin Chu wonders what has happened, considering she seemed fine just moments ago. After a while, Qin Li arrives home and notices smoke emanating from the area. He exclaims, "What the hell is going on?" speculating if it could be someone from Jade Hall. He dismisses the idea, reasoning that if they were the ones who attacked the Jiang family would have no one left to resist. With concern, he quickly moves towards home. He observes Jiang Jun inside and identifies him. He admits that he initially thought he could defeat him in 1 or 2 moves, but he still doesn't stand a chance. Qin Li questions if all the chaos is truly caused by him. Jiang Jun admits that he didn't anticipate it happening this way either. Qin Li holds his hand and instructs him not to move, wanting to assess his progress. Jiang Jun agrees. Qin Li reflects that, at that time, he only practiced the initial stage, imagining what progress he would have made if he had practiced the entire stage. Inquiring about the results, he asks if he is now powerful enough. Qin Li responds that he is now about the same strength as Zhu Xiao's sister, roughly at level 3. Jiang Jun expresses surprise at reaching level 3 so quickly, understanding why the old master passed the position of young family head to him. Qin Li would seek confirmation if the position was indeed passed on to him. Jiang Jun proceeds to explain what happened. The story shifts to a flashback during the Jiang family meeting. A member voices his disagreement, pointing out that he, being a young kid, lacks an understanding of the main family's situation, especially in terms of seniority. He emphasizes the importance of the family head's decision and questions how he can be so rash in this matter. Master Jiang expresses concern about the apparent corruption within the Jiang family. Despite Jiang Jun's quick rise to a martial artist level 3, and successful management of his company and multiple businesses, Master Jiang highlights the significant factor of Qin Li's protection, and currently, there are numerous individuals in Shangjing who seek to befriend him. He declares that the matter is settled, and anyone who has an issue with his decision is welcome to leave the Jiang family. Jiang Lim remarks, "At last, the day has come." Returning to the present, Jiang Jun explains that this is how it is, and now he spends most of his time as the head of the family, all thanks to Qin Li. He expresses his gratitude by offering a cup of tea. Qin Li recalls that when he was in Jiangcheng, Jiang Jun was the first person to befriend him and went through a lot for him. He acknowledges his kindness, stating that regardless of his current status, he will always remember the kindness shown. Changing the subject, he mentions that he has heard about what happened between him and Jade Hall and asks about his next plan. Qin Li shares that Liang King has assisted him in gathering information, and once he completes his task, he plans to personally seek out the people of Jade Hall. After a while, at the campsite, Sergeant Wang introduces Dr. Yu as the main researcher, explaining that the mission is to safely escort him to the lab in America. Dr. Yu gazes at Qin Li and remarks that he resembles him so much, making it feel like he suddenly went back 20 years. Sergeant Wang mentions that he has met Qin Li's parents on rare occasions. Inquisitive, Qin Li asks Dr. Yu about what happened to his parents back then. Dr. Yu walks away, mentioning that it's getting late and he needs to prepare his belongings before they leave. Sergeant Wang suggests they go and meet the rest of Qin Li's teammates. Curious, Qin Li inquires about his teammates. Chen Lin mentions that he is still new there and inquires if he knows how difficult the mission is, considering his head is injured. After all these years, Cao Ji emerges from the tent, addressing Chen Lin's impoliteness. He then walks toward Qin Li, introducing himself as Cao Ji and confirming if he is Qin Li. Qin Li affirms, and Cao Ji remarks that being a level 5 martial artist at his age is not bad. Qin Li responds by stating he will do his best to keep up with the team and expresses his willingness to join as a level 5 newbie, explaining that he's a rich kid looking to have fun with the team. Qin Li is cautioned not to reveal his true strength unless it's an emergency. Chen Lin introduces Tan Wai as their team captain. The others are team members. He suggests they get ready to know each other and prepare for departure soon. Tan Wai advises Qin Li to remember to take care of himself. Cao Ji adds that their captain is a level 9 martial artist who might break through the half-step grandmaster in the next 2 years. He further mentions that both Chen Lin and himself are at level 8. Qin Li expresses excitement, stating he didn't expect the captain to be so powerful. Ji introduces Chu Mao, the only girl on their team at level 7. Qin Li observes that her surname is also Chu. Chu Mao gets up and comments that there are many high-ranking martial artists out there, and if it weren't for his wealthy status, they wouldn't have allowed him in. Dr. Yu arrives and announces he's ready, urging them to proceed. They all sit in the plane, and Chen Lin suggests discussing certain matters now that Staff Sergeant Wang is not present. Dr. Yu begins working on his laptop. He explains that he's on a high-level mission, and his strength is only at a beginner's level. Chu Mao concurs, stating that he's nothing but a spoiled rich kid with a bad character, making him a deadweight for their team. She emphasizes the importance of following the captain's orders, not acting without permission, and highlights that, in case of danger during the journey, they will prioritize protecting the doctor, with no guarantee for his safety. Qin Li acknowledges and states that he understands. Chu Mao reflects on her surprise that he listened to what she said, realizing that rich people are not always very overbearing and arrogant. Ji advises Qin Li not to mind them, explaining that they are all there for the mission and tend to talk straightforwardly without any harmful intentions. Qin Li assures him it's okay and emphasizes the mission's importance, urging them not to worry about him. Tan Wei concurs, instructing everyone not to interrupt Dr. Yu's work. As Qin Li observes the laptop screen, he thinks about the formula. Dr. Yu mentions that using the sacred fire lotus requires correct medicine properties, but the preparation time is not right, suggesting the use of animal bones. He realizes he can't use bones and instructs Qin Li to adjust the portion density to 27.47% at a particular point. The laptop gives a notification that the simulation is ready. Dr. Yu inquires how Qin Li knows the exact value, even holding his hand. Qin Li reflects that this information comes from his parents' notes, which are pretty unique and challenging to understand. Dr. Yu persists, asking if Qin Li knows the density and how to use it, suspecting that he might be the child of his colleagues and might possess some knowledge. Qin Li attributes it to luck, while Yan Wei irritably comments on the supposed fate. Qin Li considers that Dr. Yu probably has information about his parents and plans to gather more details before the mission concludes. Yan Wei suggests staying relaxed, as it is easy for the enemy to figure out the situation by being too uptight. An air hostess approaches, asking if they need anything. Yan Wei requests everyone to be cautious, explaining that there are many people on the plane, and he is sure that someone must be following them. All of them agree. The air hostess approaches him and asks if he needs a drink, but he declines, expressing gratitude. Qin Li informs Dr. Yu that he made a mistake and then inquires about the error's location, surprising everyone. The air hostess exclaims that he's looking for trouble with Dr. Yu, while Yan Wei warns Dr. Yu to watch out. In response, Qin Li employs his needle magic to save Dr. Yu. Yan Wei asks if Dr. Yu is hurt, to which he replies that he's fine but was scared to death. Reflecting on the situation, Qin Li didn't anticipate the killer would be able to escape unnoticed. It appears they were prepared for it, and he sits down to pick up his needles. Yan Wei questions if the silver needles belong to him, and he confirms. Yan Wei inquires about how Qin Li found the assassin, and Qin Li responds that when he was about to go to the toilet, he noticed a suspicious-looking item hidden in her hand, prompting him to keep an eye on her. He credits Yan Wei, stating that something bad was averted thanks to him. Chu Mao reports that they have searched the entire plane but still can't find the killer, suggesting that she might have escaped. Yan Wei responds, emphasizing that their primary mission is to protect the doctor. He suggests waiting to see what happens next to prevent the assassin from exploiting any loopholes. Qin Li reflects that he feels like he has encountered this aura somewhere before as he picks up the needle. The scene shifts to the United States, where they sit in a car. Qin Li advises Dr. Yu to get some rest because he hasn't closed his eyes for the last 2 days. Dr. Yu replies that he finally came up with a formula and asks Qin Li to check it out. Qin Li responds, advising Dr. Yu to calm down. Meanwhile, Dr. Yu thinks Qin Li is the child of that couple and must know something related to this formula. Yan Wei instructs everyone to get ready as they're being followed. Suddenly, he shouts for the car to stop as he sees a roadblock ahead, and they suddenly halt. Lu Yan, a level 9 martial artist, emerges from another car and thanks Dr. Yu for his hard work, suggesting he let him send him to his destination. Yan Wei and his team exit the vehicle, and he remarks to Lu Yan that he doesn't think those rumors are true. Qin Li asks what the stories are and what's going on. Yan Wei responds that most people who attacked the research institute are from Jade Hall. They suspected a group of people in Yangxia were working with foreign countries for something from the lab. Liu Yan congratulates him, saying he got it right, while Yan Wei orders his team to protect the doctor. Liu Yan laughs, questioning if they can protect him with just a few level 8 and one level 9 martial artist, as his group is entirely of level 8 martial artists. Qin Li contemplates that these individuals would assist foreigners in harming people from their own country for money. Liu Yan also orders to kill them all, and Qin Li thinks he must be related to those incidents before they run to eliminate them. Both teams attempt to defeat each other, and Qin Li stays with Dr. Yu, witnessing his team's defeat. Yan Wei instructs Qin Li to take Dr. Yu and run away, but he falls. Qin Li urges them to run, stating that those who should flee are the ones who betrayed their people and country. He uses his magic to attack, mentioning that for many years, the Jade Hall has raised a bunch of wolves. Flies in the air attack Liu Yan, who expresses surprise that Qin Li is already a half-step master. Qin Li retaliates, telling Liu Yan to get ready to die, and successfully attacks and kills him. Yan Wei remarks that he killed them with a single move. Liu Yan admits he never thought that the person who killed the young master would be powerful. Qin Li realizes it's them and understands why the staff sergeant asked him to hide his identity and power. He asks his team if they are all okay. They become shocked and ask if he is a half-step master. Qin Li replies that he may be, but he is unsure about it. Qin Li mentions that it doesn't seem to hurt anymore and expects it to heal in the next few days. Yan Wei acknowledges that they were wrong and prejudiced against him, apologizing. Qin Li replies that it's okay, emphasizing that they are all teammates, so they should forget about it. Cao Ji adds that it's a good thing they have him, otherwise they might all have been killed. Qin Li questions why they must undertake such a dangerous mission abroad. Yan Wei attempts to respond, but Dr. Yu interjects, stating that it started many years ago. The scene transitions to a flashback where Dr. Qin asks about the effects of the aura concentration pill. Another doctor, Yu, responds that they are still in the testing stage and can expect the results soon. The overweight individual inquires if the pill truly helps him break through to level 6. Dr. Yu explains that although the medication is in the testing stage, results can't be assured, but there are possibilities. The person swallows the pill, expressing belief in Dr. Yu. The scene shifts 1 week later, and the individual attains the power, becoming happy. Dr. Qin exclaims that it's finally done, acknowledging the excellent results of years of research. He congratulated everyone for their hard work, hoping they would continue to assist Dr. Yu and do their best. They all agree. The individual laughs, addressing Dr. Yu, expressing confidence in his success, and inquires if there are any more pills left as he would like to reach level 9 as soon as possible. Dr. Yu responds that there are, but the results are still unknown, and he's unsure about their side effects. He mentions that they are going to the US next month for a research exchange, and the number of people interested in research is increasing, so he must improve his strength. The individual replies, stating that if he feels uncomfortable, he should contact him. Dr. Yu expresses regret that he didn't persuade him at that time, believing that if those pills hadn't failed, he wouldn't have died. He thinks he must succeed in the research no matter what happens. Dr. Yu attempts to use the pills again and wonders why the success rate remains at 50%. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the lab. He exclaims that he also followed the way Dr. Qin left to make the pills, questioning how this could happen. Dr. Yu makes another attempt to get the exact formula, realizing that's how it is. He decides to research those pills. He can follow the clues left by Dr. Qin and find an aura-rich place in the US to try out. The scene returns to the present, where Dr. Yu explains that he vowed to succeed in his research for the sake of his friend and to avoid future sacrifices. Qin Li responds, saying so that's it. Dr. Yu adds that they are not far from their destination. Chen Lin excitedly asks if he can join his research test this time, and Chu Maio comments that there will be blessings after the curse. Dr. Yu replies affirmatively, stating that as long as they can make it, all of them can become one of the top martial artists in the world. Qin Badao arrives, expressing disbelief at Dr. Yu's words. Qin Li quickly urges them to protect him. The masked man questions Dr. Yu Qian, asking how many more people he wants to test on. Dr. Yu, shocked, realizes it's him and asks if he isn't dead. Qin Badao points towards Qin Li, saying that if it wasn't for this boy, he could surely be finished. Qin Li inquires about what he means by that. He replies, stating that the chief wants to use him as a pawn to complete the research left behind by his parents. He observes that the manager still acts like a good guy, but he's not entirely wrong either. He didn't expect Qin Li to reach half-step master at such a young age. Qin Li admits he doesn't know if what he said is true, and he's uncertain about the chief's plans. However, he has promised to protect Dr. Yu and won't allow anyone to hurt him. Qin Badao dismisses the conversation, suggesting that Qin Li should hear the whole truth instead of being fooled by others. He then removes his mask,